Hansen opened the stone door and looked around its frame, already on full alert. On the other side, he found a black vortex. And before he had even the slightest chance to react, a powerful suction tried to yank him inside. With a spike of adrenaline, Hansen mustered as much power as he could to push himself back away from the door, but ultimately, he could not stave it off. He was pulled into the stone room. Hansen found himself in a dark, wet cave. Walala! Walala! The cave echoed with the sound of a chain whipping rock. Then, a large shape began to emerge from the darkness. A monster was approaching, with a Kirin body and green bird wings. It was 10 meters tall and had the head of a tiger. Its glowing green eyes gave Hansen the chills. The monster was way too scary. Its mere presence was enough to rob Hansen of breath. Many long black chains perforated its body and were anchored to the stone of the cave. When it was only 10 meters away from Hansen, those black chains were yanked tight. It couldn't reach Hansen. Hansen did not dare be reckless, and so he summoned his Bysema. The fiend was locked up, but it was powerful. Even its breath would be destructive, and Hansen knew full well his own inability to defeat it in combat. Is Sky Palace failing? Did it send you both here to die? The monster coldly looked at Hansen. What is this? Sky Palace leader can't mean for me to go up against this thing, surely. Even though it is locked up, there is no way I can slay it, Hansen thought. He used his Dongxian aura to observe the king-class creature, but he noted that an accurate reading was rendered impossible by the chains. That being said, some of its power was spilling through the suppressing chains. It wasn't completely locked down. Hansen stopped looking. The king-class creature's green eyes shone like green lanterns. Hansen hid within his demon bug Bysema as the monster's eyes became brighter. The increasing glow was difficult to look away from, though. Boom! Hansen felt as if his brain had exploded in his head. Within those lantern-like eyes, Hansen thought he saw a strange symbol. It didn't look real. That symbol was seared into his brain as if it had been branded by a hot iron, and when the symbol was fully imprinted, it kick-started a storm inside of his mind. It was a real storm, too, as Hansen felt a wind blowing across his body. In his mind, he saw a soft wind stirring leaves, a sandstorm raging in a desert, and then a sea kicking up a violent tsunami. All these different sorts of wind powers were surging into his brain. Hansen knew that all of this was taking place inside his imagination, but it still affected him like it was real. The black-masked woman stood outside the stone door, leaning against a wall as she waited. Her eyes were closed, and it almost looked as if she was waiting for something specific to happen. The 72 genes of original killing have been suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Many kings have wanted to learn the original gene spells, but they have always failed. Hansen has been sent here to endure that original gene spell power. Is that old man insane? Even if Hansen's will is as strong as a king's, he won't be able to take the mental duress. Then I'll have to deal with it. The woman spoke to herself, eyes closed as if she was dreaming. After a while, the woman opened her eyes and looked surprised. How can he endure the original gene spell power? The woman frowned. In a dark world, only one place had light. Under that dim light, a broken palace was visible. In its plaza, a 6-year-old boy was engaged in combat with a strange bird. The little boy kept moving, his shadow flickering over the ground like a real bird's. His shadow occasionally aided him as he fought the bird in the air. Suddenly, the bird and the boy split up. The strange bird laughed and said, "Little flower is talented. If his holy body can become deified, he can make sacred great again. It will still take many years for him to become deified. It isn't easy to raise a holy body to that level," Auntie May said with a roll of her eyes. But it is almost time for the Geno being scroll, so Little Flower can participate. He can earn sacred some reputation, and let the old elites know that sacred is still around. Yes, he must join it. Old Eagle nodded. He looked at the 9-life cat and went on to say, "Old cat, what do you think? I think it is time for people to know Sacred has some new blood, Old Cat said coldly. Good. This is it, then. Old Eagle and the other monsters all looked excited. They all screamed, Little Flower, you have to earn the #1 spot for us. Over the next year, Hansen made sure to enter the Hidden Path cave each and every day. Every time he was there, he would have to endure the powers of the original gene kill spells. The creature in the cave was chained and suppressed, but looking into its eyes could activate the original gene spell power. When Hansen fought against that power, he learned something. Perhaps it was because he had been blessed by the 10,000 gourds, but he understood all the elements. When he looked at the original gene kill spell, it was easy for him to understand. But those spells did not ever seem to work on Bauer. She was with him every time he went to the cave, but she appeared to be completely unaffected by the kill spell and its effects. While Hansen wrestled with the spell in his head, Bauer would just look around curiously. So, over the course of that year, Hansen split his time between Hidden Path Cave and the White Jade Building, where he continued to absorb Jade Fairy Spirits whenever the Jade Air was released. The Jade Spirits were an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Going to the 7th floor to absorb the Jade Fairy Spirits became routine, but after a while, the growth of his Jadeskin's power suddenly accelerated. The godlight gathered on him, and before long, he looked pretty much like a Jade Fairy Spirit himself. The fairy-like visage that covered him came out of his own shadow. Aha! Jadeskin has finally leveled up to Marquise. Hansen was pretty happy about this development, but it was a shame he was still inside the White Jade Tower when it popped. He was extremely eager to try out his new Jadeskin powers as soon as he possibly could. Hansen learned a lot from the 72 original gene kill spells. Suppress Evil was based on the 72 original gene kill spells. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to study the original gene kill spells, and through this, his proficiency with Suppress Evil improved rapidly. He reached the 8th tier after just 1 year. His progress was interrupted, however, when the elders gave him another mission. He was tasked with taking on a Marquis Xenogeneic that was wreaking havoc on a business planet belonging to Sky Palace. The job was simple, and Hansen killed the creature easily. When he returned to Sky Palace, however, his phone rang. It was a call from the number that Shi Mengxiang had given him. Hansen had called the number before, but no one answered. It looked like Shi Mengxiang had given him the number so he could call Hansen, and not for Hansen to call him. Hansen answered. There was no video, only voice. Hansen remained quiet as the person on the other end began to speak. Hansen, it is me. The voice was familiar, but it didn't belong to Shi Mengxiang. It was God's retribution. God's retribution? Hansen frowned. Now he was certain that Blood Legion had a method of leaving the sanctuaries. Yes. Listen, I do not have much time. I'm being watched, God's retribution said. How did you leave the sanctuaries? Hansen asked. Just hearing the voice wasn't enough for him to be sure that it was God's retribution. Blood Legion has always had a way to leave. We just can't return. God's retribution went on to say, but now is not the time for that. Listen, do not let anyone know you have practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra. If you do, you may find yourself in trouble. Why? Hansen asked. It's complicated. Some guy in the Geno universe is coming after Blood Legion members. Fortunately, you have not practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra enough to have blue blood. Just don't tell anyone. If you don't, you won't be found out, God's retribution said. Who has a feud with Blood Legion in the Geno universe? Which higher race is it? Hansen asked. It is not a higher race. It is something far worse. God's retribution hesitated for a moment, but he still went on to say, you know the creature that called itself a god? The one the 7th team encountered? Hansen's heart jumped and he said, that guy is in the Geno universe? Yes, but he didn't come here from the sanctuaries like we did. This universe is his home. Remember, don't let anyone know that you've practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra. If you do, you'll find yourself a target. And keep up the ruse that you're a crystallizer. Don't mention to anyone that you're actually a human. That will expose the fact that you're from the sanctuaries. You did well to do that from the start, God's retribution said. What is he? Hansen asked. I don't know how to explain. All I can say is that he is scarier than a deified elite, and we cannot hope to fight him. He's killed many Blood Legion members. Until recently, we've had no hope of fighting back, God's retribution said. What's different now? Hansen asked. Super genes, God's retribution said. What does that mean? Those two words caught Hansen's interest. Only people who have maxed out their super genes in the sanctuaries can compete with a creature like him. That is our only hope. Until you've grown stronger, do not expose the fact that you possess the Blood Pulse Sutra. God's retribution was speaking quickly. If you knew about all this, why didn't you tell me back in the sanctuaries? Hansen asked. God's retribution said, I told you, we can only leave the sanctuaries. We are unable to return. I only learned about this from the other members upon arrival. Okay. There's no time. I'll contact you again. The conversation was disconnected abruptly. Hansen put the phone away and thought to himself, if all of this is real, then who is this so-called God? Is he like King June? Can he not murder anyone here? Hansen thought about this for quite a while, but he didn't come to any more conclusions. He hadn't planned on exposing his Blood Pulse Sutra anyway, but after that reminder, he would make doubly sure not to. Whether or not God's retribution was telling the truth, no harm would come from maintaining a low profile. After thinking things over, Hansen tried to call him back. Just like before, it did not work. Blood Legion members have been able to enter the Geno universe for a very long time. Maybe Human Emperor is around here somewhere, but even so, humans have no fame. They must be hiding themselves away, under great pressure. Hansen looked grim as he continued talking to himself. Is that God really that powerful, I wonder? After Hansen reported the results of his quest to Sky Palace, he was granted some vacation days. His Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes still hadn't reached Marquise yet. The Dongxian Sutra was slowly growing stronger, but the story of genes had come to a standstill. He wouldn't level that up unless he got some help. Hansen tried to use the Jade Spirits to boost the story of genes, but it wasn't very effective. Progress was insufferably slow. At that rate, it would take several decades to become a Marquise with the story of genes. As Hansen ransacked his mind for a solution to the problem, Thousand Feather Crane arrived with an order from Sky Palace. The leader has told me to go to the Feather? Hansen looked at Thousand Feather Crane in disbelief. The Sky Palace leader knew of the grudge that the Feathers had against Hansen, given his connection with Kong Fei. There was also the blood feather knife incident, which only fanned the flames of their hatred. Yes. The leader wants you to be Sky Palace's envoy to the Feathers. This is good. Have you heard of Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth? If you go there as an envoy, you can use it, Thousand Feather Crane said. You mean the pool Angia used to erase everything he had learned? I don't want to be reborn. What's the point in that? Hansen frowned. The pool of rebirth doesn't just reset your body. The powers of rebirth have a unique way of speeding up your leveling. The leader must think your Geno art is ascending too slowly, since you are still only a Marquise. Hence, he has presented you with this opportunity to make use of Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth. Our contract with the Feathers allows us to send 3 people of our choosing to use the Pool of Rebirth every 10 years. You are one of those selected. The leader takes you as someone quite important, Thousand Feather Crane said, his voice filled with admiration. In that case, I will go to Holy Heaven. Upon hearing that the trip would benefit him, Hansen did not hesitate. He agreed to become an envoy and travel to Holy Heaven. Given the precarious situation that the Feathers had found themselves in, they could not risk offending Sky Palace and bringing harm to Han Sen either. The worst they could do was mocking him. Since he was gaining access to a valuable resource, though, Han Sen was willing to turn a blind eye to their bad behavior. When you return from the feather, it will be time for the Geno being scroll to appear. Will you be entering that competition? You could be the first Earl, easy. After the question, Thousand Feather Crane smiled. Han Sen had 2 Geno arts that were marquis already, and winning the competition would put him atop the list of all marquises in the universe. It would also highlight the fact he had more than 1 Geno art. I am not interested in boosting my reputation. Han Sen shook his head. Han Sen wasn't the only person going to Holy Heaven as an envoy. A few others, including an elder, were going with him. The others would hold meetings with the feathers to discuss prolonged cooperation between the 2 races. Han Sen had no objective beyond making use of the pool. Han Sen followed the group to Holy Heaven. The leader was the 10th elder, Yun Chong Kong. Han Sen felt safe in his company. He had a good relationship with the man's daughters and students. If something was to happen, he was certain Yun Chong Kong would protect him. The people of Sky Palace treated Han Sen nicely, in part due to his great reputation there. He had done many great deeds in service of Sky Palace, so they all liked him. Many gushed compliments. They arrived in Feather territory safely. Before they went to Holy Heaven, though, a king of the feathers welcomed them. At this point, the feathers depended on their relationship with Sky Palace for survival. Sky Palace's protection was the only thing keeping the other high races from attacking them, so they took their commitment to Sky Palace seriously. When the Feather King looked at Han Sen, however, his expression was filled with distaste. Han Sen couldn't tell if it was due to the events with Kong Fei or the blood feather knife. When Han Sen entered Holy Heaven, all the feathers treated him strangely, as well. They were friendly with the other envoys, but they looked at Han Sen with distaste. Han Sen pretended it was nothing. When the feathers learned Han Sen was going to make use of the pool of rebirth, though, they went from being annoyed to being terribly upset. After Ring Feather King showed them the pool, he said, "The pool of rebirth it shut down for maintenance, so you'll have to wait a few days to use it. It will be available to you as soon as it opens again." Han Sen resigned himself to staying in Holy Heaven for a while. Luckily, he was an envoy, so nothing awry transpired. In a meeting room in Holy Heaven, many feather alphas and high-level feathers were talking. The pool of rebirth is the holiest relic of the feathers. How can we allow it to be defiled by Han Sen? A feather elder growled. Yeah. That animal is connected to Kong Fei. He cannot be allowed to use it, another feather elder agreed angrily. None of the feather leadership were happy about the prospect of Han Sen making use of their pool of rebirth. It's not like we have a choice, though. This is the deal we made with Sky Palace. Using the pool is perfectly within Han Sen's rights. And there is nothing we can do to stop that, Holy Feather King said. Everyone was silent. When the feather lantern darkened, all the feathers dropped a level. Holy Feather King had made use of resources to resecure his rank as a king. It had cost everything Holy Heaven had in its reserves. But they only recovered 30 to 40% of their original power. Without the protection of Sky Palace, Holy Heaven would have ceased to be. If we cannot stop Han Sen from going in, we might as well just totally open it for him, an elder said. Fairy Feather Elder, what do you mean? Everyone looked at the elder in confusion. 3 people are allowed access to the rebirth pool at one time. We have given Sky Palace 3 slots every 10 years. They are only making use of 1 slot, and that slot is given to Han Senator. That means we can send 2 feathers alongside him, Fairy Feather Elder said. Everyone looked at him with confusion, but he went on to say, the pool of rebirth's power is limited. That is why only 3 can go at a time. And those 3 have to be marquis or lower. If a king entered, the power of the pool would only be enough for that one king. And he wouldn't be able to be reborn. If dukes wanted to enter, only 2 dukes could be reborn at a time. You mean, we should send 2 dukes into the pool with Hansen? So that they could steal whatever power he'd otherwise gain? Holy Feather King asked, while looking straight at Fairy Feather Elder. Fairy Feather Elder said, we have all used the pool of rebirth, so we can cope with its powers more than outsiders can. With 2 dukes that are stronger than Hansen, they can surely absorb most of its power. Hansen will earn a little, but Sky Palace won't notice the trick. This might work, but who is going to take this power? The elders began to discuss. If a Duke-class person absorbed too much power, they would end up like Angia and become primal. They wouldn't even be a baron, and they'd have to start from scratch again. Not many people wished to end up like Angia, so very few dukes would want to take part in that. Fairy Feather Elder smiled. Why don't we let the 2 brothers Angela and Anola use it? Aren't they locked up in prison? Will they agree? An elder asked in shock. I can persuade them, Fairy Feather said with a look of confidence. If they can go, that really would be best. Not even 10 Hansens could fight the 2 of them, the elder stated, almost as if he admired them. On Hansen's 4th day there, they received news from the feathers proclaiming that the pool of rebirth was open again. It was being prepared for use. Holy Heaven's pool of rebirth was one of the most famous pools in the Geno universe. Very few items existed that could help kings level up, but pool of rebirth was one of them. The pool of rebirth had its flaws, though. The chance of making a king half-deified was low, and there was a great deal of risk in even making an attempt. Even so, many other races coveted the treasure. A king-class feather found Hansen and led him to the legendary pool of rebirth. Despite being called a pool, the item had no water. It was a giant crystal altar, and in the center there was an angel statue. That statue was white, and its angelic wings were folded forward. It looked like a gentle goddess reaching out to the masses. Merely looking at the statue summoned a flood of emotion, and it felt like a single glance would be enough to absolve a person of all their deathly sorrows and sins. Up to 3 people can use the pool of rebirth at the same time. If fewer people enter, much of the power might be wasted. I am positive you know all about this. You do, don't you? Fairy Feather said to Hansen, who was directly in front of the altar. Yes. Hansen nodded. Before Hansen came to Holy Heaven as an envoy, the Sky Palace leader had explained what he ought to expect. Hansen understood what was going to happen. Good. Sky Palace has only sent you here to use it. To keep from wasting power, we will send an additional 2 marquises to be reborn with you. Is that okay? Fairy Feather Elder asked with a smile. It's fine. Hansen nodded. Angela and Anola. You 2 may enter and be reborn with Han Senator, but of course, make sure to be careful. It would be most uncouth if you were to disrupt our guests' use of the pool. Fairy Feather Elder admonished them loudly. Hansen had expected this. The Sky Palace leader had sent Hansen alone so he could absorb all of the pool's power himself, but the Sky Palace leader suspected that the feathers would send in 2 dukes to fight Hansen for the majority of the power. Their assumption was mostly correct, except that the feathers were sending in marquises instead of dukes. This surprised Hansen. But when the brothers Angela and Anola stepped toward him, he understood why they had been selected. They both looked like feathers, with faces reminiscent of marble statues, and their life forces were marquise level. But just feeling their presence, Hansen knew immediately that something was amiss. He did not believe for 1 second that they were truly marquises, plain and simple. They were more impressive than any duke that Hansen had yet met, and they looked as if they had a great disdain for any being other than themselves. Not even most nobles carried themselves with such haughty confidence. Were they the top dukes here? Were they just reduced to marquises when the lantern went out? Hansen guessed to himself. Hansen was half correct. Angela and Anola had been kings. They broke the law and were sent to jail, where they had been for the last few centuries. They were tortured so much that their level dropped down from king to duke. And then, the feather lantern went out and all the feathers across the universe lost an entire level. Those two had to suffer a drop from duke to marquise. Because they had been in jail, no resources were made available to help them recover. So, they had to remain marquises. Fairy Feather had somehow convinced the two brothers to fight for the power against Han Senator. Their power might have been marquise, but their inner core was king. Their talents far exceeded those of an ordinary marquise. In the past few days, they were healed enough to become dukes again. If they successfully absorbed the rebirthing power, there was every chance they could become kings again. Using those two to fight against Han Sen was better than employing an average duke to do the same. Against the cruel power of the brothers, Fairy Feather thought Han Sen would gain nothing. But he told them they had to allow Han Sen to gain some smidgen of power, so Sky Palace wouldn't be able to claim foul play. The pool of rebirth is going to open. Please, proceed to the altar, a feather butler proclaimed. The altar was surprisingly large. Han Sen went to stand near the angel statue, where he would wait for the pool of rebirth to open. Angela and Anola stood on either side of the angel statue, with Han Sen in the middle. They didn't look at Han Sen once. They just coldly stood where they were. Angela and Anola did not take Han Sen for a threat. They used to be kings, so no matter how popular Han Sen might have been, there was no reason for them to pay him any attention, they believed. Fairy Feather and the others were now all anticipating a good show. Only the envoys from Sky Palace watched the pool of rebirth curiously. They were keen to see how much Han Sen could gain from it. When Yin Chongkong saw Angela and Anola, his eyes squinted. Those two brothers were in holy heaven, and very few knew about them. They had been locked up for centuries, so all memory of them should have faded. Yun Chongkong still knew a thing or two, though. Yun Chongkong did not know the two brothers, but he was in charge of the Cloud Smoke building. It was a department that collected intelligence on races throughout the Geno universe. So, he was familiar with famous feathers across the ages. The feathers had called two strange marquises to fight with Han Sen, so Yin Chongkong knew there was something abnormal going on. There's more to these guys than it seems, Yun Chongkong thought. He was trying to guess who those two brothers were. Yun Chongkong found it very hard to believe that the feathers would pick two marquises to fight Han Sen fairly. The feathers despised Kong Fei, and Han Sen had received Kong Fei's deified feather. There was also the blood feather knife incident. There was no way the feathers were willing to let Han Sen take their rebirthing powers. Yun Chongkong could not recall having heard of the two brothers, but before long, the pool of rebirth opened. The angel statue started to spew water, and the angelic wings began to unfurl. Light glowed from the altar, and when it did, water fountained up from the statue. It turned into a crystal pillar that shot right up into the sky. Han Sen reached out his hand to touch the energy that looked like water. It now made sense that this place was called the Pool of Rebirth, as the energy it possessed was very thick and very much like liquid. When he touched that energy, he felt as if his body was being overwhelmed by a sudden surge of hormones. All of his cells throbbed, as if they were on the precipice of exploding. As quickly as he could, Han Sen used the story of genes to absorb the liquid energy. Angela and Anola began absorbing that liquid energy, too. This, however, wasn't the energy of rebirth. It was just a substance from the pool of rebirth that would ready them for the main course. Earlier, the angel statue's wings were folded forward in a way that cloaked its body from view. Even the statue's arms had been hidden. Now that the wings were open, though, the angel statue was revealed to be holding a stone vase. The energy held within that stone vase was the reason they had come. After a few seconds, the liquid energy flowed out of the vase, spreading as it came. Pop! Han Sen refined the liquid energy, and as he did, he heard a bubble pop from inside the vase. Shortly after, something white came out of the vase. Before Hansen could see what it was exactly, Angela and Enola began glowing with white light. They turned into big angel-like figures themselves, and they shrouded their own bodies in the plush comfort of their wings. Hansen watched for a little while before he got a clear view of the white thing that had come out of the vase. Okay, he thought. That's just weird. The object was around the size of a hand, and when he looked closer, he saw that it was an egg with angel wings. It looked rather cute, actually. At first, it flew in circles around the angel statue. Before long, it seemed to notice the power of Angela and Enola, and as a result, it flew towards Angela. Hansen knew that thing was the rebirthing power he had come for. Luckily, the Sky Palace leader had told him how to take the power for himself. The rebirthing power was strange, and it was not something Hansen could take through force. He needed to attract it towards him with his own life force. Normally, feathers were the best at attracting and absorbing the rebirthing power. But the Sky Palace leader taught Hansen a method of doing this himself. Following the instructions he'd been given, he started off by casting the story of genes. I wonder if this will actually work. Hansen thought to himself. The method the Sky Palace leader had given him was simple. It was so simple that Hansen doubted it. It seemed too good to be true. Hansen started off by casting the story of genes. Then, a godlight appeared and took the shape of a ring. It was like a nice little halo, sculpted to the size of Hansen's head. In some ways, it looked like a mirror was perched directly above him. When Hansen created that ring, the rebirthing power swerved away from Angela and turned around. It flapped its wings and went towards Hansen's ring instead. Seeing the rebirthing power heading for Hansen, Fairy Feather and the others remained calm. They knew Hansen would be tricky to deal with. It was because they knew this that they specifically sought out Angela and Enola to deal with him. Seeing the rebirthing power flying to Hansen, Angela and Enola looked at each other. Enola nodded, and then his angel shadow turned gold. Boom! Enola took one step forward, with his giant angel shadow appearing gold. He opened his arms and wings. In a gesture that looked like he was welcoming the morning glory of the sky, he radiated thousands of beams of golden light like a holy angel. Everyone could see that Enola had leveled up to become a duke. His life force was strong, and he could attract the rebirthing power more strongly. Yun Changkong, seeing Endola's gold angel, thought, Judgment Angel Light. That is a forbidden technique of the feather. Not many can learn it. I remember there were 2 brothers that learned this technique a few centuries ago. Are they? Yun Changkong looked at Enola and Angela, and his expression turned gloomy. He thought to himself, if they really are the brothers, then Hansen is in danger. Even the ring skill the leader has taught him won't be enough to overcome these 2 brothers. Yun Changkong was now able to effectively guess what scheme had been concocted, and why things were going the way they were. Endola's gold angel appeared, and the rebirthing power going into Hansen stopped. The egg's wings flapped in confusion as it bobbed back and forth, unsure where it should go. As this occurred, there was a popping sound. Another winged egg emerged from the vase, and it behaved just like the other one, as well. It was also wondering where it should go. Hansen frowned. He was using the ring skill that the Sky Palace leader had taught him, but it didn't seem to be enough to attract the rebirthing power. Enola kept strengthening his gold angel light, but he was still engaged in overcoming the allure of Hansen's ring. Neither of them could attract the rebirthing power exclusively to themselves. Fairy Feather and the others were glad that they had called on the brothers Angela and Enola. Ordinary dukes would have definitely lost to Han Senator when they saw Enola struggling to win. They realized how powerful the attraction of the ring was to the rebirthing power. But as dire as things might have seemed for the pair, they weren't worried, for Angela hadn't fully entered the contest yet. If the brothers cast their powers at the same time, the power unleashed would surely result in Hansen losing. Yun Changkong frowned. The Sky Palace leader's ring was very strong. Hansen was only an earl with the story of genes, and yet he could fight against Enola, who was a duke. That meant the ring was very attractive to the rebirthing power. But there was still Angela left to deal with, and that meant the chances of Hansen actually winning were slim to none. While Hansen and Enola fought, many more winged eggs appeared out of the vase and became stuck between the two. In no time, a bunch of rebirthing powers were flying around in indecision. Angela stepped up beside Enola and touched his head. His own angel shadow turned gold. Angela had absorbed enough liquid energy to become a duke. Angela then began to channel his power into Enola. His gold angel light was getting weaker, while Enola's gold angel light was getting brighter and brighter. The balance between the gold angel and the ring was broken. The rebirthing power started to flap their little wings and head for the gold angels. F***CK. That's a powerful technique. Hansen frowned. He thought with Sky Palace leaders' help and teachings, he'd be able to get the rebirthing powers with ease. But of course, as usual, things weren't working out as he might have expected them to. If Hansen was only dealing with one of the brothers, the ring skill the leader had taught him might have actually stood a chance. But now that the two of them had combined their strength to combat Hansen, he had no hope of competing. Seeing the rebirthing powers head for Enola, Hansen racked his mind for a way in which he could turn the tables. The ring skill had been created by the Sky Palace leader specifically to attract the rebirthing power. Hansen had been counting on it to work, and now that it was proving ineffective, he had no clue what he might do. Attempting to attract the rebirthing power with his own life force was useless. His life force was weaker than Endola's, not to mention that the contest was 2-on-1. I can't worry too much about it. Hansen gritted his teeth and then charged up a jadeskin light. With it, he flew towards the rebirthing power. Hansen wanted to see if the Marquis's freezing godlight power could freeze the rebirthing power and stall it. When Enola and Angela saw Hansen trying to grab the winged eggs, they did not even move. They just laughed with disdain. The rebirthing power could not be taken by force. Even a king-class person could not use force to grab them. Fairy Feather Elder smiled and spoke to Yun Chongkong. Elder Yun, young people have no patience. Did you not tell him that he cannot take the rebirthing powers by force? Ha! It's a good thing that young people are reckless. That fire and passion should be maintained. They should strive for everything they can while they have the time to try, Yun Chongkong said coldly. Yun Chongkong thought Hansen was doing the right thing, even if he wasn't successful. People who sat down like cabbages and didn't even try were the absolute worst. Fighting until the end, no matter how low the probability of success, that was what everyone should do. So, while all the feathers looked at Hansen as if he was some sort of clown, Yun Chongkong was of the firm belief that Hansen was doing what was right. He admired his behavior. And it was true that Hansen would never slow down and stop doing his best. No matter how trying the task was, he just never gave in. It might seem easy to never stop fighting, but very few could actually go on as he did. The Jadeskin Godlight hit a rebirthing power, but the freezing Godlight had no effect. It was like hitting a shadow, as the power shot right through its body. It really doesn't work. Hansen pretty much expected this result, so it wasn't as if he was disappointed. Enola and Angela, the two brothers, looked even more disdainful. Enola smirked. Rebirthing powers cannot be taken by force. You have to wait for them to come and enter your body. Didn't you know that? The Feather Elders and Elites were laughing their socks off. Their eyes were full of condescension as Hansen's hands grabbed nothing. They looked at him like he was an absolute buffoon. Kong Fei had put out the lantern of the feathers, so there was no one that the feathers hated more. In addition, Kong Fei had given deified feathers to Hansen and stay up late. To the feathers, that meant Hansen and stay up late were Kong Fei's dogs. If Hansen had not belonged to Sky Palace, he would have never been given access to this pool. They would have hunted him down and killed him. You cannot force this. What an ignorant youth. Fairy Feather Elder stroked his beard as he spoke. The pool of rebirth is a sacred item belonging to the feather, so of course it would help us, another elder said. We should remind them not to take too much. They need to let Hansen have some, as he is a guest, an elder sneered. They were all so merry, and they practically radiated arrogance. The Sky Palace envoys frowned, but this was part of the deal between the feathers and Sky Palace. It was not like the feathers were slaves. The feathers had more options than just Sky Palace, but Sky Palace had made them the best offer. That was why the feather allied with Sky Palace. The feathers were controlled by Sky Palace, but they still governed their own affairs. If Sky Palace completely controlled the feathers, there would have been no reason to send envoys to the feathers to discuss the future. The envoys of Sky Palace were not fond of the feathers' behavior, but they couldn't make too much of an issue over it. It wouldn't reflect well on Sky Palace. Yun Chongkong did not move. He just looked at Han Senator. He was on his own now, and there was no one there that could help him. Teaching Hansen the ring technique had been a good idea. Even against two ordinary dukes, Hansen could have taken most of the rebirthing power. No one could have known that the feathers would field such powerful competitors. Enola and Angela were twins, and they had Judgment Angel light. They could transfer power to one another. That was something ordinary dukes could not accomplish. When their life forces joined as one, not even a genuine king could beat them. That was because they were kings at one point, too. Hansen hadn't expected his jade skin light to work, so he used it mostly as a distraction. As the observers were focused on his futile attempts to capture the winged eggs, Hansen got close enough to the statue to open the Demon Bug King by Sema. Hansen could no longer afford to hold back. They had to see which side was stronger. It'd be okay if he failed, but if he succeeded, Hansen was not going to leave them a single ounce of rebirthing power. He was taking everything for himself. BZZT. A blue glass light appeared around Hansen, encasing all the rebirthing powers and the angel statue within. Stupid. Rebirthing power cannot be blocked by force either. You cannot use strength to trap it. Enola laughed darkly. Fairy Feather smiled and said, "It is good that young people work hard. But doing this is both reckless and foolish." Pang. 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 Fairy Feather Elder and the other feathers looked on in disbelief. The rebirthing powers that were flying toward Angela and Enola smacked into the blue shield. They could not penetrate the wall of light, and they ricocheted off one after another like meatballs bouncing off a plate. Impossible. How can the rebirthing power be stopped like that? Enola shouted at the top of his lungs. Angela was simply stunned into silence. Fairy Feather Elder and the kings stared with gaping jaws. They had no reaction to give, for what they saw was absolutely insane. It was well and truly baffling. The rebirthing powers had been blocked. Never in their wildest nightmares had they thought something like this could happen. Not even king-class elites could do such a thing. But the fact of the matter was plain to see. This was happening. The rebirthing powers were being blocked by the blue light wielded by Han Senator, and because of the blue shield's ability to contain the rebirthing powers, the winged eggs could no longer detect the life force of the brothers. With no alternatives available to them, they all chose to drift towards Hansen. Seeing that, Yun Chongkong smiled. He was genuinely surprised by what he was witnessing, but pleasantly so. He knew about Hansen possessing some sort of a shield treasure, due to the reports stating he had used it against the Night Ghosts during the wild chain of events that transpired on planet Night Ghost. Yun Chongkong hadn't seen it in person before, though. He only had second-hand accounts to go on. He did not know the powers were this effective, but above all, he did not know it could be used to block the passage of the rebirthing powers. The envoys in Sky Palace were in sheer delight, as one might expect. Hansen was representing Sky Palace, too, so it had made them incredibly frustrated to see Hansen being relentlessly mocked. Hansen's not bad. But then again, that's why he hails from Sky Palace. I thought rebirthing powers were powerful. But now they're being shielded so easily? It looks like the tales about them were incorrect, and they were just fanciful exaggerations. Fairy Feather Elder's face had turned an abhorrent shade of green. He couldn't speak under the crush of the painful shock he was experiencing. He had no clue what powers might have fueled Han Sen's shield to do what it was doing. It boggled his mind that it was able to block the rebirthing powers. Before they could even hope to form an understanding, though, the rebirthing powers were directly in front of Han Senator. A rebirthing power hit Han Sen's Geno armor and melted into it. It shone like a holy light in his armor, making him glow with a holy aura. Pat. 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 Many rebirthing powers hit the spell armor like snow, making the armor glow. When every rebirthing power entered his system, Han Sen felt as if he was given a shot of adrenaline. His body was so alive, and power surged into each and every cell. It really did feel as if he was going to be reborn. Han Sen cast the Story of Genes to absorb those powers and evolve his spell armor. The spell armor was by far the hardest to level up. He gathered as much power as he could right now, because he wouldn't be afforded a second opportunity. Outside the shield, Angela and Enola flared their power as strongly as they could. But try as they might, everything they did was useless. The demon bug by Sema blocked everything. The rebirthing powers could not detect them outside the shield, so they had no interest in going anywhere other than to Han Sen. Han Sen. You are cheating. Put away your shield. Fairy Feather Elder shouted. Yun Chongkong laughed and said, Fairy Feather, the rebirthing powers go for the one whose abilities they prefer. Random chance at a factor too, of course. But this is not cheating. If Han Sen is cheating in your books, then why did you get those two to lower their level from king to enter this competition? Fairy Feather Elder's face turned red. He realized with frustration that Yun Chongkong knew the true identity of the brothers. The rebirthing powers are distributed by the pool of rebirth. What do you think? Yun Chongkong looked at Fairy Feather Elder and smiled. Well, I can only suppose that you are right. These matters should not be trifled with by us, and they should be exclusively sorted out by the individuals currently occupying the pool of rebirth. This will all depend on their abilities and their abilities alone. We are only here as spectators and nothing more. Fairy Feather coughed and spoke at high volume. Angela and Enola heard him, though. And they understood what he really meant. Enola punched the blue shield. When Enola punched, the giant gold angel shadow moved with him to punch the shield, too. The gold fist struck the blue shield like a giant smacking a crystal bowl. The shield looked like weak glass, but when the gold angel fist came into contact with it, it was the gold light that shattered. Endola's fist bounced off, and the blue light was wholly intact. Endola's face warped into something horrid. He gathered up more power and kept punching alongside his gold angel. The gold light shattered, but the shield remained untouched. Han Sen was inside it, calmly absorbing the rebirthing powers. His spell armor was becoming brighter and brighter. The Duke powers were unable to break the blue shield, and this shocked the Feather Nobles. Enola clenched his jaw. Then, his body started to vibrate with power. His angel wings spread open wide, while an orb of light began to mass between his hands. That gold light was like a vortex swirling in his hands. The gold light became brighter and brighter, until it looked like lightning in his hands. Judgment Angel Light was a forbidden skill, because practicing the art was very dangerous. It was so strong that there was a fair chance of it damaging the caster. It was the strongest attack Geno art, but not even the feathers dared use it. Enola and Angela were talented enough to bring their proficiency with it up to king class. They could be the strongest kings out of all the feathers. Although they were only dukes now, the Judgment Angel Light they were summoning would still be incredibly powerful. Boom! When that gold light reached its max size, Enola and his gold angel shoved it forward. The light looked as if it could destroy a galaxy as it streaked toward the shield. Pang! The gold light shattered like glass. The blue shield, on the other hand, was totally fine. Against its blue surface, the terrifying Judgment Angel light was no more than a delicate glass arrow. Many feather elders and dukes were shocked. Angela roared and gave his big Judgment Angel light to Enola. Enola looked scary as he cast the second Judgment Angel light. He gathered up the strength of two people. Boom! A thick gold light came against the blue shield like a light of judgment that could destroy Earth. But when the light came against the blue shield, it was the gold that broke again. Nothing happened to the shield. It was quite spooky. Everyone stared at the shield in awe. The strongest secret skill of the feathers had been used by the brothers Angela and Enola, and it had proven useless. I refuse to believe that this shield of his cannot be broken. Enola fumed. He continued using his Judgment Angel light to attack the blue shield. Hansen stood where he was, allowing the rebirthing powers to cleanse him. He looked as blissful as if a pretty woman was giving him an excellent massage. He was very relaxed. Fairy Feather Elder and the others wanted to rip Hansen's ugly face off. But the brothers' Judgment Angel light could not even make the blue shield tremble, let alone make a dent. Hansen's shield had encased the entire angel statue. The rebirthing powers that came flowing out of the vase all headed towards Han Senator. There was nothing the brothers Angela and Enola could do. Rebirthing powers flowed into the spell armor continuously. The symbols across the spell armor brightened, shrouding Hansen in a holy light. He was like a sun within the demon bug by Seema. Angela and Enola continued to attack the demon bug by Seema, but nothing they tried worked. The shield did not even shake. When Fairy Feather Elder and the others saw the rebirthing powers go into Hansen, their hearts bled. No matter how much they hated Hansen, there was little they could do. They could only watch the heartrending show. When Hansen refused to remove the shield, it became apparent that he wanted all the power for himself. Fairy Feather shouted furiously, "Take it! Take it! Yeah, so much rebirthing power will push you into going primal. You won't be able to cope, and you'll have to restart from the beginning." There really was so much rebirthing power. There was enough there to satisfy the rebirthing needs of two dukes. What he was thinking was correct. Fairy Feather wasn't the only one thinking this either. Most feathers were of the same mind. Hansen had absorbed so much rebirthing powers, it had likely reset his geno armaments and turned the dial back to 0. But as more and more power came gushing into the spell armor, what they expected didn't seem to occur. The spell armor just continued to glow, and nothing more. Half of the rebirthing powers had emerged now, and all of them had been taken by Han Senator. Not even a duke should have been able to withstand that amount of energy. He should have gone primal by now. But Hansen still stood calmly in the light, with nothing distressing occurring. Angela and Enola ceased attacking. They just stood there, watching Hansen absorb every rebirthing power. They looked extremely awkward. The pool of rebirth had already started, so they would have to wait for all of this to be over before they could leave the altar. The whole race of the feathers were embarrassed. They did not speak, and some of them had to slink away. The Sky Palace envoys, on the other hand, spoke merrily amongst themselves. They spoke about how much rebirthing power Hansen might need to level up. As time went by, fewer and fewer winged eggs were being released from the vase. Hansen's spell armor was getting even brighter, but it did not look like it was going to become a marquise. Hansen thought that much power would level up his spell armor, but as the rebirthing power trickled off, the armor didn't seem ready to reach a higher tier. Oh no! So much energy, and yet spell still isn't going to become a marquise? Hansen felt depressed. The feathers were in even more shock than Hansen about this, though. Hansen was going to absorb all of that rebirthing power, and yet he wasn't going to level up. His Geno armament wasn't reborn either. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to absorb so much power without being overwhelmed. When the last rebirthing power exited the vase, the liquid energy ceased its discharge, too. Then, the altar started to dim. Hansen absorbed the last rebirthing power, and spell looked like an armor built from the sun. It was so bright you could hardly look at it. But despite that, it had not reached Marquis class. Hansen knew there was no hope of accomplishing that here. And now he realized just how difficult it was to level up the story of genes. That Geno art required a mountain of treasure. Poor people could never hope to learn it. Even rich people would go bankrupt trying to meet its demands. The pool of rebirth stopped running and the crystal pillar became dim. Hansen had been the one to absorb every rebirthing power, and the brothers had been denied a single one. So what if he took all that power? After all that power absorption, he still cannot become a Marquis. No matter how hard he tries, he'll never become deified. I doubt he'll even reach king class. He's just a waste of resources. Words like these were exactly how the feathers tried to comfort themselves. But even so, they could not deny how surprising the demon bug by Seema had been. Even with the brothers combining their judgment angel light, they could not make the shield rattle. They wondered if a king-class elite could hope to break it. What treasure was that shield? Why was it so strong? It looks like only kings can break that shield. I cannot believe this treasure fell into the hands of an earl. I bet Knife Queen or Sky Palace leader lent it to him. How could an earl like him obtain such a powerful treasure? With this treasure, he could do anything in this universe. It's a shame this treasure is in the hands of scum. No matter how much the feathers complained, they could not change the facts of the matter. They could not obtain a single ounce of power from that pool of rebirth session. Sky Palace had only occupied one slot of the 3, and in doing so, claimed every single rebirthing power. Sky Palace had 2 more spots to use, and if they sent someone else like Hansen, that would mean they'd be getting the equivalent of 9 sessions instead of the 3 they were allocated. But despite their bitterness, there was nothing the feathers could do about it. They had to gnash their teeth and swallow their pride. The envoys continued their discussions with Holy Heaven, so Hansen did not see the point in hanging around now. He left Holy Heaven to return to Sky Palace where he could absorb the Jade Spirits. The story of genes was hopeless to level up, and not even Hansen was confident in whether it could one day become deified. It took an extreme amount of power just to become Marquis, so God knew how much it would take to become deified. Hansen sat in an airship on his way back to Sky Palace. When the ship dropped out of hyperspeed, Hansen was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of extreme worry and nervousness. Without hesitation, Hansen summoned his demon bug by Seema to protect himself. Then, there was a light. Everything was consumed by that sudden scary power that was faster than the speed of sound. The demon bug by Seema made a squeaky noise within the light. It sounded like glass that was about to crack, which told him his shield might have finally met its match. Gah! Who wants to kill me this time? Hansen thought as he sweated bullets. He cast his Blood Pulse Sutra and opened a space portal which he could use to return to the sanctuaries. He'd be safe there. This power, whatever it was not something he could fight against. Even if the demon bug by Seema could withstand it, Hansen couldn't even discern where the attack was coming from. If a deified elite was coming for him, the demon bug by Seema wouldn't be able to help him. With the adrenaline pumping through him, the light seemed to last forever. In reality, though, the entire attack took less than a single second. News quickly circulated that a big, scary light had incinerated Hansen's airship within the space of a single second. There was not even dust left to hover around in the vacuum, and Hansen himself was gone. Needless to say, the entirety of Sky Palace was pretty angry about what had taken place. They eagerly wanted to find out where the attack had come from. The relationship between Sky Palace and the Feathers became tense and sour due to the Feathers being the likeliest perpetrator. There was still the chance another faction had tried to frame the already suspicious Feathers, of course, but that wasn't always everyone's first thought. And unfortunately, due to the entire ship being obliterated, along with the complete disappearance of Hansen, most people believed he had been killed. They did not think he could have survived such a strike. Sky Palace and Narrow Moon conducted a joint investigation to find who behind the attack, but there wasn't a single lead to follow up on. They couldn't even find out who cast those powers. They only knew that the power that had attacked the spaceship must have been unleashed by either a half-deified or a fully-fledged deified elite. It couldn't have been done by a high-tech weapon, because weapons like that needed to be set up and prepared. Its presence would have left evidence, too. Items like that would have been found as soon as the investigative teams entered the system. There were no clues or leads for the investigators to pick up, but at least that told them one thing. It told them that it was a person or a creature that was behind the attack. It would take a thinking mind to avoid leaving evidence. Han Sen had run back to the sanctuaries, of course. He did not know if there was an enemy guarding the point he jumped, so he wasn't in a rush to return. He stayed home for a while before going back to the Geno universe. When he teleported through, Han Sen wore the four-faced eight-armed golden Buddha soul armor. He also hid his presence, so no one could discern that he was actually Han Sen. Han Sen, after appearing in space, quickly scanned the area. There were no enemies in the nearby vicinity. It made him feel greatly relieved, and after identifying the nearest planets, he flew in the direction of one. The hyperspeed checkpoint in space had been destroyed with the ship, so there wouldn't be any more ships coming through for quite some time. Fortunately, there was a planet close by where he could book passage. Due to the small size of the planet, it wasn't very civilized. In the Geno universe, this planet was more like a station. There used to be a hyperspace checkpoint there, but it was hardly used anymore. There wasn't a ship that could take Han Sen to Sky Palace. Han Sen booked passage to the Fire Lotus system, hoping he could find a ship there that would take him to Sky Palace. Fire Lotus system was a territory that belonged to the Thousand Treasures, but unfortunately, it wasn't the same group that ran Stay Up Late's Wanjia treasury. Fire Lotus system was just a border system that the Thousand Treasures happened to own. When Han Sen arrived at the Fire Lotus system, he looked for another ship that might take him to Sky Palace. But then, something strange appeared in the midst of space. The emptiness of space opened like a pair of curtains, revealing a weird scroll that hung in the black. In a mind-boggling way that seemed to defy physics itself, the scroll was visible from every planet in the Geno universe as it unfurled. And as it opened, names appeared across its surface. Those names were shining. Even from a billion light-years away, they could be clearly seen. Elites from races all across the universe were represented. Some of these names had been on the scroll for centuries, but they were still known and feared throughout the universe. The scroll continued to unroll, with more and more names becoming visible. From kings to barons, there was at least 10,000 names written for each tier. Every name was the best of their class 100 years ago. It was the greatest moment in those elites' lives. First king, Zhang Xiandao, Sky; second king, Dragon 1, Dragon. Everyone could feel the glory exuded by those names. When the scroll was completely unfurled, all the names shone as if they'd do so forever. And they brightened up the stars. Boom! Space itself was shaking, and the light of the scroll shattered like dust. The scroll in the sky became empty, and then a few words appeared again. First king, Zhang Xiandao, Sky. A shadow appeared on the surface of the bronze scroll. The shadow took the shape of an angelic-looking man. The image grew in size, becoming clearer and more detailed. This was the man who had defeated everyone to reach the top. Blurg! Han Sen almost choked in surprise. That first person on the Geno being scroll, Zhang Xiandao, was the Sky Palace leader. The shadows that appeared behind him displayed the history of his battles across the centuries. Everyone was now able to admire his heroic fights. But then it started showing the following names on the list, and when it reached the 10th king, it showed no more. And then, it moved on to show the number 1 duke. The top 10 of every level appeared on the bronze scroll. The way they fought made people very excited, even those who weren't interested in combat. The shadowed images left the inhabitants of the Geno universe in a state of awe as they cycled through elite after elite. Then, they became dust across the scroll. And when all was said and done, nothing remained of them. The names disappeared from the lists, leaving only empty brackets. All the names from a century ago were gone, including the names of the number 1 king, number 1 duke, and number 1 marquise. All that remained were the empty ranks now. Boom! All the lists cracked, breaking apart to reveal an image that seemed to tear its way through space itself. A picture was forming, one that showcased a mountain, water, stars, suns, and moons. There were seas and clouds, deserts and green fields. This sweeping canvas had expanded across the whole sky. It cycled through the images, focusing on each one in turn. The images flashed by quickly enough to make an observer dizzy. Countless stars began to fall from the painting. To Han Sen's surprise, one of the stars fell directly before his feet. When the glow diminished, he saw that a plain white sheet of paper had landed by his feet. Han Sen glanced around at the others that were nearby. Every person around him had received a similar piece of paper, and many were already writing down their name and race. Some of the more primal creatures that lacked the ability to write would simply press their paws and claws down on the parchment to register. But whether you wrote down your name or pressed your hand against the papers soon regained their glow and flew back into the sky, returning to the bronze scroll. Across countless systems, many of those same star-like lights were racing off into space like an inverse meteor shower. They were all headed for the same bronze scroll. Han Sen glanced at the paper in front of him and started to turn away. But suddenly, he felt himself compelled to write down his name as dollar and list his race as human. As soon as Han finished writing and lifted his fingers off the paper, the registration sheet flew up into the sky and into the scroll. Well, if that god wants to look for a human, I will let him look. If he makes a move, then we will all be able to see what he tries. Han Sen's mind drifted back to the conversation he had with God's retribution. While Han Sen was still mulling all of this over, his paper landed on the scroll with a strange light. Han Sen felt his body twist and distort in a familiar fashion. It reminded him of how it felt to use a teleporter. When the process was over, and his footing was stable again, he found himself standing in the middle of a grassy field. It looks like I'm inside the Geno being scroll. Han Sen looked around. He landed in the precise spot his sheet of paper did. Han Sen continued looking around until he saw a giant monster rushing towards him. It was a Marquis Xenogeneic. The dinosaur-like monster came rumbling forward, but Han Sen did not move. When the monster was in front of him, he just put his hand out and touched the horn protruding from the beast's nose. Boom! The monster stopped like it had hit a wall. Han Sen then punched the monster, sending it flying. The monster's body tore a trench into the ground as it skidded backwards, and it heaved up blood while it squirmed around. It quickly submitted to death. Xenogeneic Marquis hunted. Black steel beast, Xenogeneic gene found. It died that easily? Han Sen was shocked. When his jade skin leveled up to Marquis, Han Sen's body and power became far stronger. It helped a whole lot more than the elevation of his blood pulse sutra did. Many Marquises saw this take place, and when they did, their faces changed. They quickly summoned their white papers and tore them up. Their bodies all twisted and vanished as they departed the Geno being scroll. Han Sen summoned his own paper, looking down at his signature. Now he knew that if he destroyed the paper, he'd lose and be sent out of the scroll. Han Sen would never concede, of course. He commanded the paper to fly, and it hovered next to him like a fairy. People could see the name dollar and the race human. And Han Sen could also see the other Marquises displaying their own papers in a similar fashion. No matter how hard or dirty a fight became, a paper couldn't be affected by anyone other than its owner. Only the owner could decide whether or not they wanted to abandon the scroll. Han Sen was walking on a grassy plain. He had heard that when contestants first entered the Geno being scroll, a bloodbath would ensue. The 10,000 left alive would appear on the list, and then a harder fight would follow to determine final ranking. In the first fight, staying alive and in the scroll were the only things that mattered. If he lasted until there were only 10,000 people left, he'd succeed. Because different races had different powers, some of them were choosing to hide themselves. Han Sen did not plan on hiding, though. He wanted every creature and god to know there was a human named Dollar in the Geno universe. A dragon with wings and dragon horns walked toward Han Senator. He looked at Han Sen's paper and smiled. Human? Never heard of it. Dragon? Han Sen asked the dragon. Dragon 39. You are unlucky to encounter me, Dragon 39 said, raising his head. His masculine body was pumped full of hormones. Not everyone joined the Geno being scroll fight, of course. Not many dragons had decided to participate this time around. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were the only other dragons who had decided to join. Many dragon elders were watching this fight, though. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 had come with Dragon 39, because Dragon 39 was the weakest dragon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Although he was the weakest of the Marquise dragons, to an outsider, any pure dragon was obscenely strong. He was only weak compared to the other pure dragons. What is a human? I have never heard of it. Kill him quick and do not waste time. Dragon 9 smiled. Dragon 39 seemed to hear what he said, and so he roared. Then, he threw a punch at Han Senator. A presence surged before his fist like a raging dragon. Han Sen did not dodge, though. He just threw a punch to meet Dragon 39's. He only used pure, plain strength, though. He didn't even bother summoning a godlight. Huh. You're trying to fight a dragon with pure power? This human might be cute, but he is also naive. Before Dragon 9 finished speaking, his face went blank. Han Sen's fist punched the dragon that was made of a draconic presence, and it made him into something that was like paste. Han Sen punched into the being, pulverizing all the fist came into contact with. Pang! When Han Sen's fist collided with Dragon 39's fist, Dragon 39's face turned crooked. His fist and arm was twisted, too. Dragon 39's fist came against Han Sen's fist like a ball hitting a sheet of steel. The finger bones cracked, making his facial expressions distort. The whole arm was made to twist, shattering the armor as it all occurred. Han Sen's fist was still advancing, as well. It was strong like a piston-driven pillar, driving itself straight into Dragon 39's chest. Dragon 39's muscles were no match, and they immediately buckled to the force and started to cave in. His body was quick to look like a cooked shrimp. Dragon blood gushed as Han Sen's foe went flying backwards. Pang! Dragon 39's body came back down, digging a long trench through the earth. He eventually hit rocks. The velocity of skid was so strong, he broke through the rocks, and it was only then that he came to a stop. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were both in shock. Their mouths were open wide in what best amounted to a fine helping of disbelief. All they could do was stare at the dragon dust. They could not believe their eyes. With dragons' bodies being what they were, it was hard to comprehend one could be defeated so easily by someone of the same tier. That punch almost killed Dragon 39 with ease. It wasn't just the dragon that were in shock either. All the other marquises that witnessed the fight were flabbergasted, too. That was because it was a dragon. The world's bravest swords were of the dragon. One of them had been punched, soaring through the air like a ragdoll. It was quite scary. Human, Dollar. What is that race? Have you heard of them before? No, human, sounds so strange. Scary. Even a dragon's body was punched that way. The bodies of humans are scary. Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar! Dragon 39 roared. His body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Hansen was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogeniac. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before Han Senator. His scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Hansen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force, and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then, though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long, gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend, and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom. 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 The strong xenogeniac body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Hansen grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body as totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. Voila! The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level, surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper, but I don't blame him. A few more hits like that and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquees, and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before. Inside the dragon, Dragon 19 was shocked. Brother 9, do you know what the humans are? We have never heard of the humans before, especially those that might be a higher race. I do not think he is a high race. Dragon 9 looked bad. Dragon 39 was not the strongest, but it was rare to see him get tortured by a being of the same level. The names of human and dollar was swiftly everywhere after that fight. Marquis battles never usually received much attention, and the Bronze Scrolls River area was usually too large. Not many creatures saw Hansen actually commit the deed of torturing Dragon 39, so it wasn't too effective. But when Hansen beat Dragon 39, the other Marquis decided to run away from him like the wind. No one dared bother him. He was someone that could beat the dragons. No one wanted to test if their bones were hard enough to resist a punch off him. Hansen wanted to find a few more guys to practice against, but there were no more marquises in the area. Try as he might, Hansen just couldn't find another combatant. Inside the Geno being Scrolls Viscount area, a 5 or 6-year-old looking boy with white armor was crossing a desert. A crazy cow Viscount saw the little boy from afar. Its 4-meter-tall body came towards him, as the cow's eyes looked at the Baron's paper. Sacred. Han Little Flower. Never heard of. The crazy cow Viscount looked at the little boy and coldly said, "Shorty, no matter where you're from, rip up that paper and get lost. If you don't, I will kill you." Sacred. Han Little Flower. Pleased to meet you. Han Little Flower bowed to the crazy cow Viscount. Huh. You want to die? The crazy cow Viscount shouted. Then, he threw a punch at Han Little Flower's head. He was going to smack his head and body into pieces. Han Little Flower was nervous. This was his first time to fight outside of Sacred. He used all he could to conduct this seriously. How could it be so slow? He must have used some kind of tricks. Auntie Wei did say people are evil. I need to be careful, careful, and more careful. I cannot fall for his tricks. Little Flower thought to himself. He got up and dodged the crazy cow Viscount's punch. He didn't fight back, though. He wanted to see what conspiracy there was behind his enemy. You are good at running. Let me see where you're going. Crazy Cow Viscount roared, shook his fists, and then pursued Little Flower. Crazy Cow Viscount kept attacking Little Flower, but despite all its efforts, it could not hit him. All its scary punches ended up flying harmless past or hitting the ground, kicking up a flurry of sand. Don't run. Fight Grandpa Cow, Crazy Cow Viscount shouted as he chased after Little Flower. He had thrown countless punches, but he couldn't even brush Little Flower's clothing. At the same time, Little Flower was completely confused. Crazy Cow was so ferocious and confident, but Little Flower could not wrap his head around why the creature's attacks were so flawed. This must be a trick Little Flower usually practiced with the elites in Sacred, and even a simple attack from one of those monsters had subtlety and depth. Little Flower had learned that skills that appeared simple were often the most frightening. So, Little Flower thought that Crazy Cow's confidence meant it was a strong enemy. He kept thinking that the cow's awful techniques and misses were some sort of trick. He never once contemplated there might be noobs in the world. But as time went by, Little Flower eventually realized the mistakes were indeed genuine. There was no ulterior motive, and he was not going to be tricked. Fight me! Fight me! Fight me! Crazy Cow was getting mad. He was looking murderous, and there was no fear in his rage-filled eyes. He had punched for so long, but he had yet to even damage Little Flower's clothes. He felt so powerless, and that overwhelming sense of failure drove him even crazier. He wanted to fight, not run around trying to catch a mouse. Suddenly, Crazy Cow Viscount saw Little Flower come to a stop. He was so happy. He gathered up all his power and turned it into speed. He raced forward faster than he ever had in his life, preparing to punch Little Flower. He shouted, "Kid, there is nowhere to run." Little Flower was not planning on running, though. He too lifted a fist, aiming it at Crazy Cow. Good. Come and feel Grandpa Cow's power. Excitement pulsed through Crazy Cow's veins. His big body twisted as he threw all his power into his punch. Pang! Crazy Cow Viscount's giant fist came against Little Flower's own little fist. But Crazy Cow's creepily ecstatic face went blank. He looked shocked at first, and then that shock became horror as his body reversed direction and began to soar backward. With the twinkle of a star, he disappeared somewhere in the distance. Could it really have been that weak? Little Flower froze. He stared up at the sky, not believing what had just happened. Inside another section of the Geno Being Scroll, many fights were raging. People were getting kicked out of the match every second, whittling down the roster to only the 10,000 that were allowed to remain. Hansen slowly walked across a field, but there were no creatures around. Even if he had been really eager to get into a fight, he wouldn't have been able to. He'd been walking for a while, and he still hadn't seen anyone. Time passed, and many more creatures were kicked out. After 10 days, the initial fights came to an end. Hansen spent most of that time waiting. After defeating Dragon 39, he hadn't encountered any other creatures. Hansen was resting on a field when he felt the dimension distort. He eventually found himself back in the Fire Lotus system. The other tier battles ended over the next few days, and when the roster for every tier had been whittled down to 10,000, the painting on the scroll became dust. It started to show the rankings again. Hansen looked over it, and he found himself in the 9,000 bracket of the Marquise tier. He was practically near the end, but there was the figure 2 listed by his name. Hansen started reading the other entries, and he saw that every other being had a number beside their name as well. The higher their rank, the greater their number. Hansen quickly realized what he was looking at. That was the number of enemies they had defeated. After Hansen entered the Geno Being Scroll, he killed Black Steel Beast and Dragon 39. He didn't kill any more marquises, and no one else sought to provoke him. So, his score remained a measly 2. The names up high on the rankings had thousands of wins. But those rankings were just temporary. When the ranked fights began, that was when you fought for first place. Hansen looked at the first few ranks, and he saw Dragon 8 of the Dragon occupying the number 1 slot. The one that was number 2 was just a paw print. What race that was, Hansen hadn't a clue. The next few were beings of races Hansen was unfamiliar with. There was a demon at number 5, however, and its name was Khan. That guy survived and joined the Geno being scroll, huh? Hansen moved on, unconcerned. Hansen looked further down and saw a few more creatures he did not know. There were too many different races in the Geno universe. Hansen hadn't expected to recognize many names, but he did see a few sky in lofty places on the leaderboards. When Hansen looked into the 8,000 ranks, he saw Lone Bamboo's name. It looks like the rankings don't mean much now. Many of the truly scary sorts are probably at the back, like Lone Bamboo, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen looked at the other ranks, but it was like looking at nothing. He didn't know any of them. Hansen turned to the King class tier rankings and saw Knife Queen there. She was 6,000 places away from the top. Since the Sky Palace leader was deified, he couldn't participate in the Geno being scroll. But even if he had been able to, he wouldn't have joined. The first place in the King class rankings was held by Dragon 1. Hansen did not know if it was the Dragon 1 he encountered in Return Ruin Sea or the Dragon 1 from a century ago. They were two different people. The dragons were ranked like that every generation, so there was always more than one Dragon 1. Hansen was not interested in the low-level ranks. He only glanced at the first few lackadaisically. When he looked at the Viscount scoring, though, he was given a shock. Little Flower? Hansen saw the first rank on the Viscount leaderboard read Sacred, Han Little Flower. That cannot be my little flower, can it? Excitement bubbled within Hans Senator. If that was really his son, then Hansen now knew that he was in a place called Sacred. It'd be much easier to find him with that name. For the longest time, he had been unable to find out where Little Flower was being held. It was all because he had no clue where to even begin looking. The universe was far too big. Hansen wanted the rank fights to start soon, so he could confirm that the Viscount leaderboard was true. He wanted to find out if that Little Flower was indeed his son. Hansen was not the only one taking notice of Little Flower, though. Not by a long shot. The whole Geno universe had started to pay attention to the previously unknown Viscount named Little Flower. Most people didn't give Hansen a second thought due to the score he had ended up on, and the title of Sacred was a far more enticing subject to talk about. Sacred was actually a faction, not a race. In fact, it had once conquered all the other races, and its roots reached far back into the history of the universe. Sacred was actually the very first race to light a lantern. Despite their former glory, something awful must have taken place that had sunk the faction into darkness and obscurity. It was commonly believed that all the old sacred elites had vanished from the universe. But now, someone had used the name Sacred to participate in the Geno being Scrolls leaderboard. And in addition to that, that contestant had come out on top of the Viscounts. It was drawing quite a bit of attention. Truthfully, only the oldest people really knew about Sacred and the implications of Little Flower's rise. Most people only admired Little Flower's score because of his tender age. In the Geno universe, size did not represent your age. But, to put it simply, Little Flower just looked like a kid. On a primal planet, an old man stood clutching a staff. His head was that of a dog. He looked at the Geno being Scrolls scoreboard, the Viscount one, in particular. Seeing the name Sacred made his old eyes shine brightly. Sacred has an heir, he asked. Those asterisks holes of Sacred aren't dead yet? Deep in a sea, a dragon-like creature stared up through the water at the scoreboard. The word Sacred worried him. In many places across the Geno universe, mysterious people and creatures were observing the Geno being scoreboard. They all examined the person occupying first place for Viscounts. Sacred and Little Flower's name was suddenly all across the Geno universe. Hansen's rank, meanwhile, was way too low. No one paid attention to the bottom ranks of the marquises. Deciding to remain in the Fire Lotus system for the time being, Hansen browsed the web. He soon came to learn that the most popular marquise wasn't Lone Bamboo or Dragon 8, it was a man known as Evil Eye. Many gamblers had put swathes of money on Evil Eye winning. Some websites had surveys on xenogeneic rankings. On these, Evil Eye had much support. Dragon 8 was in second place in terms of popularity, but Evil Eye was favored multiple times over. Who is this Evil Eye? He has so much support. Is he stronger than Lone Bamboo? Hansen couldn't believe this was correct, and so he tried to find more information on Evil Eye. After checking him out, he realized Evil Eye was actually quite famous. The feathers had the pool of rebirth, and it could reset Geno armaments but also level up a person's talents. The Buddha had a technique that could pass all knowledge and skills to a person of the next generation. But those powers weren't real, physical rebirth. Evil Eye, however, was a person that could really be reborn. So far, no one knew what sort of creature Evil Eye was. No one knew his race, and they only knew his name was Evil Eye. He had become famous long ago, because he used to be indestructible in the Geno universe. Even deified elites died of old age, and the same was true for Evil Eye. But not long after Evil Eye died, another Evil Eye would be born. The new Evil Eye was not of the same race as the first one, and neither was he as strong. When he was found, he was just an earl. But as time passed, this Evil Eye became stronger. He even became stronger than the first Evil Eye. He was unstoppable. As millennia passed, this cycle continued. Every time Evil Eye died, a new Evil Eye would rise from a different race and become stronger than the last. Evil Eye had appeared as a dragon, demon, feather, and even as one of the mecha. The only constant thread connecting the Evil Eyes was their possession of 4 Evil Eyes. But Evil Eye himself had said that there had only been one Evil Eye. He said that there was only him and no others. So, people started to believe that Evil Eye could really be reborn. Whenever he died, he was reincarnated in a new form. What method he used to accomplish this was unknown, as was the reason why he always appeared as a member of a different race. This time, when he was reborn, no one knew what race he belonged to. All that could be gleaned was the name he had on the scoreboard. In the initial battle, he hadn't killed a single opponent. He was at the bottom of the Marquis list, but the name Evil Eye instilled a confidence in the people of the Geno universe that he would be the one to become first rank. After so many cycles of rebirth, his mind had become deified. It was just that his body was still tethered to the level of Marquis. No one would treat him as an ordinary Marquis, though. Even powerful marquises like Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8 would think Evil Eye was better than themselves. Evil Eye was above everyone. I can't believe there's a guy like this out here. It'll be hard to achieve first place, if so. I hope I don't run into him too soon. If I do, all my efforts will go to waste if I end up fighting him here at the beginning. As Hansen read the legends about Evil Eye, his curiosity grew. There were 10,000 marquises who would be engaged in battle, though. He didn't think he'd be unlucky enough to encounter Evil Eye. On the day that the ranked fights were ready to begin, all the people in the Geno universe watched the leaderboards intently. The strong ones did, especially. They were hoping to fight weak enemies, too. Quickly, though, the leaderboard on the Geno being scroll started to move. When it became legible again, it had split into a schedule of fights. Hansen glanced at his listed opponent and noticed it wasn't Evil Eye. This made him feel very relieved. He didn't think he was the best Marquis anymore, and he thought it'd be best if he started with a less desperate fight. But when Hansen looked closer, he was given a shock. His first opponent was listed as Khan, Demon. It looks like my fate is intertwined with Khan's. Hansen smiled. After looking at the opponents he would have to go up against, Hansen glanced over Little Flower's potential foes that were in the Viscount tier. He noticed that in the midst of them all, there was one particular race that he had never heard of before. It was represented by a simple paw print. Ugh, whatever. I don't care. I just need to finish this next fight as soon as I am able to, so I can find out if that Viscount is truly my Little Flower, Hansen thought to himself. The Geno being scroll was special. All the creatures in the galaxy could watch the fights unfold. Even creatures without eyes could feel what was happening in the fights. But no matter what tools or skills you used, nothing could record the fights for later viewing. If you used a machine to try to record any of the matches that were taking place, and you later went to play the files you had created, you would only see footage of a bronze scroll in the sky. The scroll itself would look completely empty. All the tiers started fighting at the same time, so Hansen would have to finish his fights before Little Flower did. That way, he could race to see Little Flower. The teams were established, and again, the names upon the scroll became dust. A painting then appeared instead. Same as before, Hansen felt things around him become distorted. He soon entered the scroll again, and the paper with his name written on it appeared next to him. But the arena was different than it had been the last time. This time, he was on the sea. His body hovered above the waves. He looked around and saw a demon man a few thousand meters away. He was looking at Hansen, too. Khan saw Hansen and frowned. He couldn't tell what race his opponent was beneath the gold armor he was clad in, but he presumed him to be a demon. Dollar? Human? Khan looked at Hansen's paper and mulled the details over to himself. He was the strongest Marquis demon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Even so, Khan was not a reckless man, and he had taken the time to research every Marquis that he might be going against. In regards to the human dollar, Khan knew he had defeated Dragon 39. So, Khan would not underestimate him. Catcha! Khan became as energenic. He grew to 10 meters tall, and a demonic air gathered around his body. When Hansen saw Khan become a giant, he was surprised. He didn't know how the demon did it. Previously, Hansen had annihilated his giant body, but he was fine now. He had been fixed, and he was a giant just like before. He seemed to be even stronger than before. His transformation was a little different this time around, though. He was wearing a pair of gloves, which did not break as his body grew larger. They expanded with him. The gloves looked to have been forged from black steel, but they were laden with spikes. One of them in particular was extremely long, and its tip was sharper than a needle. Khan had learned from his mistakes. He had repeatedly practiced with giant techniques, and in doing so, he obtained a treasure he'd be able to use in that form. It was for emergencies, in the event a killing blow missed. The glove was a king-class weapon called Lightning Spike. If Khan hadn't been so special to the demons, he wouldn't have been allowed to use a king-class weapon. Although Khan couldn't access all of its power, he could still use some of it. It was enough to maximize his punching speed for a Marquis. With Lightning Spike, his punching speed was as great as the Red Cloud. No one could take advantage of him when it came to speed now. He had the power of a giant, and it was coupled with the speed of the Lightning Spike. Khan didn't know if he could defeat Evil Eye, but he was confident in his ability to compete WKH Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8. He was certain that he could reach the top 10. Khan was not naive enough to think his current position within the top 5 could be maintained. Many elites did not care about the top ranking as they stood, though. Many of the top elites were happy enough to stay at the bottom of the list right now, but he would be satisfied if he could remain within the top 10 when all was said and done. Go to hell! Khan roared. His giant body came running towards Hansen across the sea. The gloves he wore were like black bolts of lightning. They came before Hansen in a stunning display of strength. Sky Demon powers, when married with the speed of the lightning spikes, was something Khan hoped wouldn't miss. With the addition of his giant powers, few could withstand a devastating blow like that. He just had to ensure his hit landed on the target. It was a fight Hansen wished to end quickly. Seeing Khan rushing towards him like this was perfect. He cast his Blood Pulse Sutra and Jade Skin and threw a punch towards the giant Khan. The crystallized blood boiled inside Hansen's body. His flesh became jade, as two separate powers fused inside him. But Hansen did not release a Jadeskin godlight. He only used the actual strength of his body to combat Khan's incoming fist. Catcha! The lightning spike punched through Hansen's gold-plated gauntlet. Khan looked murderous, wanting to ram the spike on through Hansen's body. The next second, Khan looked on in disbelief. The mighty lightning spike had only managed to pierce Hansen's armor. When it punched through the garb and came into contact with Hansen's skin, it rang with the sound of rattled metal and could not go any further. When Hansen's jade skin became Marquis level, it was a much stronger change than what had occurred with the Blood Pulse Sutra. Now, his body was as sturdy as a top-tier dragon's. Boom! The two Goliath powers collided. The ripples of the shockwave were so devastating that they created waves that were 100 meters high. Khan's body was sent stumbling backward a few hundred meters, too. Hansen, on the other hand, only fell back 10 meters. Khan and the other demons that were watching this were in shock. The vitality of Khan's giant body ought to have been unrivaled. Not many could beat him, especially of the Marquis rank. For $1 to beat Khan's giant power was more than surprising. Wow, I wonder what humans are. How can they be that scary and strong? They are scarier than the dragon, someone exclaimed. Khan snarled. He was officially peeved now, because he could not believe that someone had just bested him with raw strength. He could only assume that it must have been a fluke, and so he gathered up more power to attack Hansen again. I don't have time to fight you. I need to see Little Flower. Hansen raised his hand, and then a gold light appeared between his fingers. It became a coin. Ding! Hansen moved his fingers, launching the coin out to strike Khan's incoming fist. The coin became stuck to the giant fist that was surging with power. And as soon as it was attached to the hand, Khan's fist was yanked down as if a mountain had just fallen across it. It wasn't just the fist that fell either. Khan's entire body dropped with his fist, falling into the sea that resided below the two fighters. Pang! Khan couldn't stand atop the water either. The phantom weight he had been afflicted with had to be far too heavy to allow that. He fell straight into the water, and beneath its waves, he started to sink fast. Hansen was rather surprised by this himself. This was the first time he had ever used his modified coin powers, and the results had exceeded his expectations. Hansen had used Turtle, the Sky Palace Force, and Suppress Evil to modify his own skill coin. He couldn't use it in front of others in fear of revealing his identity, so these results were pretty decent for the skill's first use in real combat. After all, it was quite the feat for Coin to have the encumbering strength to make Khan's giant body plunge into the sea. Khan's attempts at resisting the force had been entirely futile. Pang! 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 That coin was like a mountain attached to the giant's right glove. Not even Khan's power could keep him from sinking. The water churned as the giant kept thrashing about in the sea. His power pushed the water away, but it was ultimately pointless. He couldn't swim, and slowly, his body began to sink. The deeper he got, the less his thrashing disturbed the surface of the water. It was difficult to tell how far Khan went down exactly. Now Hansen almost regretted the decision to make use of the technique, though. He wanted to get through this fight quickly, but Khan was now someplace under the sea. The power of Coin would only suppress Khan, not kill him. To finish his foe off for good, Hansen would have to do so in the water. Before Hansen joined Khan in the sea, however, there was a flash of white light. A shattered paper appeared, bearing Khan's name. Hansen was shocked once more. He had only made Khan fall into the water. Why would Khan give up so swiftly by ripping up his paper? The demon and his frightful body could traverse and survive the expanse of space, after all. The other demons that watched this fight were confused, too. They did not know why Khan conceded the fight after falling into the sea. Hansen hadn't realized what he had truly done to Khan. Khan was strong, but his giant body was heavy. With the coin, he kept sinking and sinking into the deep sea. But that ocean was bottomless. He had gone down at least 30,000 meters, and there was no end to be found and no sign of a seabed showing up anytime soon, either. What's more, the sheer pressure of the water was becoming unbearably strong. Khan wanted to swim up, out, and away, but there was too much pressure on his fist now. Unless he let go of the lightning-spiked gloves, he'd sink with them to a dire end. Above all, though, Khan acknowledged he wasn't going to win. And if he gave up his lightning spikes, he'd certainly have no chance of fighting his opponent. Losing that king-class item would be the worst result of all, so he settled for giving up the fight and just forfeiting his participation in the Geno-being scroll. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance and that it was for the best, but still, it made him very depressed. He had no idea how he had lost the fight so easily. The dimension around Hansen then became distorted. He came out of the Geno-being scroll, appearing back on planet Fire Lotus. Hansen quickly looked at the bronze scroll, but Han Littleflower's fight had already ended. I was too slow. Hansen sighed. And then, he browsed the web. Many creatures were discussing Littleflower's fight. And then, Hansen realized it did not matter how fast he was, as he was going to be beaten no matter what. Littleflower's fights in the Viscount tier never seemed to last longer than a measly 3 seconds. According to the description of what happened, Hansen was able to learn that Littleflower was a boy in white armor. His face couldn't be described due to the aforementioned armor. All in all, though, the descriptions matched Littleflower's age. Hansen felt depressed. His phone rang then, and he heard Stay Up Late's voice on the other end. Stay Up Late sounded so excited, and he said, "Have you seen Han Littleflower in the Geno-being scroll? He looks just like Littleflower." I was busy. I couldn't watch it. Hansen felt depressed. That is a shame. The fight was so fast, I would have liked to see more. But it really did look like Littleflower. It'd be pretty amazing if it was him. Stay Up Late was now in an even greater rush to find him. Although Hansen had performed well, his fight didn't attract much notice. Aside from some demons and dragons spectating, few others watched him perform. Han Littleflower was the one who became the center of attention. Everyone watched him fight because of his power. And in addition to that, many wished to confirm his identity from the fights and try to determine if he really was from Sacred. There were many more fights to come, and Hansen finished each one as fast as he could. But every time, Littleflower was faster than he was. And because of that, he never had the chance to see him. Littleflower was popular all around. He one-hit killed everything. No one had been able to come close to beating him thus far. Too scary. What race is Littleflower? Even demons and dragons are beaten by him. He is too scary. I don't know what kind of monster can be that scary. Sacred is not a race, though. Sacred is a place. He looks like one of the sky. Only the sky can raise someone this sick. The sky are strong, but they're not that strong. Throughout the universe, people tried to guess Littleflower's true identity. But no one was able to deduce who he really was. While Hansen sat in a restaurant, he heard such discussions. He felt depressed he couldn't see Littleflower's fights. Is that kid really my son? Hansen wondered. Inside the realm of the dragon, Dragon 9, Dragon 19, and Dragon 39 were waiting for Dragon 8. When he arrived, they got up to welcome him. Brother 9, Sister 19, Brother 39, are you all here to celebrate me? Dragon 8 smiled. Dragon 19 spoke. Brother 8, we saw your schedule. In 2 more rounds, you will face off against some human named Dollar. Does it matter who I fight? Dragon 8 said carelessly. This guy is very strong. He is scary. Brother 39 was unable to withstand his punch. Khan became a giant, but even he was beaten. We watched his fights, and each one was a crushing victory. I don't know where that guy came from, but you can most certainly not underestimate him. He is like our best dragon. Don't be careless against him, Dragon 19 said. To me, every enemy is the same. Even with Evil Eye in front of me, I will win. Dragon 8 spoke calmly, but his eyes sparkled with confidence. I hope that Dollar is as strong as you say. The stronger the better, really. Hansen didn't get to see Little Flower fight, so he went to watch others fight instead. Of the Marquises, he managed to watch Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo fight. Hansen wanted to see Evil Eye fight, but he soon learned that all of Evil Eye's opponents gave up whenever they were pitted against him. No one wished to battle someone that frightening. Hansen thought he wouldn't get to see Evil Eye fighting that day, but much to his surprise, he did. That day, a creature was brave or foolish enough to stay and fight. That creature had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like a demon wearing silver armor. Its 2 lower hands gripped rods, while its other 4 arms wielded a knife, a sword, an axe, and a stick individually. Each of the beast's heads was unique. The middle head was that of a bird, while the other 2 bore demonic faces. The left looked female, whereas the right 2 looked male. The 3 heads looked as if they could talk to each other, as well. The weapons in the creature's 6 hands were shining brilliantly against Evil Eye. The lights were strange, and each sheen was of a different color. It looked like it wielded a variety of different powers. The rod was wood. The knife was gold. The sword was water. The axe was fire. The stick was earth. All 5 weapons were unleashing light together. It looked as if they worked together in a formation, and when the 5 powers gathered up, the attack power was given a boost. Hansen thought that when the 5 powers combined, they'd be as strong as his body. There are many hidden elites scattered throughout this universe. One elite can combine all these powers? Judging from all of these skills and abilities, there is no doubt he is one of the greatest Marquises out there. That power he has combined is almost as great as my power, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen looked at the 3-headed, 6-armed creature's slip of paper. It said, Destroyed, Rage Man. Hansen realized Destroyed was one of the top 5 races in the Geno Hall. That was why this being was so strong. Hansen looked at Rage Man's opponent. He was wearing a purple and white set of armor. The purple bone flowers on the armor were raised from its surface. Hansen couldn't see his face, but his body was shaped like a human's. After being reborn this time, no one knew what race Evil Eye belonged to. When Rage Man attacked, Evil Eye didn't fight, but he traveled through the bushes around him like the wind. Rage Man made full use of his power, but he still could not touch Evil Eye. Evil Eye, are you merely going to keep dodging? Rage Man suddenly stopped. His 6 eyes stared at Evil Eye with a smile. Evil Eye stood where he was, and when he replied, his voice was toneless. You are the first creature that has dared to fight me. For that, I will spare your life. The others might be scared of you, but I am not. You can say something like this when I let you survive. Rage Man looked very angry, and his weapons rattled in his hands. Around Evil Eye, many lights formed. 5 different colors blended together to become one singular, albeit giant light. The light trapped Evil Eye in its beam. Power burst out of Rage Man as he tried to squeeze and condense the light around his opponent. He was trying to kill Evil Eye. Hansen was surprised. Rage Man's light skill was similar to Hansen's knife silks. Hansen's knife silks could be cast whenever, but Rage Man needed 5 elements to create his prison. That meant his skill had a restriction, compared to Hansen's knife silks that could be used whenever. Seeing Rage Man able to use power like that, Hansen knew he was a special person. Where are you going to hide now? Rage Man shouted. The 5 lights tightened around his enemy, and it looked likely to mince Evil Eye's body into tiny bits. Evil Eye was still in the light. He lifted his right hand to press against the light. The people watching expected an amazing fight to unfold. But when Evil Eye's hand touched the light shattered. The formation of light became a mess of simple beams. It was like a vortex existed on Evil Eye's hand, pulling them in casually. Evil Eye collected all those lights in his hand, until a baseball-sized orb of light gathered on his palm. The light looked scarier than it had earlier, like some sort of bomb. This, impossible, Rage Man stuttered. His hardest attack with 5 elemental powers had been unable to do a speck of damage to Evil Eye. Evil Eye broke it and confiscated the power for himself. Evil Eye threw the colorful orb of light at Rage Man. It looked like a basic, casual lob, but the light orb warped space as it stormed toward Rage Man. It didn't even leave Rage Man an opening to dodge. Rage Man roared. He used his 5 weapons to gather up another orb of light and fired this newly created orb back at the light orb that was currently on its way to him. Boom! Rage Man had done his absolute best to gather up all his power and strike the other light orb with the new one. The 2 airborne orbs of light exploded as they collided. Arg! The results weren't good for Rage Man, as each of his weapons was immediately destroyed in the chaotic power unleashed against him. Furthermore, his armor shattered, and every single item he was currently carrying was destroyed in the blink of an eye. However, the strangest thing about all of this was that Rage Man was not injured. Even after he screamed for what he thought would be the last time, he turned out to be fine. That scary power had only broken his armor and weapons. Every item he possessed was destroyed, but he himself was not injured. He didn't even have a single singed hair. Rage Man screamed because he thought he was going to die. He was not injured, and so he just stood where he was. With his mouth agape, his face turned green. He looked embarrassed. I told you I wasn't going to kill you, Evil Eye said. Rage Man's 3 faces turned green and red. He ripped apart his paper and left the Geno being scroll. Evil Eye really is Evil Eye. The elite from Destroyed was like a baby before him. They weren't on the same level. He used Rage Man's power to defeat him, and somehow managed to do it without hurting him. Evil Eye controls his power like a god. He is supposed to be deified. I don't know how many times he has been. It looks like there are no others likely to become number 1 in the Marquis rankings. Rage Man is just as good as Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo, but if even he was that useless against Evil Eye, no other Marquis stands a chance of beating him. It looks like the occupant for number 1 is settled. Evil Eye, what a scary man. The people that watched the fight were in shock. They greatly admired Evil Eye. He was too good for the others to even be jealous of his talents. After having witnessed Evil Eye and Rage Man's battle, Hansen was in shock. It was primarily due to the manner in which Evil Eye won the fight. Rage Man's bolt of power had been a combination of 5 different elemental energies, and Evil Eye broke it in a way that was hauntingly reminiscent of Super Spank. The strike had eliminated the sequence structure of the opponent's technique and then gone even further to rebuild it. Evil Eye has a power that is extremely similar to the Dongxian Sutra. He will be a difficult foe to deal with. Hansen frowned. He couldn't learn too much from the fight, though. Someone like Rage Man couldn't push Evil Eye hard enough to show what his true capabilities were. We're going to need someone like Lone Bamboo to go up against Evil Eye. Hansen perused the list to see if that could happen, but ended up finding an unfortunate factoid. If he and Evil Eye kept winning their fights, Hansen would encounter Evil Eye before Lone Bamboo would. Hansen wouldn't be able to watch Lone Bamboo go up against Evil Eye unless he himself lost to Lone Bamboo. And before he encountered Lone Bamboo, he'd have to deal with Dragon 8. He was one of Hansen's next opponents. This schedule is very bad. Why are all these big baddies being pitted against me? Hansen felt his depression rise. He was not afraid of his opponents, but he did not want to put too much effort into winning the competition. Hansen looked at another tier's round of bouts. He saw Xiaqing King doing well with the earls. But then his heart jumped as he read Xiaqing King's name. Xiaqing King had only put the name Xiaqing down. He hadn't written down his race. Hansen kept scrolling through the earl list in worry, but after seeing everyone's name, he was brought a modicum of relief. Gu Qingqing hadn't written down her name, so perhaps she had not participated. If she had joined, with her race being identified as a human, that would not bode well. There was every chance that the renegade god would want to hunt her down. Hansen quickly called Zero. He was afraid their communications might be monitored, and that was why he didn't contact Planet Eclipse directly. With so much going on right now, he'd forgotten all about this. Hansen told Zero about his talk with God's retribution. He then asked Zero to get in touch with Gu Qingqing and the others, to inform them not to mention anything about humans that hailed from the sanctuaries. Hansen had said this before, but to be safe, he thought it was best to remind them again. Zero thought that Xiaqing King was their only companion who had joined the fights. Not many people liked to participate in bouts that didn't offer many benefits. Only Xiaqing King, who loved a good fight, had joined. After Hansen finished a quick fight, he went to watch Xiaqing King's combat. Xiaqing King's Geno armament let him draw his opponent, so he could stand by and watch the enemy fight its own shadow clone. He did this often, and whenever the enemy was winded or tired, he would swoop in to finish them with a punch. It was quite a shocking performance he kept giving, especially for an earl. Hansen saw Isha fighting, too. That woman was far too violent, he thought. Her teeth powers were enough to make the mightiest of kings run away. She hadn't yet encountered anyone half deified, though. But at least ordinary kings wouldn't be able to defeat her. But Hansen hadn't managed to see Little Flower, and this boy was the one person he wished to watch more than any other. Little Flower's legacy building was an ongoing thing, but perhaps it was because he had yet to fight a strong foe. Perhaps that was the whole reason he had proven unbeatable thus far. My next fight is versus Dragon 8. I hope it won't cause me too much trouble. Hansen wasn't interested in prolonged fights. He just wanted to get through each engagement as easily as possible. Hansen's fight with Dragon 8 had drawn quite the crowd, though. Not many people had focused on his last few fights, but this time, he was going up against the infamous Dragon 8. Many races had been investigating Dragon 8 to gain an advantage in the rankings for themselves or their heirs. Their focus was always on Dragon 8, of course. Hansen drew attention when he entered the fight, and someone realized that he was the same man that had defeated Khan. Who is this human dollar? He sure doesn't look feeble. Anyone who could beat Khan must have some amount of strength. But while that may be true, he cannot be stronger than Dragon 8. Dragon 8 will win this fight. Let's see how much trouble Dollar can cause him first, though. If he can at least injure Dragon 8 or reveal much of his true strength, then Dragon 8 will be in danger when fighting Lone Bamboo next. It does not matter. Regardless of who wins, Evil Eye will be first. Our Evil Eye is so strong. Evil Eye is invincible. Regardless of a conversation's subject matter, it eventually drifted to Evil Eye. In that Geno being scroll, Evil Eye received more attention than any king. When Hansen re-entered the Geno being scroll, his opponent was Dragon 8. Hansen looked directly at Dragon 8. He was like all the other dragons Hansen had witnessed before, in that he was extremely strong and exuded a frightening presence. His life force looked like a volcano that was in the midst of an eruption. The dragons were fearless and confident, and even through their plates of armor, Hansen could recognize them in an instant. Hansen had fought many dragons by this point, so he knew much about them. Dragon 8 sure seemed different from Dragon 9, though. He had gold armor that didn't look too different from the four-faced, eight-armed Buddha soul armor. He didn't hold a dragon spear, though. Instead, he just stood before Hansen with his fists. Both of them wore gold armor. Dragon 8 was 3 meters tall, whereas Han Sen was 2 meters tall. And Han Sen did not have muscle like Dragon 8. His figure was quite slim, by comparison. And Dragon 8 had those intimidating dragon wings. It all made Dragon 8 appear much stronger than Han Sen. They are both wearing gold armor, but why does Dragon 8 look so elegant, whereas Dollar looks practically disheveled? This is Dragon 8 of the dragon. They naturally possess that elegant presence. Elites from a smaller place cannot exude the presence of such nobility. Yeah. Now it looks like only one of them is a noble, and the other is a cheap knockoff. But that Dollar doesn't look weak. Perhaps he will be able to make Dragon 8 sweat and get us more information. I hope he lasts long enough for us to learn something valuable. When our heirs fight Dragon 8, it will be far easier for them to win. The dragons and the demons that watched the fight weren't happy. They had been watching Dollar for some time, and they knew he was a tough foe. Especially Dragon 9 and the others. They really worried about Dragon 8. They weren't worried about Dragon 8 not winning, though. They were merely worried over the mysterious Dollar and his unknown capabilities. They did not want to see Dragon 8 get tricked. On a mountain that was composed of black stones, Dragon 8 calmly looked down upon his opponent Han Senator. He began slowly flapping his wings. Each flap was stronger than the last. He was different from Dragon 9 and the others. Dragon 8 was not fond of the traditional dragon spears that the others favored. He vastly preferred using his own body as a weapon. He was confident in his own abilities as his greatest asset. Dragon 8's body tore through the fabric of space and appeared directly in front of Han Senator. His fist was like a rocket of steel, primed to strike Han Sen's head. Before the fist landed, though, his gold draconic presence was ruptured with lightning. Han Sen did not dodge. Instead, he raised his fist up to meet his opponent's strike. Pang! The fists came at each other, and when they collided, both of their bodies rattled. But even so, neither of them fell back an inch. They only leaned backwards, with their arms still forward. It all transpired within a single second. And before the onlookers could blink, their bodies had straightened out again. They each bounced back with another punch. Their fists came at each other repeatedly, then. Dragon 8 and Han Sen were frozen in the skies of battle, with fists hitting fists over and over. That Dollar's body is remarkably strong. He can actually fight Dragon 8, right off the bat. Many people and creatures were impressed by the spectacle. Dragons were the bravest across the whole universe. Everyone knew they were strong, and Dragon 8 was the strongest of the current generation. His dragon body was top class, and there was no doubt about that. A marquise of a race that had never been heard of before was now fighting against that dragon body. Dollar's gold figure now seemed a little spooky. Evil Eye had finished his fight around this time. He was spared what little trouble a fight would cost, too, for his opponent had conceded. After looking over the roster of current fights, Evil Eye's first thought was to look for Lone Bamboo. But surprisingly, Lone Bamboo had finished his own fight as well. So, Evil Eye looked at a few other places. Some others he was interested in were still fighting, but many had finished already. He decided to take a look at Dragon 8, and there he found Han Sen fighting in a way that shocked him. Evil Eye had only wanted to see Dragon 8, but when he saw the fight, his focus immediately shifted to Han Sen. What are you looking at? A little girl stood next to him. She pulled his hand, raised her head, and stared right at him. She looked so curious. I have seen a guy who quite interests me, Evil Eye said simply. When the little girl heard that, the curious look on her face vanished. She looked disappointed, and she said, he must be a dead man walking, then. Interesting ones always die early. Yes, that is their destiny. The blame cannot be laid on me. Evil Eye smiled. The little girl smiled, too. Why do interesting people always die early? Does God not like them? Evil Eye shook his head. No. God loves them. That is why they get to experience so many interesting things. They are usually dangerous, though, and that is why they die earlier than most. I guess that makes sense. The little girl felt as if something was amiss, but she couldn't quite tell what it was. The little girl then proceeded to ask, "Is this interesting man you're talking about going to die soon?" "He won't die all that easily," Evil Eye said, with a slump of his shoulders. "What if he ends up meeting you?" the little girl asked, blinking. "I don't like people who are more interesting than me," Evil Eye said, coldly. The two of them walked towards an old city, hand in hand. The little girl repeatedly asked him questions. Pang! A scary power broke across the mountain, cutting a massive crater in its craggy surface. Han Sen and Dragon 8's bodies were sent flying by the impact. They both flew back exactly 50 meters. They looked at each other across the pit. "This is a good fight. But I'm afraid we are only just getting started." "I hope you can last longer," Dragon 8 said. Then, his body burst at the seams with a massive dragon light. He became taller, and his form rippled with muscles. Ghost dragon scales spread all over him, becoming an armor set. His body looked to have been made of gold. The xenogenic Dragon 8 was even stronger. The gold dragon heir became an evil breaker dragon light. It was different from Dragon 9's evil breaker dragon light. Dragon 8's evil breaker dragon light wasn't as concentrated, but it had a massive power that Dragon 9 had lacked. Dragon 8's xenogenic dragon body was in the air now, and it didn't attack yet. Its gold eyes peered down at Han Sr. "My gold dragon body is indestructible. I hope you are prepared." Han Sen looked at Dragon 8 and quietly reprimanded him. "You shouldn't reveal your powers to the enemy. The dragon are fearless. Even if the whole world knows my powers, it is fine. I will still win," Dragon 8 said. He then flapped his wings and teleported directly in front of Han Sen. But this time, Dragon 8 didn't just use his fists. When he approached, his whole body became a lethal weapon. It was like a mercury spill that sought to ravage Han Sen's body with a flurry of constant attacks. Finger. Palm. Fist. Elbow. Leg. Knee. Back. Wing. Horn. Leg. Shoulder. Even the gold dragon's hair became a lethal weapon. When his body moved, there was power. Dragon 8's entire body became a gold-killing machine. Dragon 8 had completely abandoned defense, as all his skills were based on attacking. After all those unleashed attacks, Dragon 8 became stronger. Like waves, stacking together, the dragon light grew larger. Han Sen was something of a grandmaster when it came to close-quarter combat. He wasn't outmatched by Dragon 8, and so he could counter every strike, using finger against finger and palm against palm. Han Sen was able to break every attack Dragon 8 attempted. Dragon 8's attacks were strong like a swelling tide, but he lacked defense. If his attacks were flawed, then he would be open to a strike. Han Sen found his opportunity, and his hand became a knife as it swiped across Dragon 8's chest. A firework of sparks erupted as he sliced through the gold dragon scales to expose his flesh and gold blood. Dragon 8 showed no concern for the wound he had just incurred, though. He continued to attack Han Sen, as if the injured body was not even his. And what's more, the wound healed in a second, anyway. Not even a scar remained. Pang! Because Han Sen had just struck Dragon 8, it was too late for him to dodge the counterstrike. He used his arm to block Dragon 8's fist, but the armor shielding his arm was broken by Dragon 8's blow. Han Sen's body was sent back 50 meters before he was able to come to a stop and stabilize himself. His feet had dug trenches in the ground all the way. Dragon 8 roared and did not relent in his assault. He was too strong to be suppressed now. It is no wonder that the dragon are considered the bravest in the world. With an attack power like this, they do not have to fear anyone on the same level, Han Sen complimented his opponent. His power wasn't as great as Dragon 8's. Jade skin made his body sturdier, but when it leveled up to Marquise, it gave him some ice powers, too. The evolution wasn't entirely focused on making his body sturdier, so when compared to the gold dragon body, he was in inferior shape. Hansen could not use Jadeskin godlights in this fight, or people might suspect he was Han Senator if he had been able to, though, he'd have fared a much better chance. Dragon 8 was continuously growing stronger. Hansen was at a vast disadvantage right now, and even the spectators were surprised by how things were turning out. Dragon 8 is very powerful. With this much strength, felling dukes must be an easy feat. The race of the dragon is getting stronger. Dragon 8 is only the 8th of this generation, as well. He is so strong. No one of the same level can ever hope to beat him. Dollar is not bad, I'll give him that. After all, he has pushed Dragon 8 to this point. This was the first time he has had to make use of his gold dragon body in a ranked fight. Dollar is actually quite strong. He must be one of the best marquises in the universe. If he didn't have the misfortune of being pitted against Dragon 8, he could definitely have gone much further. I bet reaching the top 10 would not be all that difficult for him. What a shame. Dragons are still the strongest. With the power that they wield, and with the addition of gold dragon bodies, Dragon 8 can most certainly challenge Evil Eye. I think so. Gold dragon body makes Dragon 8 invincible, but adding to that, his attack power seems to know no bounds. It keeps increasing. If his gold dragon body is strong enough, he could very well engage a king. Fighting a king is a bit of an exaggeration, I think. No matter how strong his gold dragon body is, he cannot withstand the power that a king wields. But if this continues, he could definitely rival a duke without much trouble. Inside Sky Palace, Yun Sui, Yun Sushang, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day were watching the fights together. Yun Sui was shocked. The dragon is so powerful. I think the bodies of the sky might be weaker than theirs. Thousand Feather Crane nodded and said, as one of the 10 higher races, the dragon are indeed stronger than we are. But simple vitality isn't our area of expertise. Battles always boil down to one thing, and that is a fighter's skills in combat. But yes, this Dragon 8 is the most physically powerful. Out of those in Sky Palace, I believe only Lone Bamboo can challenge him. What about Hansen? Yun Sui said. Hansen is strong, but he is not of the sky. I am merely comparing the sky and the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane smiled at Yun Sui. Yun Sui blushed. I was just saying. We don't know where Hansen even is right now, anyway. First Day sighed. After First Day spoke, Yun Sui immediately looked depressed. Yun Sushang said, didn't Mr. Dream say that Hansen is still alive, though? Mr. Dream isn't one to tell lies. I am sure he will be back here soon enough. I know he will be. It's just a shame he could not participate in the Geno being scroll, Yun Sui said. Hansen saw that Dragon 8 was growing stronger and stronger without any sign of stopping. Hansen had managed to hurt him a few times, but after each wound, Dragon 8's recovery powers proved too much. He was like new moments after every injury. Hansen couldn't use his teeth powers, and even if he could, it might not have proven able to tear the gold dragon body to shreds. Dragon 8 was correct in what he had spoken. There was no need for him to be afraid of anyone on the same level as him. Even if the opponent knew about his powers beforehand, it was likely that there was nothing they could do to beat him. Hansen could fight Dragon 8, but he could not use many of his powers now that he was in his dollar persona. So, he gave up fighting with Dragon 8. Giving up did not mean Hansen was willing to lose, though. He just wanted this to be over. Dragon 8 was like a killing machine as he pursued Senator Hans and couldn't shake him, so he resolved to do something. Dragon 8's fist appeared in front of him again, and he gathered up something gold to challenge it. It was a coin, and it was aimed at Dragon 8's forehead. It went for him like a bolt of lightning. At such a close distance, Dragon 8 was unable to dodge. He wouldn't have thought of doing that anyway, even if he had enough time. He ignored the coin and continued coming for Hansen. Hansen threw a punch at Dragon 8. His fist slipped silently through the air and was immediately repulsed. Hansen's body floated up like a cloud as he was punched away. Hansen hung weightlessly in the sky, but he looked down upon Dragon 8 calmly. The coin was fixed to Dragon 8's forehead now. Dragon 8 crouched and then flapped his wings, wanting to close the distance and return to battling Hansen up in the sky. But when he flapped his dragon wings, he found himself unable to lift off. He was still on the ground. Everyone was shocked, not sure what was going on. It seemed that something was wrong with Dragon 8. It seemed like he was being held back by something, but the dragon's evil breaker powers should have been able to remove any ailment put upon them. Seal powers would not work on them, and that was half the reason why they were considered invincible. But right now, Dragon 8 was being suppressed by some force. He was unable to fly, which put him in a dire position. You are too cocky. The dragon body is definitely strong, but it isn't impervious to everything, Hansen said with certainty as he hung in the air. Dragon 8 roared, and his dragon light erupted like a volcano. He grabbed the coin on his forehead and tried to rip it off. But no matter how much dragon light he released, the coin was still stuck to his forehead. It wouldn't come off. Many people saw Dragon 8 trying to remove the coin from his forehead. Instead of attacking, Hansen just drifted in the sky, watching Dragon 8 struggle with the coin. No matter how much he tried, though, the coin remained fixed to his forehead. Dragon 8 was angry. He did not care about the coin. He wanted to get Hansen, and so he threw a punch into the dragon light on his fist blasted out like a volcano, but when Dragon 8 stepped forward, his knees went soft and buckled. He fell to his knees on the ground. When he had tried to attack Hansen, his body immediately buckled under the pressure. Everyone was shocked to see a coin suppress an elite like Dragon 8 in such a manner. It was a skill that no one had heard of before. Ding! The number displayed upon the coin was 1. When Dragon 8 stepped forward, that figure became 2. Already, the pressure upon him was twice as heavy. That was precisely why Dragon 8 had fallen to his knees with such a force that the earth caved in. What kind of Geno art is this? It can suppress even the dragon. I've never heard of something like this before. He must have a body that is as mighty as the dragon. And with a creepy Geno art like that? Whoa. Humans are scary things. I wonder where these humans come from. If we are able to claim this race and fold them into our own, they could prove very useful. The elites, seeing the name dollar and the race name of human, looked strange. Ideas began to hatch inside their heads. Dragon 8 stood up from the ground, swinging a wild punch aimed at Han Senator. His body was still suppressed by the coin, though, so the punch moved slowly. It was also rather weak, for he needed most of his power to hold back the force of the coin upon him. Hansen remained motionless in the air, not even bothering to dodge. He simply punched Dragon 8's gold dragonlight and shattered it. Ding! The figure on the coin jumped from 2 to 3. The pressure increased even more. Dragon 8 suffered an enhanced amount of force. He had suspected an increase such as this could come about, so he had readied himself to withstand it without falling. Coin, which Hansen had modified, still had that special connection with him. Just like Hansen's saving money skill, the coin would increase pressure the more Hansen imbued it with power. But the only downside to this was that Hansen had to use his own power to increase the pressure. If he was interrupted during this process, the force of gravity would come to an end. Dragon 8 would not be able to interrupt Hansen easily, though. He had been too confident in his gold dragon body. If he had used his gold dragon body to try and break the coin before it landed or perhaps even dodge it, he would not have found himself in such a situation. Ding! The number on the coin changed once more. It had now gone from 3 to 4. Dragon 8's body began to tremble beneath the weight, and it was becoming incredibly difficult to move in the slightest. That Geno art is too scary. It's still increasing pressure? Thousand Feather Crane was shocked. It wasn't only Thousand Feather Crane feeling this way, though. All who looked upon this fight were surprised, and chills ran down their spines. Seeing someone like Dragon 8 get suppressed like that made their heads itch. If Dollar attacked Dragon 8 now, it was unlikely that Dragon 8 could repel the attack or fight back. He was going to lose. Hansen wanted to see how strong Dragon 8 really was, though. He did not attack. Instead, he just increased the amount of power in the coin. Hansen had a bit of a grudge against the dragon, and dealings with them were likely far from over. Knowing more about what they could withstand might prove beneficial. Killing Dragon 8 here would not affect the dragon, but getting information from him would be a boon. Hansen would not be silly not to gather. Ding! When the coin reached the number of 7, the rocks beneath Dragon 8's feet were crushed like tofu. His body began to sink lower into the stony ground. Pang! Dragon 8's head leaned forward as his whole body began to sink into the rocks. Pang! No way. Is Dragon 8 really going to lose? How is Dragon 8 being manhandled like this? That Dollar is quite good. We should think of a way to avoid suffering that particular skill. Everyone was so scared as they watched. They had been so sure Dragon 8 would win the battle, but there had been a grand twist. Dragon 8 was the one that was losing. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Dragon 8 started to laugh from his place within the stone. What are you laughing at? Hansen looked at Dragon 8 with interest. As he cackled like a madman, Dragon 8 said, I am so happy. It has been so long since someone has been able to push me to do this. You and your Geno art are strong. And this? After Dragon 8 said that, he raised his hand and cut through his own head with a knife. Catcha! The gold dragon blood spilled. The scales and the bones broke. He had cut a part of his own head off. The clean cut revealed the brain inside, quivering within his skull. Then, he lopped some of the brain matter off. The part that the coin had been attached to fell to the ground. Dragon 8 was free again, and he pulled himself out of the stone. After standing up, his head swiftly healed itself. It left no mark. I told you. My gold dragon body makes me an immortal. You are strong, I'll give you that, and if you fought someone of another race, they'd definitely lose, but against someone like me? You can't win. I can cut off a part of my own head and be as right as rain. Dragon 8 was simmering with rage. After he spoke, that rage burst forth to consume the Brother 8 is so strong. Haha, it does not matter how strong your Geno art is. Brother 8 can cut his own head off without trouble. Why would he be afraid of your Geno art? Awesome, Brother 8. Dragons are awesome. Dragon 9 and the rest of the dragon audience were in sheer delight. Seeing Dragon 8 stand back up gave them a huge boost of morale. The other elites that had witnessed this scene were all frozen. The gold dragon body is so strong. If this was another person going up against him, he'd definitely lose. The gold dragon body can't be beaten. The dragon must have been blessed by God himself. Such a powerful body existing is a blessing for every race, but the dragon is only number 8. It is no wonder they are considered the bravest of all kinds. Dollar is in trouble now. This fight is certainly quite interesting. Dragon 8 looked at Hansen, who was up in the sky. He looked as if he wanted to fight so badly, and now, the gold dragon light looked like lava. It made his whole body look like it was burning. Dollar. Use your powers all you like, but the dragon are fearless. Dragon 8 raised his head and pointed at Hansen, who was aloft in the sky. That presence was everywhere. It felt like even God might have to obey the will of the dragon. It is a shame you have already lost, Hansen said sadly. What do you mean? Dragon 8 frowned. Hansen did not answer, and he merely pointed at Dragon 8's forehead. Everyone looked at where Hansen was pointing. And when they saw what he referenced, their eyes opened wide. The coin that had been cut from Dragon 8's head was now back on this forehead. Pang! That powerful gold dragon body fell back to the ground immediately. A deep dragon-shaped sinkhole formed. Dragon 8 tried to force himself to get up, but the figure on the coin was displaying a mighty number 8. His hands trembled in exertion as he attempted to rise, but nothing came of it. He couldn't get up. Dragon 8's dragon fire was burning like a bonfire, but try as he might to rise, he just couldn't get back on his feet. Ding! The number on the coin was now an almighty 9. Dragon 8 couldn't hold the force back anymore. His hands were pressed into stones that buckled under the weight and crumbled, leaving him to slowly sink into the earth. Dragon 8 roared and cut off half of his own head again. His body was free for a sparse few moments, but the coin appeared back on his forehead in precisely the same spot in less than a second. Pang! There was a loud noise, and Dragon 8's body slammed back into the ground. All of the people and creatures watching this horrid spectacle were frozen. The elites of the dragon were dismayed at Dollar's chilling performance. When the coin's number ticked over to 10, Dragon 8 could no longer resist. He collapsed and let his body sink into the earth without restraint. Gritting his teeth, Dragon 8 tore up the sheet of paper. With a body contorted under the tremendous pressure, he left the Geno being scroll in defeat. The fight came to an end, but when all was done, no one was sure how to describe what they had just witnessed. No one had ever heard of a human, and what was that Geno art? An unknown name had suddenly shot to stardom faster than the speed of light. Although Hansen did not tell anyone the Geno art's name, it was commonly referred to as coin. Coin is awesome. It was even able to pin down Dragon 8. Dollar is incredible. His body is as strong as a dragon's. It's rare to see a performance like that even amongst the higher races. Human? What is this race? I've tried to do some research, but I haven't found anything about their origin. I couldn't find anything about them either. Did he make them up? He might have, but that does not discredit how strong Dollar himself really is. If he keeps winning like this, he is sure to go up against Lone Bamboo of the Sky. Now that will be a show to watch. Everyone in the universe was raving about the human Dollar and his coin. But two women in particular were gritting their teeth. Dollar. You are finally here. Isha's face turned dark. She had sought Dollar for the longest time, but since their last encounter, she had found no trace of him. Dollar was now participating in the Geno being scroll, but where he was joining from, she hadn't a clue. In that universe, the Geno being scroll could be entered from anywhere. The other person who hated Dollar was called Hire. She wanted her revenge on him. She had used the resources of the pirates to learn of his whereabouts, but she had come up empty. These two women ground their teeth. It was torture to watch Dollar merrily waltz his way through every opponent he encountered in the Geno being scroll. And on top of that, there was nothing they could do about it. Isha's next opponent was sure to be in bad luck. She was on a king-class battlefield, whereas Dollar was on a marquise battlefield. They couldn't fight no matter how much she wanted to, but all that pent-up rage had to go somewhere. And that meant her next combatant would be the unfortunate recipient. The poor king that went up against Isha was swiftly wrecked. He couldn't fight back in the least. If he hadn't ripped up the paper quickly, it'd have been a fairly brutal murder. F***CKU. It's just a ranked match. You don't need to hit that hard. The king cradled his battered body and started to fancy some revenge himself. Dollar became incredibly famous. The title of Human Dollar was one of much renown now, and it wasn't just the marquises that were interested in him. Because of how mysterious Dollar was, people became all the more fascinated with his Geno art. The contestants who knew they would have to face Dollar researched his Geno art even more frantically than the rest. If they couldn't find a way to counter coin, they knew that they'd lose in a most spectacular fashion. Every race sent a researcher to watch dollars fights. They desperately wanted to discover a way in which they might deal with a hostile dollar. Every time a new geno art was discovered, such things would take place. The pursuit of knowledge was always ongoing. But the geno arts usually researched were king class or deified geno arts. Lower-tier geno arts rarely drew much attention. Coin was cast by a marquise, so it was strange for so many people to invest time in researching it. The reason why every race focused on coin was because coin was able to suppress even the dragon's evil breaker powers. It also seemed as if it could keep growing in strength. Those 2 points were enough to draw the attention of every race. And this was only a marquise's use of it. They worried about what could be achieved if a king or deified person used it. Just thinking about that was enough to give such dreamers a chill. If they could not find a way to overcome coin, the kings would never feel safe. But after the fight with Dragon 8, no other opponent had been able to get Hansen to cast coin. Hansen beat them all with simple strength. It was something that came as a grand disappointment to those who wished to research coin in finer detail. Little Flower came against his next opponent, and it was a white tiger. Little Flower swung his fist, and when the little fist was going to come into contact with the white tiger's face, he disappeared and appeared behind the tiger. The fist was driven in the direction of the tiger's bum. Seeing the fist on its way to smack its butt, the tiger's body blurred. Little Flower punched through the tiger, revealing it to be little more than a shadow. Behind Little Flower, the tiger bared its teeth in a savage grin. Its claws were like lightning, soaring to strike Little Flower's skin. But in the next second, the white tiger's smile froze. When it touched Little Flower, the boy's body was revealed to be a shadow, too. Another Little Flower appeared to the left of the tiger. He kicked the creature in the belly. The white tiger disappeared the moment Little Flower's foot came into contact with its belly. The 2 of them then flashed and flashed between each other around the mountain. They disappeared and reappeared continuously, making spectators dizzy. He really is from Sacred. He can fight the white tiger's teleportation. The dog-faced elder standing in the desert frowned. Little Flower and the white tiger were engaged in a lengthy battle, and it was incredibly difficult to determine who the victor would be. But after a while, Little Flower suddenly stopped moving. His legs became very still, and he placed his hands against each other. A great opportunity has opened, the white tiger shouted, as it flashed behind Little Flower's back. Its claws were raised and ready to fall upon the boy's head, looking like sharp white talons. They were as frightening as any weapon. Little Flower did not move, aside from crossing his arms. But as he did so, the environment around them started to twist and distort. The white tiger's attack had almost reached Little Flower, but as it approached, its speed was suddenly slowed. Everything about the scene now seemed to be playing out in slow motion. When Little Flower turned around, though, he seemed completely unaffected by the slowing effect. He threw a lightning-fast punch into the white tiger's belly. The slowed white tiger was unable to react, and he most certainly couldn't teleport away in time. All he could do was watch as his opponent's fist came driving into his stomach. Pang! The white tiger's face was brutally disfigured as the force caused his eyes to burst from their sockets. He immediately heaved up a bucket of blood, and his entire form started to fly backwards. All this occurred in slow motion, of course. Every spectator was able to finally inspect the tiger's every distraught emotion. It was weird and almost creepy. Little Flower moved to catch up with the still slow white tiger. He threw more punches without hesitation. They came thick and fast, morphing the white tiger's face into pitiable mush. The changes still occurred in slow motion, however, and while it was creepy, it was also mildly humorous to see. Sacred power. He has a holy body. How? Sacred has a real air. The old man with the head of a dog stared in disbelief. His shock was so great that he almost dropped his staff. Powerful elites all across the universe found themselves trembling in their boots. They shivered in pangs of fear at what they had just witnessed. Sacred, really sacred. How? A holy body cannot be passed on. Why? Why? One particularly frightened elite found himself screaming aloud. Although Little Flower's power was nothing to them right now, it was all about the long-term development of those powers. It was the future prospect that had them quivering in fear. Ha! Ha! Sacred has an air. Someone can actually make use of Sacred's powers? Wow, this is so very interesting. Those old guys better go put their diapers on, because they must be peeing themselves right now. Sacred being here, though, I wonder if that means they are finally able to pay their debt. At the end of the world, a man watched Little Flower fighting and laughed. He laughed so hard, he almost found himself crying. Pang! The white tiger was lying on the ground now, his face swollen beyond recognition. Stop. Stop it. I concede, the white tiger exclaimed. He wished to rip up the paper of his registration, but unfortunately, he was way too slow to do it in time. It was likely he was going to die before he had the chance to tear it up. Little Flower, hearing the white tiger's plea, halted his fist in midair. He relented, and simply looked upon the white tiger. The dimension around the white tiger untwisted. The flow of time returned to normal for the white tiger, and the physics of Little Flower's last blow took over, carrying the tiger back with the speed of an arrow. Boom! The tiger's body punched a hole into a big mountain behind it. The white tiger came crawling out of the pit. It had the audacity to look at Little Flower and growl at him. Do not even think about being so cocky. I'm only 10 years old. When I grow up, I'll bang your mom so hard, she won't even recognize you. 10? Wow. You're so much older than me. Did you know that I am only 6 years old? Little Flower blinked at the creature. Patong. The white tiger almost hit the ground after hearing that. Everyone else heard it, too, and onlookers across the universe stared with open mouths. If what he had just said was true, then that was terrifying. It was wild enough that he had become a viscount at the age of 6, but to then go on and defeat all the powerful and more renowned viscounts occupying the same league as him was something incredibly grave. The old elites, hearing what he had to say for himself, almost wet themselves. Inside the land of the pirates, Hire visited a strange castle. She knocked at its stone gate and said, "Sister Kuan, are you here?" "Miss Hire, why have you come here?" "I thought you hated this place, and complained that it was too dirty and too ugly for your liking." The stone gate opened, and when it did, a woman came walking out. That woman looked fairly strange. She looked like a human wearing armor at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was obvious that the garb wasn't actually clothing. It was a part of her. Of her face, only her jaw and mouth were human-like. The rest of her face and body were shelled in a carapace. And very much like an insect, her eyes were insectoid, too. Behind her, a set of insect wings spread and vibrated strangely. Hire lifted her lips and said, "I have a problem, of course. Why else would I ever want to visit this dump?" "Okay, so what do you need me for, miss?" Sister Kuan asked with a warm smile. "Your next opponent is Dollar, isn't it?" Hire said with a squint in her eyes. "Yes, that is correct." Sister Kuan also nodded in confirmation. "Good. You have to beat him, no matter what. Do you think you stand a chance of killing him?" Buyer asked roughly. Sister Kuan smiled. "That Dollar is strong. Coin is strong. Even Dragon 8 lost to him. You know that, don't you? But even so, well, I suppose his power is nothing compared to mine. My power will beat him easily." Sister Kuan then changed her tone of voice and asked, "But why do you want me to kill him so badly?" "That is none of your business. Just get this done and I'll see that you are handsomely rewarded," Hire said. "As you command, my lady." "This so-called Dollar is a dead man." Sister Kuan looked confident. Good. Hire nodded, as her teeth itched in remembrance of what Dollar had done to her. When Hansen looked at his next opponent, he thought it was strange. His opponent's name was simply listed as Kuan. The list also said she was of the pirate, and that was one thing Hansen was familiar with. Not many pirates joined the Geno-ranked fights. I wonder what Kuan's power is like, though. Hansen went on the internet to learn more about her, but he couldn't find much of anything that was helpful. Aside from a few famous pirates, little was known about most of their members. And this lack of fame applied to Kuan, too. It is a shame that Hire did not think to join. If she did, I could surely benefit from her involvement. She sure likes to dish out treasures. Seeing the name pirate, Hansen thought back to Hire and the treasures she frequently possessed. Hachoo! Hire was going home, but all of a sudden, she sneezed. Ugh, why am I getting ill? Have I been staying up too late recently? Hire said, while rubbing her nose. The next set of bouts in the Geno-being scroll was underway. When Hansen was transported into his next battleground, he found himself standing in a forest that was tangled with a copious number of trees. Across the entire universe, many different races tuned it to spectate Hansen's fight. Hansen's contest was now receiving more attention than the fight of any king. It appears that Dollar's next opponent is Kuan of the pirate. The pirates are fairly mysterious, aren't they? They have many elites and their powers are, for lack of a better word, strange. I am really hoping Kuan is going to cause him trouble. She needs to put him in a sticky spot that will prompt him to use coin again, so that we can get a better look at it. Clear Sea King was currently speaking with King Rosa. Clear Sea King and King Rosa had been sent there to investigate the enigmatic Dollar's ability, widely dubbed coin. Even though they weren't very interested in watching Marquis's fight, they were looking forward to seeing Hansen's performance. King Rosa nodded and said, Dollar is indeed strong, but pirates don't put up with weak, middle-of-the-road characters amongst their ranks either. Perhaps we will be able to find out something through this fight. Even if we are unable to, later, when Dollar faces off against Lone Bamboo, we are guaranteed to see it again. It's all just a matter of time. Clear Sea King and King Rosa weren't the only ones trying to research Han Senator. Even Skypath Garden of Sky Palace had tasked a whole bunch of researchers to observe Hansen's fight in the hope of seeing coin again. Hansen looked around, but all he could see amidst that forest was trees. He couldn't see his enemy lurking anywhere nearby. Hansen frowned and took off into the air. He wanted to fly above the trees of the forest and see if he could spot his enemy from the air. But when his body lifted off of the ground, he saw a swarm of bugs begin filtering down from the top of the trees. They were all very small like flies, and they flew quickly. Like a black cloud, they came forward to try to cloak Hansen. Hansen swiftly tapped into his Dongxian Sutra simulation abilities and attuned his powers to fire. He threw a punch towards the bugs once he was set, which sent a comet of fire soaring through the swarm. The cloud of insects was charred into ash, and not a single one of the critters was left alive. You are good. Realizing that bugs are afraid of fire means you are smart, and on top of that, you have the ability to wield fire, too. A woman's voice sounded from someplace amidst the forest, but Hansen still couldn't see her. It was as if her voice was coming from all directions at once. Why are you hiding? Come on out and fight me. These petty little tricks won't work on me, Hansen said calmly. The woman's voice sounded once more, but this time it was mocking. Tricks? Well, you might like this next trick. Let's give it a try, shall we? As soon as she stopped speaking, another swarm of bugs came crawling out of a tree. So thick were their numbers, it was like a black fog headed right for Hansen. Hansen wreathed himself in fire. As the flames torched every bug in his proximity, Hansen moved to one of the trees and punched it with all his might. That tree was hollow on the inside. Something had been hiding within, but whatever it was gone now. Oh, were you looking for me? Finding me won't be that easy. If you want to find me, you'll have to try harder than that. Ha. Ha. The woman's laugh echoed all across the boughs of that infinite forest. The bugs kept coming to attack Han Sen, but the fire that enveloped him was enough to incinerate any that came too close. Fortunately, none were actually able to do anything to him. Ugh, your bugs are useless. Why are you wasting my time? Han Sen stood in the middle of the bug fog, while the flames around him raged even hotter. All the bugs that came close were burned to a crisp, and a pungent smell of charred corpses began to fill the forest. You are right. The woman's voice sounded once again, and the bugs ran off. In an instant, they scurried out of sight. Han Sen could see far through the forest, and as he peered down a long stretch, he saw a woman appear from behind a tree. She seemed to be clad in armor. I have heard that your coin is powerful. It will interest me to see how good it really is. Kuan stood at a great distance away from Han Sen, but her voice still reached him without trouble. Han Sen put away his fire powers. He wished to say something, but all of a sudden a frown crossed his face. He used his fingers to pick up a tiny bug. It was so small that it was barely visible to the naked eye. It was practically invisible. That small bug almost landed in the space between the joints of his armor. Even though Han Sen had managed to capture and hold it between his fingers, he did not crush it. The fiend even squirmed in his grip, trying to return to what it had been doing. Pat. Han Sen used his fingers to crush the bug. A smile spread over Kuan's face. She clapped and said, "Powerful eyesight. It impresses me that you can see the products of my small bug power. I'd like to know just how much you can see. So, tell me, can you see this?" After that, Kuan disappeared from sight. And in that instant, Han Sen heard bugs coming at him from every direction. They appeared from every piece of bark and every leaf, and they even crawled out of the ground. These bugs were even ugly for your liking. The stone gate opened, and when it did, a woman came walking out. The audience could hear the noise of the bugs, but only the kings could actually discern where the bugs were. Not even the dukes were able to do that. Clear Sea King's eyes turned bright, and he smiled. Kuan's power is quite interesting. She turns her power into a vessel that is smaller than the size of bacteria. Even Dollar's full set of armor will have gaps and seams that the insects can take advantage of. Those bugs can probably fit into his face or even the pores of his skin. No matter how strong Dollar is, I believe avoiding something that small is out of the question for him. As Clear Sea King spoke, Han Sen wreathed himself in fire again. He was completely set ablaze. Although he could not see the small bugs coming for him, he could hear the sound of them dying whenever they came close to the heat that shielded him. "Dollar, how long can you keep yourself on fire like that?" A woman's voice sounded through the forest again, dripping with mockery. Han Sen did not speak. All he did was look around, hoping to catch sight of Kuan. King Rosa nodded. Kuan is rather smart. Her bugs of that microscopic size are way too small. Han Sen won't have a clue if he has any around him or not. He'll just have to keep burning to keep them from getting close. He doesn't know when or where those powers will come at him from. But if he keeps burning like this, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of energy. When he uses all that energy up, the small bug powers will finally get a chance to drill into his body and ravage him. Kuan is most certainly the one in control of this fight. And while this fight may lack the excitement we all crave, the stakes for Dollar are continually increasing. We would all do well to learn from this, and understand that Carrot should never underestimate the pirate. All the audience members could tell Dollar was being toyed with. No matter how strong he was facing an invincible enemy. There was nothing he could do. I didn't know fights could go on like this. This woman is keeping Dollar from being able to make use of his powers like coin. She's suppressing him, well and truly. Kuan of the pirate is a most fearsome being. Yeah. Her powers are small like bacteria. We'd never know her critters were in our bodies until it was too late. Not knowing how you might die is quite a scary thought. If Kuan was a hitman, I'm sure her targets would be incredibly nervous. The thieves are killers. Dollar, you can still tear up your paper and forfeit. It'd be a crying shame if you were to be suddenly killed, don't you think? Kuan's sarcastic tone echoed beneath the boughs of the forest ceiling. Yeah, but I can end this fight by simply killing you. That works, too, Hansen replied calmly. Haha. That depends on whether or not you are able to find me first. Can you? Kuan laughed once again. Hansen tried to listen carefully to her voice, but try as he might, he could not pinpoint the source. Hansen quietly used his Dongxian aura to scan the vicinity, but there was no sign of Kuan anywhere. It actually made him frown. His Dongxian aura could scan an entire kilometer radius, but he wasn't picking up a trace of Kuan. That had to mean Kuan was a kilometer away from him, at the very least. She's not here, and yet she seems to be able to see everything, Hansen thought to himself. He looked around at the small bugs and said, your real body isn't here, is it? You're probably watching me out of the eyes of these bugs. Is that right? So what if I am? Kuan didn't sound happy about Hansen's deduction. It looks like I'm going to have to destroy your eyes, Hansen said. Destroy my eyes? Kuan sounded as if she had heard something amusing. She laughed and said, every one of these bugs is a set of eyes for me. You can't even see them, so how do you expect to be able to destroy them all? The audience was in agreement with Kuan. The bugs were all far too small to be seen, and exhausting more power in killing them would only drain Dollar's energy even faster. That course of action didn't seem likely to help. These bugs are really quite scary. I am afraid she might be thousands of kilometers away. Those bugs have totally got Dollar in their grasp. A power that can shrink mighty things into a reduced size is often overlooked. It really can be a difficult power to deal with, and it makes Kuan a fearsome woman. I bet Kuan will become famous after this. I cannot believe a power like this can be as effective as what we are seeing. Compared to the fight between Dragon 8 and Dollar, Kuan is on another level of extremity. Perhaps her body isn't as strong as Dragon 8 and Dollar's, but she could render either of them powerless. Of course. Any Marquise participating in the Geno rank fights is powerful. The audience were all of a similar mindset right now, and they were all thinking the same thing. They envisioned themselves as Dollar and tried to imagine how they might make it out of the predicament he was currently in. That being said, no one thought that they had a sound solution. Kuan had vacated the immediate battleground, leaving Hansen under the forest canopy with the bugs. Of course, Hansen couldn't see those small bugs, and he had no clue when they might try to attack him. So, all he could do was keep the high-temperature fires going. But doing so was a constant drain on his power, and he knew that he couldn't last forever like that. And without being able to spot Kuan, there was no chance of him actually winning. Even Clear Sea King and King Rosa couldn't think of a way in which he might turn the tables. It would have been brilliant if Dollar had king powers. The powers of a king could annihilate an entire forest, with all the bugs being incinerated in the process. They'd no longer be a threat. But Hansen was just a Marquise. He didn't have the energy to perform grand area of effect spells. Even if the fire could stretch to encompass the entire forest, it wouldn't be strong enough to eliminate the bugs within. The bugs were very small, but that did not mean they were very weak. After all, the bugs were the creation of another Marquise. Killing them would require the powers of a Marquise. While everyone wondered how Dollar might sort out this situation, the fires that enveloped him were suddenly extinguished. Streams of smoke curled around him, leaving him exposed to the insect masses, without any protection. Haha. Giving up already? If you're throwing in the towel, then I'll do you a favor and give you a second to tear up the paper for a proper forfeit. Kuan's derisive cackle echoed throughout the entire forest. Didn't I tell you I was going to destroy all of your eyes? Hansen asked in feigned confusion. huh? Even facing the prospect of death, you're stubborn enough to spew so much crap. Kuan summoned a horde of small bugs and sent them towards Han Sen. Those bugs were extremely small, and what's more, they were completely silent. Not even a duke could detect them. Han Sen had saved a lot of energy when he gave up the protection of the fire, but it also put him in a lot of danger. Yun Sui frowned and said, "What does Dollar want to do this time? Is he going to use his armor to block the bugs? No matter how fine its crafting is, there will always be a seam. Those bugs will wiggle their way in and attack through any joint or crevice." "He is not planning to block the bugs with the armor he wears," said a voice behind them. It belonged to Lone Bamboo. "Brother Lone Bamboo." The Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Crane stood up and bowed to him. Lone Bamboo just gestured for them to sit, and he joined them as they did. "Brother Lone Bamboo, you said Dollar isn't planning on using his armor to keep the bugs away. But he cannot see the bugs, so how will he know when they're near him? How do you keep out something like that?" Yun Sui asked with much curiosity. "Who said he cannot see the bugs?" Lone Bamboo asked simply. Yun Sui and the others all fell silent. Before they could react, Dollar stood up. "Pat." Han Sen raised his hand and flicked his finger while he was still airborne. A number of coins appeared, scattershotting the area like rain. When every coin fell, there was a pat noise to accompany it. It sounded as if each and every one of them had crushed something. After a minute, the observers recognized the noise. It sounded like the exoskeletons of tiny insects being crunched. "Impossible. How can you see?" Before Kuan could finish her question, her voice cut off. Her real body was not there, and she had been speaking through the bugs the entire time. The rain of coins had destroyed every bug, so she could no longer speak. The audience was stunned. It wasn't just because Han Sen could see and kill those bugs. What surprised them the most was the simple fact he could use that many coins at once. That meant coin doubled as an area of effect attack. It was a scary thing to consider. How was he able to see those small bugs? Even ordinary dukes cannot see them without eyesight talent. They would most certainly need to practice eye skills and techniques. Has he focused on developing his eyes? Hire had been watching the fight, full of cocky confidence, the entire time. Her smugness was quickly brought to an end by this revelation. Han Sen's Dongxian aura could trace the presence of any nearby substance. While the bugs might have been too small to see with the naked eye, the Dongxian aura made their presence obvious. They could not escape Han Sen's notice. Kuan was not in the present battleground, and when the small bugs were crushed, so too was her vision. She had now lost all sight of Han Sen. Kuan was taken aback by this, needless to say. The first thing she did, though, was spawn another swarm of small bugs with her small bug powers. They took off in flight, fanning across the area and rapidly searching for Han Sen. But before the bugs could find Han Sen, the place was doused in a golden light. Countless coins came raining down from the sky, crushing every single one of the bugs Kuan had spawned. Kuan was shocked. She spawned another host of small bugs as she moved away from the vicinity. Kuan regretted the fact she hadn't put more distance between herself and Han Sen earlier. Doubly so, after running a short while and seeing a gold shadow appear above her. Kuan screamed and flapped her wings in panic. Bugs came out of her in a swarm that was as thick as a fog. They went racing towards Han Sen, seeking to distract him while she made a desperate escape to save herself. Han Sen blasted the incoming swarm with a geyser of fire. His body was like a human flamethrower, and he scorched through the bug fog and appeared directly before Kuan. Kuan wished to turn and attack, but when she tried to do so, she lost control of her vision. Things began to spin. The world was swirling around her, and she could not reorient herself. Shortly after, she hit the ground and saw her own headless body drop to the forest floor. Seeing Han Sen cut Kuan's head off, Hire became incredibly angry. After Kuan was decapitated, though, the paper of her registration did not get torn up. The reason why was soon revealed, as a bigger bug emerged from the brain inside her lopped-off head. The bug flew up and then shredded the paper itself. After that, the bug vanished from sight. It looks like not even Kuan has what it takes to overcome the power of coin. We need someone who has real power to face dollar and emerge victorious in a one-to-one bout. I am afraid only Lone Bamboo might have what it takes. Kuan is very strong, but dollar is no average opponent. He was able to exploit her weakness. The audience was eager for more. Although Kuan had used a strange power to bring dollar some trouble, fights like that were not exciting enough. It didn't quench their thirst. So, most people immediately moved on to anticipating the fight between dollar and Lone Bamboo. The genius of Sky Palace versus the mysterious dollar. Before the fight was even to begin, people were talking about it everywhere. Many people believed dollar would be the one to win, but many others thought Lone Bamboo could actually beat him. Both sides were adamant about their beliefs, and convincing the opposition seemed to be an impossible task. Many gambling organizations had placed the odds at a very even sum, suggesting not even those experts could determine who might be the winner. Hansen knew that he was going to fight Lone Bamboo next, and although he really wanted to win, even he wasn't sure if he could defeat the powerful Sky. He had battled Lone Bamboo once before, and neither of them bested the other. Their last bout ended in a draw. Lone Bamboo had suffered a terrible swelling of emotions, and he eventually put his knife away. I wonder how much Lone Bamboo has grown since then. Will he still lose control to a flare-up of bad emotions? Hansen did not want to encounter Lone Bamboo, but he did have a simmering excitement for it that he could not deny. He wanted to fight him as much as he didn't. Dragon 8 was physically more powerful than Lone Bamboo, but while Dragon 8 was like a perfect killing machine, Lone Bamboo was as refined as art. Killing machines were perfect in the way they were big and scary. Their greatest weakness, however, was in the flexibility of their talents. They often lacked diversity and breadth in their skills, and so they could not adapt to changing situations. On the other hand, Lone Bamboo's capabilities were always stunning, even to elites. His strength was nowhere near perfect, but it was beautiful. And that often took people by surprise. If Hansen had to select an opponent for life, it would be Lone Bamboo. Dragon 8 was a dangerous opponent, but Hansen already understood him. He could calculate what a person like Dragon 8 would do, winning or losing. But Lone Bamboo always had something up his sleeve, and he could always do things that his opponents would never expect. Hansen had joined the Geno being scroll to gain fame and draw the attention of that so-called god. He had achieved his goal by now. He had established his name, and it no longer mattered if he won or lost. But even so, Hansen wanted to win the fight against Lone Bamboo. In Sky Palace, Lone Bamboo sat inside a stone pavilion. There was a teacup beside him, but he did not move it. He simply looked up at the moon in space. What do you think of dollar? The Sky Palace leader suddenly appeared in the stone pavilion. He is a very strong individual, Lone Bamboo answered. How so? When the Sky Palace leader asked this, he did so with a smile. Feeling, Lone Bamboo quietly answered. Feeling? The Sky Palace leader raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lone Bamboo dipped into serious thought for a moment. His body is strong like an elite dragon's. His coin can suppress someone like Dragon 8, and if he summons it in large quantities, it can annihilate a swarm of insects. But to me, that is not the scariest thing. What scares me is what I feel when I watch him fight. What feelings does he stir within you? The Sky Palace leader asked. He makes me think he is indestructible, Lone Bamboo said with a tone of gravitas. The Sky Palace leader nodded and asked him, what are you planning to do? Lone Bamboo stood up and seriously told him, I plan to win. Good. The Sky Palace leader patted him on the shoulder and said nothing more. After Lone Bamboo left the pavilion, a woman with a black mask appeared by the side of the Sky Palace leader. She quietly said, "Do you think Lone Bamboo has what it takes to win?" "You don't have to doubt the abilities of Lone Bamboo," the Sky Palace leader said. "You shouldn't say that. And that isn't what I asked. I am asking you if you think you will win." The black-masked woman stared at him. The Sky Palace leader opened his hands and said, "You saw the powers possessed by Dollar. We don't know him enough yet, but I must say he is a scary guy. We can only wait and see if Lone Bamboo will triumph, but he has never disappointed me before." Lone Bamboo returned from Sky Palace and went to his own private isle. Before he entered his bamboo house, he stopped for a moment and looked at it. The bamboo door was pushed open slightly, and a little girl leaped through the opening. Behind her, however, was a black-haired young man. "Who are you?" Lone Bamboo asked the young man. He could tell that the man was one of the Sky, but he had never met a young Sky that strong before. The man's presence was akin to that of a terrifying beast or even the darkest reaches of the abyss itself. Even though the man was standing right there, Lone Bamboo's senses couldn't tell him anything about the man. "Evil Eye." The man smiled. Lone Bamboo frowned. He knew that name, but he had never expected Evil Eye to have been reborn as one of the Sky. And on top of that, he had brought a little girl into Sky Palace in secret. "What are you doing here?" Lone Bamboo asked. Evil Eye rolled his shoulders in a shrug. "I came here for you. You and Dollar are interesting. I want to fight you both, but you two will be meeting first. To make sure that I don't miss out, I have come to see you first. Actually, we are looking for Dollar. We do not know where to find him, though, so we came for you first." The little girl spoke with a surprising amount of seriousness. Lone Bamboo did not say a word. Silently, he reached for his jade sword. No one would have expected Evil Eye to have been reborn as one of the Sky, and no one would have expected him to don a disguise in order to infiltrate Sky Palace. Lone Bamboo would never have expected an encounter with Evil Eye at his home, of all places they could meet. He didn't have a single security camera installed in his home, and that was because there was usually no need. He couldn't think of a single person daring enough to sneak into Sky Palace other than the man who now stood before him, Evil Eye himself. Even a deified elite shouldn't have been able to force his way into Sky Palace. When the bamboo door opened, Lone Bamboo felt as if his options had suddenly vanished. He felt as if he had nowhere else to go, and the only way forward would be to fight the man that had approached him. Given what Lone Bamboo was sensing from Evil Eye, it probably wouldn't have mattered if he had security cameras. Even if some had been installed, he doubted that they would have been able to pick up Evil Eye. But this was Sky Palace. If they fought, regardless of whether Lone Bamboo won or lost, the authorities of Sky Palace would be alerted to the commotion. How Evil Eye expected to escape from Sky Palace after a fight was beyond Lone Bamboo's imagination. Evil Eye was just a marquise now. Even if his mind was deified, it'd be impossible for him to escape Sky Palace without being noticed. This was especially true when considering that he had a little girl with him. Lone Bamboo could barely believe that Evil Eye was this tenacious. This was too much. There was no way he would come into Sky Palace simply to duel Lone Bamboo, without thinking of the consequences. Of course, Lone Bamboo had no way of knowing for sure what Evil Eye wanted. That was okay, though. If he could defeat Evil Eye in battle, then whatever he wished to understand would be elucidated. Lone Bamboo did not use the jade sword for practice. It gave off no shiny lights or sword airs, but the pressure it released was enough to bring a calm energy to Evil Eye. Evil Eye simply stood where he was, unmoving. He looked into Lone Bamboo's eyes and did not spare his sword a glance. They didn't move, and there was no visible battle between them. The two just looked at each other, with no further exchange. Time went by, and the entire bamboo forest looked to have been frozen in time. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo stood silently, as stoic as a pair of mountains. Not even the largest of storms would prompt them to move. They studied each other keenly, waiting for the slightest opening. But despite that, they each felt that neither of them could be defeated by the other. It felt as if once they unleashed their first strike, it would be their last. There'd be no opportunity for a second chance. So, neither of them moved. Neither of them found the opportunity they were looking for. Evil Eye, I am hungry. I wish to eat some food. The little girl next to Evil Eye rubbed her belly. Her pink face looked directly into Evil Eye's face as she tugged at his arm. After that tug, though, the frozen situation changed. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo's fight would be so close, and any mistake that either of them made would lead to a guaranteed defeat. The little girl pulled on Evil Eye, but Evil Eye made sure not to allow himself to be disturbed. But unfortunately for him, it created a minuscule fluctuation in his life force. Lone Bamboo lifted his jade sword and teleported in front of Evil Eye. It was a sword that left no trace. Evil Eye had made a mistake, and he knew he couldn't avoid the incoming strike. Doing that would have been impossible, so he was going to lose, and there was nothing he could do to avoid that dismaying result. But in the next second, Evil Eye moved his hand. He pulled the little girl in front of Lone Bamboo's sword. It was a pointless gesture. Lone Bamboo's sword could slice through the little girl without even slowing down before it cut into Evil Eye. The little girl's body could not block the strike for Evil Eye. But even so, Lone Bamboo's sword froze. He did not use the sword to cut through the little girl. He merely pulled it back and grabbed the little girl. At that moment, Evil Eye rushed directly toward Lone Bamboo to grab his heart. Lone Bamboo had made a mistake by holding back, just as Evil Eye had done. With their places reversed, there was an incoming strike he could not deflect. He was now the one on the losing end of the stick. Lone Bamboo didn't move, though. His eyes merely cleared. The sky eye on his forehead opened, and it glowed red. Lone Bamboo's strength surged, and his power climbed to an unbearable level. Have you forgotten that I am one of the sky, too? Evil Eye smiled with a demented smile. His third eye opened, too, but inside his sky eye there were 4 purple pupils. They were like little flowers, but they were as creepy as they were beautiful. When Evil Eye became stronger, Lone Bamboo did not move. All he did was lift his jade sword. But at that moment, the little girl Lone Bamboo had grabbed raised her arms. Her hands turned red, and she threw her open palm against Lone Bamboo's chest. At the same time this was occurring, Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes shone purple. Lone Bamboo threw the little girl away and used his jade sword to block Evil Eye's hand. But Evil Eye's other hand had already come up to touch Lone Bamboo on the head. That power surged into Lone Bamboo's brain like thunder. Lone Bamboo's turned his chilling gaze on his opponent. But Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes pressed back against Lone Bamboo's stare. The 4 flower-looking purple eyes started to spin. The purple Evil Eye powers were demonic, and they drilled right into Lone Bamboo's sky eye. Even after experiencing the nightmares, you still never learn to be cruel. You are begging to be beaten. Evil Eye smiled evilly, as Lone Bamboo's red eye began to swell. But under the purple light, it was turning purple. The red eye became 4 purple eyes. Patong! Evil Eye's body dropped to the ground, squelching like mud. Only Lone Bamboo remained standing, but his sky eye now possessed those 4 flower-looking purple pupils. Lone Bamboo closed his sky eyes and looked at Evil Eye's body. Evil Eye's chest had a sword mark. He coldly said, "It is a shame. He is so strong, and yet despite that, he was tricked by something as simple as emotion. He could have killed me. Why did he just toss me aside instead of killing me?" The little girl looked at Lone Bamboo with confusion. "That is just one of the reasons why he is stupid," Evil Eye said coldly. A few hours later, lights came down from the skies above. A Sky Palace King-class elite had come to the island, bringing a few other King-class elites with him. "Lone Bamboo, what happened here?" The king looked at the body before turning to Lone Bamboo. "A man came here and tried to assassinate me," Lone Bamboo said coldly. Not long after, the king and his people took Evil Eye's body. And the next day, Lone Bamboo, who was now Evil Eye, took the little girl and left Sky Palace. On the day Dollar and Lone Bamboo were supposed to fight, a great number of elites turned their attention to the match. They focused on it more than they did any of the king fights. Who do you think will win? I think Lone Bamboo will be the one to win. Sky Palace is not just any faction, you know. And Lone Bamboo is the absolute best marquis they have. Ordinary marquises cannot hope to compete against the likes of him. And while Dollar is indeed quite strong, his talents are too simple. Aside from his sturdy body and his coin, there does not appear to be anything else too significant about him. Yeah. With the few techniques that Dollar possesses, it is highly unlikely he'll be able to reign supreme. An elite like Lone Bamboo cannot find themselves defeated by just one measly Geno art. He's just too strong. How do you know that Dollar isn't hiding extra Geno arts that we have yet to see? The bout was hotly debated, and before long, the Geno being scroll shone in the sky. As soon as it did, contestants were teleported into it. Lone Bamboo, let's have a real fight. Han Sen appeared in the middle of the desert. He looked ahead of him, trying to spy his opponent, but he could not see Lone Bamboo. Han Sen frowned. He had come to know Lone Bamboo well, and he was most certainly not the type of person that would hide. If he had a fight to attend, he would ensure that he was there promptly to engage his opponent. He looked around but could see no sign of Lone Bamboo. The viewers were confused by this. They keenly examined the environment, but they couldn't see any sign of Lone Bamboo either. Suddenly, the space around Han Sen distorted, sending him back out of the Geno being scroll with his sheet of paper still intact. Han Sen quickly realized what had transpired. Lone Bamboo had decided not to attend the battle, and so Han Sen had been automatically declared the victor. Everyone was extremely shocked by this unexpected turn of events. This bout had been highly anticipated by all, and it never came about. Instead, Lone Bamboo had decided to throw in the towel without even trying. Rumors started to spread like wildfire throughout the universe. There were whispers that Dollar himself was one of the Sky, and that was why his peer Lone Bamboo had decided against fighting him. There were a bunch of other rumors, too, stating that Dollar had struck a political deal with the head honchos of the Sky. Because of these deals, the conspiracy theorists claimed Lone Bamboo had stayed away from the contest. Even wilder were the numerous theories on how Dollar was in a romantic relationship with Lone Bamboo, and that Lone Bamboo forfeited so their love could go on. Han Sen did not pay heed to any of these rumors, but he found himself in quite worried. It wasn't like Lone Bamboo to abandon a fight. He had never done this before. Something must have happened to stop him from attending the fight. Han Sen decided to call Isha and let her know that he was safe. After doing that, he contacted Sky Palace to let them know the same thing. He also asked about Lone Bamboo. What he heard made him frown, though. He was told that Sky Palace itself had no clue why Lone Bamboo hadn't participated in the bout. They said that he had been away for a few days and had yet to return. Sky Palace had lost all contact with him. The strangest thing, however, was that a spy had been discovered at Lone Bamboo's house. The spy was a Sky, but there was no record of him in Sky Palace's records. It was as if he had come out of nowhere. What happened, I wonder? Han Sen frowned. He knew something bad must have happened to Lone Bamboo. And it was dire to learn that Sky Palace could not find him or pick up the slightest trail that might lead to his whereabouts. After Han Sen's discussion with the Sky Palace leader, Han Sen told him his own story. He said that he would return to Sky Palace by himself, and that there was no need for a pickup to be arranged on his behalf. On a primal planet, Evil Eye was sitting on a rock. He was fishing on the banks of a gentle stream. The little girl was sitting next to him, cradling her jaw and watching the water of the river. There was a tug on the line, and Evil Eye pulled the fishing rod back and yanked the fish out of the water. Lunch. Evil Eye smiled at the little girl. The little girl smiled at Evil Eye, but after she glanced up at him, she looked startled. She pointed at him and said, "Blood." Evil Eye frowned and wiped his forehead. His third eye, which was currently closed, had started to bleed. This guy doesn't know how to quit. Evil Eye wiped the blood from his brow and sneered. "Did you completely absorb his body and power?" the little girl asked, still reeling from the shock. "I did combine myself with his body and power, but," Evil Eye trailed off. "But what?" the little girl asked. "His will is too strong. There is nothing I can do to dampen it. I suppose it will just take some time." Evil Eye shrugged his shoulders, and then went on to say, "But that's fine. His body and power belong to me, and that's the bottom line. The struggling of his willpower is pointless. It'll be crushed eventually." "Really? That's a shame." The little girl went back to watching the stream with her jaw cradled in her hands. Everyone thought Lone Bamboo's decision to quit was strange, but the Geno being Scroll's ranking went on without pause. Every tier had now been whittled down to the top 16 fighters. Hansen, Isha, Little Flower, and Sietching King had reached that last stage. They all just occupied different tiers. Hansen's last couple fights wouldn't be too difficult. He had a strong body and coin. He beat one of the destroyed and leaped straight to number 8. It wasn't too difficult for Little Flower or Isha either. Neither of them had any trouble to contend with, and it was all smooth sailing. But Sietchia King did not fare as well. He found himself in a lot of trouble. His opponent was also one of the destroyed, and that Earl Destroyed had a reputation that was not far off Lone Bamboo's. Destroyed and the Sky were amongst the top 10 higher races, so even their Earl class members were incredibly strong. Sietching King used his silver book to replicate the shape and form of the destroyed Earl, but try as he might, he could not block the monster's attacks. And any additional xenogeneics he spawned were swiftly annihilated by the destroyed Earl. The destroyed Earl had 3 heads and 6 arms. He wielded light, dark, and chaos powers. His body was about the same strength that Han Sen's had been when he was an Earl. His Geno arts were quite scary, too. Sietching King's drawing powers were useless against him. That Sietching King is not too shabby. He is much inferior to Earl Odoga, though. His Geno armament is a strange one, that's for sure. And it seems as if it's not enough to defeat Odoga. It looks like Odoga will top the Earl class rankings. The people that watched the Earl fights could tell that Sietching King was in a dire situation. Pang! A powerful punch from Odoga destroyed Sietching King's latest drawing, then continued on towards his face. When the punch landed, Sietching's King and the silver book were sent soaring into a mountainside. The resulting avalanche brought half of the mountain down. That's it. Sietching King pulled himself out of the rubble. A grin split his bloody mouth. He stopped drawing and threw the book away, then plated his body in a set of armor. "You want to keep this fight up?" Odoga looked at him like a disappointed instructor. "This fight has only just begun." Sietching King bared his teeth, and a silver light came beaming out of him like a volcano. When Sietching King put down his book, he revealed just how cruel he could be. Alu alu alu. The insane storm of punches was difficult to comprehend. Sietching King's eyes gleamed with a fiery silver. The silver punches he threw were indestructible. Odoga had a snowflake's chance in trying to repel those wild hits headed his way. Odoga waved his 6 arms to protect himself as light, dark, and chaos powers worked together in an attempt to devastate Sietching King. But the raging Sietching King cared little for what his opponent was attempting to do. His fists were the ones in control now, and there was only one thing they wanted to do: attack. He wanted to pulverize Odoga, to pound him so hard that he'd be indistinguishable from the mud of the ground. Ignoring Odoga's attack, he went forward and allowed himself to be hit. Sietching King and Odoga were both fully committed to the assault, though. The cruelest and bloodiest fight of the Geno being Scroll was only just beginning. Odoga's 6 fists, with scary powers, came raging at Sietching King. And as this occurred, Sietching King used his own power to repeatedly pummel Odoga. Armor was broken, flesh was torn, blood was spraying. The two of them were using the most primal and primitive methods to fight with each other. Odoga's 6 fists had the advantage, unfortunately. But this did not at all mean that Sietching King, who only had a natural pair of fists, was weak. And the more damage he incurred, the stronger he became. His fists moved like lightning, and the shadows they cast were of spilling blood and breaking bone. Odoga raged and screamed at his unrelenting opponent. His body was severely wounded by the wrath of his nemesis, and he couldn't help but let out a shout due to the insufferable pain. Both of them were accumulating wounds. Blood sprayed through the air like flower petals, but neither showed a sign of backing off. Their repeated strikes only looked to be getting crazier and crazier. Oh God! This is no longer a competition. This is a bloodbath. This is far too cruel. This is far too violent. Huh. Huh. This is what a real fight should be like. Oh, I love this. This is rather interesting, I must confess. It's more satisfying to watch such a raw fight. F***ck yeah. Kill him. Go on. The audience was ravenous for more. The violence of the fight drew an insatiable bloodlust from them, driving their excitement. The adrenaline levels of the audience were through the roof. Pang! Odoga and Sietching King flew away from each other. One of them crashed into a mountainside, whereas the other dropped into an open field. They were both severely injured. Odoga's 6 arms had all been broken. Some of them had been torn off completely, whereas others hung on by the thread of their tendons. Only 2 were still completely attached, but even they were sorely injured. The 3 faces were swollen and distended, and one eye had been squelched. Blood was soaking the Earl's entire form. Sietching King was not faring much better than his foe. His legs had been broken, his right shoulder had been dislocated, both of his eyes had been shattered, and all of his ribs had been snapped or cracked. With the amount of blood soaking him, there was only one thing you could call him, a blood man. But Sietching King's life force, despite all that, was none the weaker. In fact, its glow had increased. He picked himself up from the soil pit and shone with a silver light. That light enveloped his entire body like a hungry fire. Odoga looked gloomy, by comparison. After lifting himself up on the field, he generated a power. Light and dark energies gathered at the knuckles of his fists, giving each of them a swirling mixture of black and white lights. As Odoga's power increased, the black and white powers were like Tai Chi. A strange power was keeping them both in perfect balance. Seeing Odoga and Sietching King collecting their strength, the audience knew that whatever was next would be it. Their final strikes were coming. With the condition the two of them were in, generating that much power meant that it had to be the final attack. You are strong, but you are still weaker than me. You may concede now, if you want to live. Odoga's fist, channeling all that energy, was reaching max capacity as he spoke. The scary powers made everything around him vibrate. The dimension of the space he occupied seemed to distort and twist under the black and white powers he carried. I am sorry, but I am afraid that I do not know what you are getting at. My vocabulary seems to be lacking a few words, and I think what you've just said may be among the missing ones. Blood streamed from Sietching King's eyes. He had a strange smile, and a silver flame propelled him forward. Light, dark, and chaos. Together, they are the most stable elements one could ever hope to possess. They combine together to create the destroyed light. It is the most powerful godlight in the entire Geno universe. When this strike falls upon you, you will be nothing more than a memory. I like you, truth be told, and I would favor the prospect of allowing you to live and not killing you. Furthermore, if you pledge to join the destroyed, I will allow you to win, Odoga slowly said. The only way I can allow myself to win is if I annihilate every enemy that stands in my way. Show me everything you've got. Don't hold back, and come and fight me, Sietching King said. His silver flame was like the final swell of a volcano ready to erupt. If you want to die, then so be it. Odoga's power exploded. The attack his fist unleashed came soaring over to Xie King. Black and white powers blended together. It looked as if it could obliterate anything in its path as it headed towards Xie King. Everything that came into contact with that swirling power would likely be destroyed. Just the shockwave of that power was enough to tear up the land for miles around and sunder the skies into ruin. The last Xie cannon. The armor on Xie King's body shattered under the swelling of his own power. He stood upon the battlefield with his upper body naked, bearing an evil grin. His eyes were bleeding, and while he could not see, he could still sense the location of his opponent. His punch was unleashed, headed for the godlight possessed by the destroyed man. The silver fist became an orb of light. It came forward to strike the black and white powers simultaneously. Boom! The two scary powers collided with each other, and what resulted was akin to the detonation of a hydrogen bomb. The giant explosion looked like a sun-going supernova, consuming everything in its proximity. It was too bright for anyone to actually see anything inside it, though. When the lights finally dimmed, a giant chasm was all that remained. Inside that deep crater, one person was left standing. The other person writhed around on the ground, struggling to get up. Xie King looked at Odoga, trying to get up off of the ground. Slicking back his silver hair, he coldly said, "You are strong, but you are weaker than I. And since you now seem to understand my power, I will spare your life. Go back, practice for a few hundred years, and then get back to me. Perhaps by then you will stand a 0.0001% chance of defeating me. I'll be back." Odoga could not get up. He ripped up his paper and disappeared from the field of battle. "I am invincible, no matter where I go." Xie King ran his fingers through his hair and disappeared from that corner of the dimension. Pang! As soon as Xie King was teleported back out of the Geno being scroll, his injured body collapsed. The will to win and the accompanying adrenaline were the only things that had kept him going. Xie King was too severely injured and too exhausted to continue in the Geno rank fights, so he ended up placing in the top 8. The people that watched him and Odoga fight, however, were of the firm belief that one of those two should have taken first place. Unfortunately, the two powerhouses had ended up against each other far too soon. One was defeated and beaten into a sorry state, and the other was victorious, but also beaten into a sorry state. The ranked fights continued with some surprising results. On the 4th match of the King tier, Isha actually ended up losing, which surprised her many fans. Her final position rested at rank number 4. Hansen wasn't there to watch the fight, so he was unsure what had led to her defeat. That being said, according to what he had heard, something strange occurred during the bout. Han Littleflower got to his final fight easily. His sacred powers allowed him to manipulate space and time, and no Viscount was able to challenge that technique in the field of battle. No one was stronger than Han Littleflower, so it was highly likely that he would gain the number 1 position after completing his final fight. If not for Evil Eye, Hansen would have been a shoo-in for winning the entire Marquise tier bracket. But alas, it was not so. With Evil Eye being there was no guarantee that Hansen would be victorious. Hansen had watched Evil Eye's fights with intense focus. The man looked frightening, but Hansen thought there was something off about him. What that was precisely, Hansen could not put his finger on. Hansen called Isha to highlight his concern. He wanted to comfort her after her loss, too. "My queen, I will come to Narrow Moon and visit you in just a few short days." Isha sat on her throne with her long white legs crossed comfortably before her. She looked at Hansen through the video feed, smiled, and said, "You are coming back to comfort me?" "No. You are the strongest woman of all. You simply missed, and that's it." Hansen's comforting skills already seemed to be lacking. Isha still smiled, and she looked at Han Sr. The mecha made a generous offer in exchange for their win. We have what we need now. Did you honestly believe I would lose? Han-sen was surprised by this revelation. That was not what he had expected from Isha at all. Isha continued to smile and said, the rebate are a high race, but we are not like Sky Palace. We don't have anyone deified. We need to grow a great deal to remain competitive. So, we had to give up something. That was just how it had to be. Han-sen understood that she had allowed herself to lose, despite her ardent desire to win. She had not lost to a genuine enemy in battle, she had lost to politics. Go back to Sky Palace. These matters aren't your concern. You need to level up and become a king. Only then can you play these games. Right now, you aren't even a spare piece on the table of play, Isha said, then abruptly hung up the phone. Han-sen knew that his level was still too low. The story of genes was too difficult, and he repeatedly mulled the idea of just giving it up. He could level up his other 3 Geno arts to the rank of king instead. The final fight for the Marquise tier was about to start, and Dollar and Evil Eye's names were on the tip of every tongue. It was the hottest topic of the day. Although Han-sen had shown powerful attacks, Dragon 8 was the only opponent that he had defeated with true raw power. Lone Bamboo's non-fight had also disappointed a great many people. Evil Eye's track record over multiple lives was too impressive, so most people thought that Evil Eye would be the one to win the fight. After all, Evil Eye had been deified many times before, and so he was the sort to see things differently. This point alone made him the likeliest candidate for victory. Still, it was not all doom and gloom in Dollar's corner. Many nobles still placed their faith in him becoming victorious. They loved Coin. Up until now, at least, Dollar had proved that Coin could defeat anything. Many people loved it. At a gambling station located on a certain planet, a dirt bike pulled up. The man who rode it came inside and dropped a heavy bag on the table. When the workers opened the bag, their eyebrows rose and wide smiles spread across their faces. One of them quickly said, "Dear customer, who are you placing your money and faith in?" "What's the winning forecast look like for Dollar?" the man asked. 1.84, the worker answered. Then, he looked at the man with the dirt bike strangely. Most people believed Evil Eye would win, so there was no way he'd be forecasted to lose. Nobody put their bets on Dollar. "I bet that Dollar will win," the man said as he straightened his sunglasses. If the man was willing to give away a sack of free money, then none of the workers would turn him down. The worker cashed it in and gave the man a receipt. Dumb *SS. He put all of his money on Dollar winning. "The whole universe knows Evil Eye won't lose," the worker said, upon seeing the man with a motorbike take his leave. Wang Yuheng safely pocketed the receipt and went on his merry way to his enigenic hunting zone. When the final fight began, everyone was able to watch it. Only 2 other creatures were still engaged in fights of their own. In the past, the most famous and well-attended fights would always take place in the king tier. But this year, things were different. Marquises and viscounts had received a lot of attention this time around, particularly the marquises. Because of Dollar and Evil Eye, that tier of fights received more attention than king-class fights. The viscount tier received the focus it did because of Little Flower and little else. But even then, there was nothing much to watch in his fights. It wasn't as if people believed any other viscount could defeat Little Flower, who wielded those sacred powers. It's going to start. I wonder how long Dollar will be able to last against Evil Eye. Dragon 8 and Dragon 9 were keenly watching the Geno being scroll flash. Their attention was focused on the Marquis' final fight's battleground. If Brother Bamboo had not gone missing, it would be him battling Evil Eye. In Sky Palace, Thousand Feather Crane could not help but sigh. Everyone was focusing on that fight now, and that was especially true of the research organizations. They were extremely interested in Coin and Evil Eye. Not even deified elites could live forever, but Evil Eye had been reborn repeatedly. Everyone wished to know his secret to immortality. I hope Dollar lasts as long as possible to draw out the secrets that enshroud Evil Eye. Skypath Garden's leader was keenly watching the Geno being scroll. Between Coin and Evil Eye's secrets, we're bound to learn something today, a researcher said. I want to see Evil Eye's secret of rebirth, the Skypath Garden leader coldly repeated. Like my comment first. Hate these prelude chapters. Sigh. Guess I gotta wait till tonight. Thanks for the chapter. Looks like I'm first apparently. The surface of the bronze scroll flashed, showing two fighters who appeared amidst the dunes of a desert. One was clad in a suit of gold armor, whereas the other was garbed in white and purple armor. Their body shapes were remarkably similar. This is it, it's going to start. Everyone felt a great deal of relief in their hearts. After what happened with the no-show Lone Bamboo, many nobles feared the same issue might plague the anticipated finale. Evil Eye looked at Han Sen with a great deal of interest, and he asked, "What race do you actually belong to?" "Human," Han Sen answered calmly. He peered right back at Evil Eye. That man was shrouded by darkness as deep as the abyss itself, but somehow, Han Sen was struck with a strange pang of familiarity as he looked at the man. And when he looked closer, the sensation grew even stronger. "You really are a human? That is a good name, I suppose." Evil Eye mumbled something to himself beneath his breath. Han Sen heard what he said, but he wasn't quite sure what he meant by that. Evil Eye wasn't planning on explaining it, either. He looked back at Han Sen, smiled, and said, "Your coin is pretty funny. Would you mind if I had a look at it?" "As you wish." Han Sen lifted his right hand and put two of his fingers together. Then, he flicked in the direction of Evil Eye. A coin appeared, and it teleported towards Evil Eye with the speed of lightning. Evil Eye made no effort to dodge the incoming coin or knock it away with a godlight. Instead, he caught the incoming coin with the palm of his right hand. Pat. The coin stuck to Evil Eye's hand. His body began to sink, his feet lowering into the sand a little. What a powerful coin. It not only has the ability to suppress a foe, but it can seal. This could very well become a deified class Geno art. I cannot believe a Geno art like this has been around, unknown to me over the centuries of my existence. Evil Eye brought his hand closer to get a better look at the coin. He looked genuinely interested in the item. Evil Eye knew that coin suppression and sealing powers were strong, as did everyone else. But he had to let the coin land on him so that he could research it properly. If anyone else had done something like this, they would have seemed incredibly reckless. But to the people watching the bout, it seemed the most natural thing in the world for Evil Eye to do. What a weird Geno art. It is heavy. It forbids air. It suppresses, and some weird power, Evil Eye mumbled to himself. Then, he placed another of his fingers on the coin. He tightened his grip, and the coin was crushed within his fist. The viewers looked on in shock. The coin that was believed to be indestructible, that had suppressed and defeated Dragon 8, had been shattered by Evil Eye. It appeared not to work on him at all. Evil Eye really is untouchable. Coin doesn't even work on him. This really is too frightening to watch. He has lived for so long, too, this man is a god. Coin is useless, after all? With that out of the way, it appears to me that Dollar has lost all chance of winning this fight. It looks like there is nothing more to see. That strongest skill known as coin was broken by Evil Eye's hands. How can anyone expect this supposed fight to continue? Evil Eye really is too scary. Amidst everyone's shock at Evil Eye's lackadaisical breaking of the coin, Evil Eye suddenly moved. He did not move to attack Han Sen, though. He threw the pieces of the coin into the air and made them hover before him. Evil Eye then wiggled his fingers. The pieces were covered in a purple light, then they began to break down into smaller and smaller chunks. Bathed in the glow of that purple light, the coin was ground into gold dust. The gold motes floated in front of Evil Eye. Your coin is not perfect. I was one of the dragon, at one point, and in my time with them, I was able to learn their dragon seal. I was one of the empty, as well. With them, I learned vacuum. And at another place in time I belonged to the destroyed. It was with them that I learned how to perform taboo. That's not forgetting my time as a Buddha. Evil Eye appeared to be talking to himself, as he moved his fingers. The gold dust gathered around those fingers, though, recomposing the original shape. A new coin had been created, but this one was slightly different from the one Han Sen had produced. In addition to the coin and the number count, there were purple engravings on it. They were reminiscent of flowers. Evil Eye held up that new coin he had produced. It was like a work of art. He smiled at it. $? What do you think of this, eh? Evil Eye said, right before flicking his finger. He propelled the modified coin straight towards Han Sen with the speed of a laser beam. All the audience was in shock. To dismantle an enemy's Geno art and then go on to modify it in the middle of a fight was something only a god could do. There was, of course, the possibility that Evil Eye wasn't even treating this fight as actual combat. He might have just been curious about coin. Sick. A guy like Evil Eye should be forbidden from even joining the Geno being scroll. Other races can't do anything remotely comparable to this. How could something like this even happen? There should be rules, and this should be against them. F***ck. Before Evil Eye, no Geno art can remain shrouded in secrecy. That guy has been reborn as so many races over the years, so there's no telling just how many Geno arts he has actually learned. He is a god. While everyone was reeling from the shock of this, Han Sen reacted much like Evil Eye had. He made no move to block or deflect the coin. All he did was use his right hand to grab it. Boom. When Han Sen grabbed the coin, the sand in a radius of 1 kilometer shook. That area sank half a meter. Evil Eye smiled at Han Sr. This may very well be your coin, but you shouldn't think about grabbing it so merrily. It's mine now. $. Is too emotional. He shouldn't have tried to take it back. Oh, no. $. Is being suppressed by coin. Does all the excitement we anticipated come to an end here? It looks like the suppression power of coin has been amplified to a sickening level, after Evil Eye's modifications. It is way too strong. There is no hope of victory against that. Everyone was in shock. Even Skypath Garden's leader looked bitter, and he said, "We cannot see anything like this. Guys like Evil Eye shouldn't ever be seen in a Marquise battleground." Evil Eye continued smiling at Han Senator. The expression had grown a little rigid, but he kept it in place. Evil Eye wasn't the only one who was surprised, though. The audience watched as $. Used his other hand to crush the coin that had been manufactured, modified, and fired by Evil Eye. Interesting modification, but it is too stiff to combine the powers you proposed. While it may indeed look stronger, it lacks the meaning and feel of the original, Han Sen said coolly, while he squeezed the coin. Oh, so you don't think it is any good? Then show me how I can avoid making it stiff. Evil Eye's eyebrow was raised. Han Sen didn't respond, though. He threw his coin into the air while everyone was watching, and then he moved his finger to imbue it with a golden light. The finger was like a meteor, shooting across the space before the coin. Just as Evil Eye had done previously, Han Sen was dismantling the coin and reassembling it as something new. Evil Eye was surprised to see that Han Sen had managed to reduce his modified version of coin to dust, and the shock of the scene had frozen the spectators. No way. $. Has that sort of power? Really? Evil Eye does something unbelievable, and now $. Can match him? This bout just got interesting again. Things were happening too quickly for the audience to keep up with. They stared in disbelief as Han Sen dismantled the Geno art in moments, then began repurposing it to better fit his needs. All of Han Sen's fingers moved quickly, and the bits of shattered coin slowed smoothly back together. It became a new coin. But the coin Han Sen was putting together looked different from the one that Evil Eye had assembled. It looked like gold, and all traces of the purple engravings that decorated the coin before were gone. And furthermore, the number displayed atop the surface was 3 instead of 1. Dong. Hansen finished the coin and fired it at Evil Eye with a fierce flick of his fingers. A gold light shot towards Evil Eye at an incredible speed. Evil Eye frowned and moved to grab the coin, but when he touched the coin this time, his body was pushed back. And then, every step he took left behind a deep, cratered footstep. The sand all around him was sinking. Evil Eye grabbed the coin, stumbling back 4 steps. 4 steps and he came to a stop. Holy **T. Dollar actually did it. The coin has gotten stronger. It's now clear that this is precisely how the two will fight. I have learned so much today already. Wow. Those two can play like this? This Geno being scroll fight might very well be the most famous in all of Marquis history. Ah, but what Geno art are they practicing? I am afraid this is something only a deified elite could do. And it would still depend on whether or not the deified elite had the natural talent to use this particular art. If they didn't, not even those sorts could play as those two are right now. Why is the way that they fight so different from the way we do? This is a fight between true elites. These don't dictate superiority through the simple swinging of fists. Evil Eye caught the coin in his hand. His gauntlet was dented heavily by the impact, and holding the coin was not as easy as it had been. Evil Eye did not speak flippantly anymore either. He made the coin hover over his fingers and imbued it with an abundance of purple light. Eventually, the coin broke. After the coin was dismantled and rebuilt, the number upon the surface of the coin had increased to the level of 4. Pang! Evil Eye threw the coin at Hansen, and Hansen immediately grabbed it when it came within range. He didn't fall back like his opponent had, though. He snatched the coin out of the air as if there was nothing damaging about it at all. Hansen was using his ability to see sequence structures to dismantle the coin, but Evil Eye was using a very different method. Evil Eye relied on his ability to feel and control powers with extreme precision. Hansen was able to see right into Evil Eye's nature, and he realized that the two of them were actually completely different from each other. Evil Eye was able to break down coin's power by dismantling the coin with amazing, albeit primal practicality. That was also how he was able to reconstruct the coin. Evil Eye had been reborn as many different races. In his times occupying the bodies of the different races, he had frequently become deified. The power he had learned, and what he now employed, was quite scary. That was why he was able to use his own knowledge to dismantle, recreate, and modify coin. His power was entirely dependent on a deified's knowledge, though. Marquises should not have been able to understand things on such a deep level. This was all due to Evil Eye's continual cycle of rebirth. His mind-blowing abilities all boiled down to that. While that cycle of reincarnation had given Evil Eye incredible power, Hansen saw the downside that everyone was ignoring. After all, Evil Eye could not see into the sequence structure properly. He only used his knowledge and his feelings to rebuild coin. While Evil Eye could still blindly assemble sequence structures that were mostly functional, his creations lacked detail and finesse. If Hansen's technique of rebuilding Geno arts was 100% accurate, then Evil Eye was only 99.99%. While the difference might have been small and difficult to recognize, it was definitely there. And that meant Evil Eye was not perfect. Evil Eye would soon find it impossible to beat Hansen in this way, but Hansen didn't mind engaging him in this sort of battle. As a matter of fact, it made him happy. Evil Eye was unable to beat Hansen without a genuine ability to read sequence structures. So, to compensate, he found himself having to add his own power into the coin every time he rebuilt it. He used his deified power to increase the coin's potential. That meant there was a deified elite modifying coin for Han Senator. It made him even happier to go along with it. The two of them kept throwing the coin back and forth. With each throw, the number displayed by the coin increased. And every time the figure increased, the power of each throw visibly increased as well. Every time Evil Eye caught the coin, the ground beneath his feet would shake. Hansen, on the other hand, could catch the coin with alarming ease. He was not being affected by the coin at all. That was why Hansen said that Evil Eye had missed the purpose of coin. Although his opponent had managed to rebuild coin, it lacked a manifestation of coin's true heart. Evil Eye could use coin to throw attacks, yes, but he could not use the coins as well as he might have liked. Even though he had produced a coin that suppressed powers, it wasn't coin. It was not like the real coin that Hansen wielded, in which power could be stacked. Boom! When Evil Eye caught the coin next, the number on its surface was 10. The purple color on his armor deepened, but it looked as if the color itself was struggling against the weight. It seemed as if it had been suppressed by coin too much, and it could no longer hold on. The audience was frozen. Right now, Evil Eye was at a disadvantage, and he was being suppressed by dollar. No matter how many times you attempt to replicate my work, you need to know that coin is still mine, Hansen said, staring at his opponent with hard eyes. Evil Eye looked at Hansen, and the purple bone flowers on his armor started to open like real flowers. A deeper, more disturbing power began to rise from his body. Interesting. Evil Eye suddenly smiled creepily. His hand released the coin, and within that purple light, the coin was reduced to dust. The gold dust drifted up from his fingers. It seems that I have underestimated you. Evil Eye looked right at Han Senator. The bone flowers across his armor continued to bloom. Each one of them made Evil Eye stronger. When the flowers on Evil Eye's armor opened in bloom, the mass of his power reached a truly frightening level. He was much scarier than even Dragon 8's gold dragon body. Your knowledge and control are better than mine, it would appear. But so what? Before a sufficient amount of raw, physical power, you have no hope of triumphing. You will ultimately lose. Evil Eye looked at Hansen coldly. What? You lack skill, so you want to start brawling? Hansen laughed. Power and skill are never distinguishable as two separate things. Your knowledge and your ability to control the fluctuations of power is impressive, but can you apply that talent in actual combat? Mere talk is useless. Evil Eye said, his power continuing to burgeon. Then come and give it a try, Hansen said. This is precisely how I wanted it. Evil Eye's body shot toward Hansen like a purple shadow. His skills were no better than Dragon 8's, but his entire body had been transformed into a killing machine. Purple flowers began to appear across his limbs. They swayed as if they were alive, and their sole purpose was to pursue Hansen. For Hansen, Evil Eye was the rare sort of enemy that required his full effort and attention. He was not the type of foe Hansen could afford to underestimate, so he focused his powers and prepared the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go to engage Evil Eye properly. He also planned to make use of Super Spank. Evil Eye's use of skills was fluid, though. They kept on changing. He had a roster of techniques, after all. He had the skills of the dragon, the Buddha, the destroyed, and so on. But what's more, it felt as if every skill was mastered. While they might have all had different purposes and meanings, he was able to combine them all seamlessly. Every technique was stunningly employed, and every blow was followed by an unexpected change of style. The elites were all confused by what they saw. Many of their faces changed, especially when they realized that they were seeing glimpses of the legendary techniques of the race they belonged to. Hansen, on the other hand, fought in a totally different manner. His skills were very clear. They appeared simple, but they still had a depth to them that the onlookers couldn't quite understand. After watching many of his moves, the audience was able to understand how he was using his kicks and punches. No matter how much Evil Eye was able to alter his attacks, wherever Hansen touched, Evil Eye's power would be reduced to dust. Super Spank was able to break and disintegrate every sequence structure it came into contact with. Evil Eye's body split into two, and both bodies attacked Han Senator. There was no illusion, and the two forms really did comprise Evil Eye's actual body. And they were both equally powerful. Destroyed's doppelganger. Isn't that a technique that only one of the destroyed is able to learn? Everyone was shocked by this reveal. In the next second, that shock turned into awe. The two Evil Eyes split again, and now there were 4 Evil Eyes on the battleground. Destroyed's doppelganger technique was only able to split a person into 3 due to the origin race having 3 heads and 6 arms. Evil Eye was not one of the destroyed. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he was able to split into 4. That was rather scary. Hansen made no move yet, though. Heavenly Go was still pumping in his heart. Fighting 4 people was an insane thing to attempt, but even when faced with that, he was able to keep his calm. The 4 Evil Eyes piled on the pressure by surrounding Hansen on all sides with different techniques. The nobles that watched were all confused by what they saw, but they were able to understand that despite all that, Evil Eye hadn't exactly gained the upper hand. Powerful Evil Eye. Scary Dollar. Dollar is the one that is able to break down any skill he sees. The evil breaker powers of the dragon were weak to him, don't you remember? Arg, he is so strong. Where did these humans come from? Aren't they so scary? Are all humans like this? No way. If all humans were this strong, wouldn't they be famous? They surely wouldn't be nameless and shrouded in mystery as this fellow is. I think Dollar must be the first elite humans have had in millions of years. What ability is Dollar using? Fighters are always weak against particular elements, but no matter what Geno art is used against him, he is able to break it in a flash. This is terrifying me. In Sky Palace, Thousand Feather Crane and the others were all frozen. Yun Sui pulled Yun Chongkong and asked, "Father, what is Dollar using? How can he break every skill and render all of Evil Eye's Geno arts useless?" Because Yun Chongkong had business with the feather, he hadn't returned to Sky Palace with Han Senator. If he had been with Han Sen, then Han Sen wouldn't have vanished in the attack. I am afraid that I do not understand either. Yun Chongkong shook his head. Hearing that, the Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Crane felt their eyes widen. Dollar was just a marquise, despite how strong he was. But he did things that not even a king-class person like Yun Chongkong could understand. It was a very strange scenario, for sure. Evil Eye looked very glum as all this transpired. He felt as if the breadth of his power was actually much stronger than Han Sen's, but every time he came against the human, his powers were shattered. All in all, it made him realize something. He can use that dismantling power in combat like this. Evil Eye was starting to think that Dollar was some sort of old monster from ages past, and that he had lived through time by being reborn in the same manner Evil Eye had. To him, there was no other explanation for Han Sen's performance. Although he was able to dismantle powers, it wasn't something he was fast enough to do in a real fight. He could only see the weaknesses if he had time to examine them. Pang! Hansen punched an Evil Eye, and that body degraded swiftly into nothing. The Dongxian Sutra's judgment and the formation employed by Heavenly Go were starting to come together. Hansen was now the one controlling the fight. Evil Eye suddenly stumbled back and left the immediate battlefield. The two doppelgangers, still functioning, returned to the primary host and melded back into him. Just as everyone was guessing what Evil Eye would do next, his forehead cracked open. The third eye that had 4 purple pupils appeared on his forehead. Yun Chongkong and the sky screamed. Sky. Evil Eye became one of the sky. That explains why I was unable to see Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes. They resided inside his third sky eye. *T. He is one of the sky. That means Evil Eye has not been fighting with power. For the sky, opening their third eye means things are just getting started. Evil Eye looks pretty P** said. I wonder if Dollar will be able to compete against Evil Eye with his sky eye open. Hansen looked at Evil Eye's third eye. The pupils looked familiar, for some reason. And now that he realized that Evil Eye was one of the sky, that sense of familiarity heightened. In front of this monstrous power, your skills will matter very little. Evil Eye opened his sky eye. His power had increased by a vast amount, and the purple light of his sky eye flared the purple flowers across his armor. A fire kicked up, and it enveloped Evil Eye's entire body. Seeing Evil Eye covered in purple fire, Hansen frowned. When a sky opened their sky eye, their general strength would leap by about one whole tier. Evil Eye's power was already above what could be expected of a marquise, but now with the sky eye had opened, his power was comparable to the strongest of dukes. It was quite difficult to fathom how a marquise could possess such grand strength. Bzzzt. The audience did not see Evil Eye move. All they heard was a sound, and Evil Eye's body started to appear faded. Before his body had completely vanished from that location, he appeared directly in front of Hansen. He had moved far more quickly than should have been possible for any marquise. It was way too fast for anyone to properly track. Hansen moved when Evil Eye did, though. He swung his fist, and when Evil Eye appeared in front of him, Hansen's fist collided with the power his nemesis had prepared to unleash. Hansen's fist hit the purple lotus flower, reducing it to nothing but dust. Hansen's gauntlet shattered, and blood leaked from his skin. Evil Eye frowned, all the same. He was surprised that Hansen had been able to shatter his power, even with the strength he now held. Evil Eye's power far exceeded what Hansen was capable of right now, but Super Spank only had to collide with one small spot to set off a chain reaction that would wipe out a sequence structure. The collapse would build in strength as it went. Unless Hansen's power was insufficient to exploit a specific structure's weaknesses, there was no proper reason for Super Spank to fail to break anything. For now, at least, Hansen was able to break the sequence structures. And that meant Evil Eye wasn't quite an overwhelming threat just yet. What threatened Hansen the most, though, was Evil Eye's speed after opening his sky eye. Not even he was able to follow Evil Eye's movement. He had to use his Dongxian Sutra to predict where Evil Eye would appear and Heavenly Ghost formation to counter his attacks. If he waited for Evil Eye to make a move before reacting, it'd be too late for Hansen to block his strikes. Evil Eye appeared erratically, like a ghost that was coming at Hansen from every which way. The purple flowers kept flashing near him. Every time Hansen punched, a purple flower would vanish. But while many flowers were wilting, the elites that spectated the fight were having a difficult time grasping what exactly was going on. Many people had noticed that Evil Eye was moving more quickly than should have been possible, of course. But aside from that, they couldn't really tell what was special about the fight between Dollar and Evil Eye. "Father, is there a point in them fighting this fast?" Yun Sui, who was lost in confusion, felt compelled to ask Yun Chongkong. Yun Chongkong sighed and said if Lone Bamboo had shown up for his fight, he might not have been able to beat Dollar, either. The Yun sisters and the others were all shocked. Lone Bamboo was like a god to them. Not looking away from the fight, Yun Chongkong said, his speed and power are definitely not up to the standards set by Evil Eye, but he is still holding his own. It's not as if he's being crushed. This fact alone makes him most excellent. His speed and power are inferior to Evil Eye's? I couldn't tell. I assumed they were both even, Yun Sui said in confusion. That's what it looks like on the surface, but yes, Dollar is unable to match his opponent's speed. Even worse, he has less power than his rival, as well, Yun Chongkong said. Why does it look like they are even, then? Yun Sui asked. That is what makes Dollar so impressive. Yun Chongkong paused for a moment. Although you guys can't see this, because of the speed of the fight, Dollar is moving before Evil Eye strikes. He's practically clairvoyant. It looks like he knows what Evil Eye will do before he even makes a move. He attacks where Evil Eye is going to be, rather than where he is. That is how this fight remains balanced. The Yun sisters and the others turned their attention back to the fight, trying to make sense of it. Thousand Feather Crane, as flabbergasted as the rest, had to ask, isn't that what you find in the textless book? Is Dollar one of the sky that has practiced textless book? No, he is not using textless book. While I can see some similarities, they are not the same. Yun Changkong shook his head. Even though he is able to predict Evil Eye's movements, how is he able to keep things in balance if his power is still inferior? Yun Sushang did not understand this bit. I'll admit, I don't understand that either. Dollar must have a very powerful skill to fight someone much stronger than him, though, Yun Changkong said. Every race was doing their best to analyze the fight taking place between Dollar and Evil Eye. They had all wanted to research Coin, but Dollar's entire performance was a far better subject for study than they had initially thought possible. And the deified members of the audience were most fascinated by the fight. A pure physical fight was nothing to such spectators, but using such refined techniques over an extended conflict? That was something that deified elites very much wanted to see. The 4 pupils in Evil Eye's sky eye were bright, and his speed and power continued to increase. Han Sen was having a hard time keeping up with the fight. Super Spank was strong, and so was the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. But when the opponent gained too much strength, their effectiveness was reduced. Han Sen maintained his calm, however, despite the wounds that his fists were collecting. The injuries were so profuse that his blood-soaked bones were becoming visible through his tanned flesh. They were the damage he had to suffer to keep breaking the sequence structures of his enemy. It was like pulling fishing strings. It was impossible to keep something that fine and tough from hurting you. But Han Sen's will was unwavering. Without a moment of pause, his excitement remained steady. Han Sen cast the Dongxian Sutra and destroyed the next sequence structure. He was able to predict Evil Eye's attacks, and the whole world through Han Sen's eyes was turning into a series of threads he could follow. Under the increasing threat from Evil Eye, Han Sen running the Dongxian Sutra in overdrive. And this pressure was going to result in his Dongxian Sutra reaching Marquise. When the Dongxian aura changed, time itself became visible. For the first time in his life, Han Sen could see time, not just feel it. Earlier, Han Sen could see movement. Now, he was seeing actual timelines. In normal people's eyes, one person walking was just one person. In Han Sen's eyes, while that one person walked, the image of that person spread out like shadows all around them. Time. A second before. 2 seconds before. 3 seconds before. The timeline spread in 3 dimensions, allowing Han Sen to see options he had never previously considered. When the Dongxian powers changed, the feelings became stronger, too. And the timelines he could see extended in all directions. He gasped, seeing more than he ever thought possible. As his sky eye grew stronger, Evil Eye put Han Sen under even greater duress. While Han Sen was able to endure it for the moment, he wouldn't forever. It was only a matter of time before his hands snapped. They had now been shredded down to the bone, after all. Evil Eye looked excited. The purple light of his 4 evil eyes was shining, and his speed and power at greater and greater outputs. He was dying to bring an end to the man that had the audacity to fight him so successfully. The audience could tell Dollar was not faring too well. His power and speed were low. Even if his abilities could miraculously catch up to Evil Eye's, there was every chance that his body had already taken too much damage. It is time for a winner to be declared. One of the spectating elites sighed and looked disheartened. Dollar's performance had not been any inferior to Evil Eye's. He was just an ordinary Marquise, while Evil Eye was an old monster that, by all rights, should not have been allowed to compete with the others. They shouldn't have bracketed him in with the other marquises. It wasn't fair. Dollar should have been extremely proud that he'd fought as well as he had. The nobles and the kings thought it was a great shame, and many people naturally sympathized with the underdog. In the match between Dollar and Evil Eye, they were rooting for Dollar. He was the weaker of the two, yet he fought with endearing courage. And so, the hearts of many kings and dukes went out in support of Dollar. But now, the situation was obvious. Although Dollar was a genius, his body was still far weaker than the monster he had been pitted against, Evil Eye. In this battle of bodies, he had lost. As everyone sighed glumly, Evil Eye felt a sudden pang of worry. There was something off about Hansen. That worry made him want to kill Hansen even more. He wanted Hansen dead, so he could get this fear over with. Hansen was suppressed and his fists were bleeding. The bones of his hands looked ready to give up. But on the inside, Hansen was feeling quite different. He was actually rather excited. The Dongxian aura was undergoing its final changes. The process of leveling up to Marquise would be complete any second now. Weird. In Sky Palace, the leader watched Hansen fight with a strange expression. What is weird? Asked the woman with a black mask. Dollar is going to break through, the Sky Palace leader said. Breakthrough? I don't think it's possible to level up inside the Geno being scroll. Even if he did become a duke, he would still be suppressed by the rules that bind him there. He would only complete an ascension after having departed the Geno being scroll. This has happened before, so why are you suddenly acting so surprised? The black-masked woman frowned. The Sky Palace leader shook his head. The strange thing is that I don't think he's leveling up to become a duke. The masked woman looked shocked. She said, You mean Dollar has 2 talents? He has 2 Geno armaments? And you mean to suggest that the other one is becoming a marquise from the rank of Earl? The Sky Palace leader nodded and said, It certainly looks that way. The masked woman was dumbfounded. Double talents? And one of his skills can fight Evil Eye in this manner? Is he also a reborn monster? The Sky Palace leader did not say anything more. Silently, he watched the fight continue. Most nobles hadn't caught on to what was happening, only elites like the Sky Palace leader had a grasp of the situation. Interesting. He has 2 talents. Isha sat on her throne, drinking wine as she watched Dollar fight. She looked angry. Burning Lamp Alpha frowned and spoke to himself. Double talents. And one of his skills is so strong already? Who is this human? It cannot be a race that has just entered, can it? Everyone was focusing on this fight now. Most of the nobles thought the battle had already been settled, and only a few elites could see the simmering change going on beneath the surface. Evil Eye was starting to look ill. He could see what was happening to Hansen, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. Boom! In the middle of that crazy fight, Hansen's body beamed with sudden power. The audience couldn't see that power with their eyes, but they could see the changes happening in Hansen's body. After that, Hansen's face filled with relief, as though he had set aside some mountainous burden that he had been forced to shoulder. His entire body glowed, as if he had been reborn. Evil Eye's attacks suddenly seemed weaker. It felt as if the storm upon Hansen had been reduced to a few water drops. He could no longer stop Hansen, who stood absolutely still. Hansen's presence had been suppressed, but now it was unleashed in full. It made Evil Eye squirm, and all of his instincts screamed that he was in danger. What is this? Dollar had a breakthrough? I thought you weren't able to level up in the Geno being scroll. It can't be a new level. The Geno being scroll denies the ability to level up. No, he is definitely leveling up. Is Dollar cheating? How can he level up in the Geno being scroll? D*MN. Does this guy have the Geno being scroll's favor? Has he been given the exclusive permission to level up here? Even if he wins, he'll win as a duke. He won't win the Marquis' crown. That's cheating. The whole world was shocked by what they saw. They weren't quite sure what to think about this, as it all looked too fake. He had leveled up inside the Geno being scroll. No, he's not a duke. It's a double talent. He has a double talent. And his other talent has become Marquise. **T. This can't happen. F***CK. Really? Dollar has 2 talents? And he's only been using one to fight Evil Eye all day? Crazy. Crazy. This world is crazy. F***ck. Another monster. And I was just feeling bad for him. The revelation that Dollar had 2 talents swept through the audience like a tidal wave. His other talent was only just leveling up now. Many of the nobles weren't quite sure what to say. Boom. The Dongxian aura suddenly grew small. The world looked weird through Han Sen's eyes. In the next second, he lifted his finger. Evil Eye roared and rushed forward. His purple flame was burning like mad, and he was gathering as much power as he possibly could to go against Han Senator, but as the two closed on each other, Han Sen suddenly disappeared. In that moment when Han Sen went past Evil Eye, he appeared behind him and without injury. Evil Eye was standing with his back to Han Sen, and he didn't have enough time to turn. His eyes widened. Catcha! The white and purple armor shattered. In the space of a second, it was all reduced to dust. And as Evil Eye's helmet vanished, the world saw his real face. Lone Bamboo. The Sky Palace leader's face suddenly went ashen. And it wasn't only the Sky Palace leader feeling this way. Everyone watching the fight was in shock. Behind the veil of that white and purple armor, the combatant was revealed to be none other than Lone Bamboo of Sky Palace. One person was not allowed to enter the Geno being scroll under 2 different identities. Lone Bamboo had already been seen competing, so he could not have been Evil Eye in disguise. After a moment or 2 elapsed, the realization of what had actually occurred began to settle in. Sky Palace's leader had the quickest reaction of them all. He slammed the table in front of him, with a force that reduced it to dust. His voice filled with rage, he exclaimed, "Evil Eye! I do not care what you are, for this transgression I will make you suffer." Very few things could make the Sky Palace leader behave like that, but Lone Bamboo was one of them. Han Sen now knew why looking at Evil Eye had filled him with a disconcerting sense of familiarity. It was because his opponent, in some capacity, was Lone Bamboo. No, it was just Lone Bamboo's body. No wonder Lone Bamboo did not show up to fight. Han Sen stared at Evil Eye, who was wearing the guise of someone so familiar. Evil Eye stared at Han Sen, his eyes radiating evil. A cruel purple flame began to blaze out of him. Good. Very good. You have pushed me this far. You are the only one to have done this in over 1,000,000 years. Evil Eye's voice hissed through a gap in his clenched jaw. The way he spoke made the audience shiver. It had been 1,000,000 years since Evil Eye had felt the possibility of death. If he hadn't used a forbidden power to evade that last strike, he would have been turned into dust along with his armor under the force of Super Spank. But he used the forbidden power, and that meant he had entered a mode that was rather passive. In Evil Eye's sky eye, the flower-looking pupils started to wilt. Something was seeping out, swimming around the eye as it came. Because of that change, his body began to leak purple smoke. Someone was bound to put you in your place eventually. It's going to happen a second and third time, too. Just settle down and get used to it, Han Sen said, his voice grim. Earlier, he felt ashamed that he hadn't managed to kill Evil Eye. Right now, he was very glad that he hadn't. If his strike had been successful, Lone Bamboo's body would have been destroyed. Han Sen didn't know exactly what was going on, but he had the feeling that the body really did belong to Lone Bamboo. You are right. It was bound to happen once, but you and I are different. You won't have a chance at a second or third time, because you can only die once, Evil Eye said. And then, all 4 of his purple eyes shattered. 4 powers beamed out of his eyes, which then turned into purple crystals. They were like shiny purple gems. A number of purple markings scrawled their way across Evil Eye's body, and then flames shot out of them. The purple flowers across him also started to become real, turning from bone into real plants. The petals spread across his body, linking together to form a new set of armor. Evil Eye roared to the skies above. The purple lights then drew together to create 2 purple butterfly wings. The wings each had the symbol of an eye on them, and they glowed purple. When the flower armor and the butterfly wings appeared, Evil Eye's powers started to increase in volume. It was truly difficult to fathom just how strong he was becoming. Purple Eye Butterfly. Many of the old people that were watching this fight couldn't help but balk at the name. Evil Eye is actually Purple Eye Butterfly? He's that asterisk shoal? In the dark land of Sacred, Old Eagle looked at Evil Eye and clenched his jaws. He's not dead? Auntie May frowned profusely. In Sky Palace, the masked woman also found herself screaming. One of the 10 generals of Sacred? Purple Eye Butterfly. He is Evil Eye? Now it finally makes sense that he has been reborn countless times through the ages. The Sky Palace leader was still angry, and he snarled, even if he's Sacred's leader reborn, he laid his grubby mitts on my student. For that crime I will kill him myself. On Buddha Planet, Burning Lamp Alpha found himself in a state of shock, too. Sacred's General Purple Eye Butterfly is not dead? This is interesting. Purple Eye Butterfly settled into a cocoon, only to become a butterfly. It is because of this he is practically immortal. But every time he is reborn, he can never finish the last step. Each and every time, he can go no further than becoming deified. In a black hole, Demon Alpha laughed coldly to himself. He looked at the person with disdain. All the elites of the universe looked at the Evil Eye's true form in a number of different ways. They all thought different things about him. Evil Eye's body kept changing. He looked at his enemy, Han Sen, and said angrily, I wanted to find a stronger body before becoming a butterfly. I wanted it to combine with the host, but because of you, I have to waste my butterfly form on this petty vessel. And what's more, I cannot find myself another host now. That's fine, though, I suppose. I guess this body is enough, once I combine and properly assimilate with it. With that combination of power, I should be able to kill you. As Evil Eye was talking, the purple symbols that decorated his butterfly wings became extremely bright. A strange, voluminous swirl started to appear. A light was dousing the entire area in a number of its beams. That light seemed impossible to avoid, but Han Sen gathered up a bunch of power to try to repel its assault anyway. But nothing he did worked, for he felt the light penetrate his body. Han Sen felt as if he had been chained up. He no longer had any control, and he could not even close his eyelids. Han Sen had always been surprised that his body was no weaker than an Evil Breaker dragon body, but sealed powers did not work on him. Despite that, the light that came from those eye patterns were enough to shoot through his defenses and seal him. That light was too strong to appropriately describe. Han Sen wished to use his own power to escape the speed of that light, but doing so was useless. He could not break Evil Eye's eyelights either. Purple Eye Light isn't an ordinary sealing technique. Even if a deified elite was snared by it, nothing they could do would allow them to break free. Dollar is just a marquise, and now he cannot even hope to tear up his own paper to escape. Purple Eye Butterfly can do anything he wishes now. The Sky Palace leader looked grim. He stared at Purple Eye Butterfly, thinking of ways in which he might be able to kill Purple Eye Butterfly for good. Evil Eye coldly looked at Han Sen and flapped his purple wings. He flew over to Han Sen, gritted his teeth, and said, I will make you regret ever having come into existence. Evil Eye flew directly before him, and Han Sen still couldn't break out of the force that bound him. He sighed and thought to himself, it looks like my only option is to use Super God Spirit Body to get out of this, but even if I do that, I can't think of a way in which I might save Lone Bamboo. It's not like I can kill him. But right then, Han Sen had no choice. Just as he was about to use his Super God Spirit mode, he suddenly saw Evil Eye stop in front of him. The purple crystal eye on his forehead began to bleed. D***it. At a time like this? Evil Eye asked, his face twisting. His body came to a complete stop, and he hovered in the air above Han Senator. He brought his hand up to touch the third eye, but as hard as he pressed against it, the eye refused to stop bleeding. The red color spread across the eye, fighting the signature purple that tried to maintain control. Pang! Evil Eye fell from the sky. When he hit the ground, his knees thudded hard into the sand. The light that was shooting out of his wings released their grip on Han Sen, freeing him. That must be. That's Lone Bamboo. His will hasn't been destroyed by Purple Eye Butterfly, the masked woman hollered. Ha ha ha. Nice. That's my student, for you. The Sky Palace leader let out an out-of-character laugh. Lone Bamboo's fierce will is still there? Even an old monster like Purple Eye Butterfly can't suppress his own will to go on? Burning Lamp Alpha looked on, utterly flabbergasted. Oh, no. As other people of Sky Palace were beaming with joy, Yun Sushang let out a sudden cry of terror. What's up, sis? Brother Bamboo's will is still present. Isn't that a good thing? Yun Sui looked at Yun Sushang with a hefty dollop of confusion. Yun Sushang's eyebrows knitted with worry. Yes, it is good that Lone Bamboo's will is still there, but he is in the midst of a fight. And that means he has stopped doing combat with his opponent. And with Dollar now being free, there has been no greater chance for him to kill Evil Eye. But if he destroys Evil Eye, he will be destroying Lone Bamboo in the process. Before she finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood what she was getting at. That turned their excitement into fear. The two opposing forces had been using all the powers they could muster. Dollar had only just been pinned by Evil Eye, and if Lone Bamboo's will had not shown up when it did, Evil Eye would have surely annihilated him. Now that Dollar was free and Evil Eye had lost control, this was his best chance to eliminate Evil Eye once and for all. Dollar had just narrowly escaped death himself, so why would he hesitate to bring this fight to a decisive end? Everyone in Sky Palace was worried. They were afraid that if Dollar killed Evil Eye, then Lone Bamboo would be lost with him. And the people of Sky Palace weren't the only onlookers feeling this way. The audience understood what was going on, and they acknowledged the stakes. If Dollar struck, the entire event would be brought to an end. Evil Eye had been disturbed by the thrashing of Lone Bamboo's will. He was too distracted to counter Dollar right now, so it was best for Dollar to kill him immediately while he had the chance. Dollar and Evil Eye were mere feet apart, but no one could guess what would happen next. They only knew that Dollar would make the decision, for the ball was well and truly in his court. Dollar did not move though. He just looked at Evil Eye, who was kneeling before him. It didn't look as if he had any intention of attacking. Struggling is useless. Give it up. Evil Eye barked, his sky eye shining with purple light. The next second, however, Evil Eye's sky eye turned red. Then, Lone Bamboo's voice sounded through his mouth. I have waited so long, and you have finally decided to combine fully with my body. There is nowhere to run now, even if you wish to. You think you can fight me? The sky eye turned purple, and when it did, Evil Eye's voice spoke. The sky eye kept flashing between the colors purple and red. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo's wills kept fighting against each other. It looked like a pretty intense battle, as the controls for their shared vessel kept switching between the pair. The people in Sky Palace were happy that Dollar had not made a move to kill Evil Eye or Lone Bamboo. That Dollar is not a bad man, the Sky Palace leader said. Is Dollar crazy? Why doesn't he move to smite Evil Eye now while he can? Someone frowned. Maybe he is worried that Sky Palace would go after him if he did that. True. There is no need for him to offend Sky Palace for the sake of his reputation. While everyone was talking, Lone Bamboo and Evil Eye's fight continued. Of course I can fight you. I am fighting with you now. Lone Bamboo's voice sounded once more. I have lived for millions of years, and in each lifetime I became deified. My will is strong, and you have only lived for a few meager decades. It is pointless trying to fight me. Evil Eye shouted. The red took over the sky eye again, and then Lone Bamboo spoke calmly. He said, you are strong, and you keep becoming deified. But you always win, don't you? You have never experienced what it's like to be crushed. You don't know defeat, and you don't know what it is like to lose all hope. I don't need to know, And that's because I will keep winning, Evil Eye hissed. Why don't you try to submit to defeat? Feel the bitter pangs of disappointment. The sky eye had turned red again. When Lone Bamboo regained control of the body, his fingers turned into a sword. Then he brought it up to his forehead. Bzzzt. The sword mind touched his forehead and went into his own body. Spirit sword. Han Sen, upon seeing Lone Bamboo's fingers, looked utterly shocked. He knew exactly what Lone Bamboo was doing. His will was not enough to triumph over Evil Eyes, but Lone Bamboo had suffered the sadness of a multitude of nightmare lifetimes. Now, Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo were together. When their combined emotions were unleashed, Evil Eye would have to suffer the plague of depression, as well. Lone Bamboo had suffered through a lot that Evil Eye never had. He was strong like a deified being, but with those emotional terrors, it was difficult for him to maintain control and stay conscious. This was what Lone Bamboo had been waiting for. He hadn't fought Evil Eye yet because the monster still hadn't fully combined with Lone Bamboo's body. If Lone Bamboo had used the bad emotions earlier, then Evil Eye could have escaped them. Lone Bamboo finally had the chance he had been waiting for. Now was his opportunity to exact revenge. The spirit sword unleashed the bottled emotions of sadness, and the flood drowned the opposing force of willpower. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo sank under the overwhelming sadness. And right then, Lone Bamboo became the boss. Enjoy what it is like to experience failure and hopelessness. Lone Bamboo exclaimed. Impossible, how, arg. Evil Eye let out a scream. The grueling emotions were ravaging his willpower. They were washing away all he thought true into the oceans of misery. Han Sen had experienced the nightmares once before, and after his brief time, he already lost himself to them. But now, Evil Eye had taken over Lone Bamboo's body. That meant he was Lone Bamboo, and that also meant he had accepted all the emotions that burdened the man. All of a sudden, countless varieties of hopelessness were being forced onto his shoulders. Even a deified elite would be crippled by all that. Lone Bamboo's third eye continued to bleed blood. His expression held shock and sadness, but most of all, it was filled with despair. No wonder I haven't seen Evil Eye use textless book to try to free himself. Han Sen let out a sigh. When he saw Spirit Sword trigger all those ghastly emotions, he knew things were practically over. Lone Bamboo could keep himself calm and controlled beneath the pressure of all that sadness, but Evil Eye couldn't. That meant Evil Eye was trying to fight two forms of willpower at once. And just as Lone Bamboo had said earlier, Evil Eye had never once experienced the depression that accompanies failure and loss of hope. Now that Evil Eye had to fight against the emotions crushing him, he had little strength left to resist Lone Bamboo. He couldn't fight back, and he was done for. How could it all end like this? This is impossible. Evil Eye screamed. The purple light in his eyes began to thin and flicker. It was being consumed by blood. He would have already escaped if he could have, but his body was completely assimilated with Lone Bamboo, and there was nowhere he could run. If he left Lone Bamboo's body, his will would be the only thing he could take with him. All the Geno teachings he had gathered across the millennia would be left behind. No, Evil Eye sounded hopeless, and for the first time, he sounded downright scared. The purple lights of his life began to dim. The purple butterfly wings behind Lone Bamboo also began to fade away. The flower armor started to wilt, die, and fall. As the flowers and wings disappeared, Lone Bamboo's real form became more and more visible. Suddenly, Lone Bamboo's third eye flashed with purple. A light emerged in the form of a butterfly, and it flapped its wings and tried to fly away. Catcha! Han Sen threw a punch. His power couldn't touch the purple butterfly, as its form was like a non-physical shadow. You guys better not bump into me again. If you do, I'll torture you to death. The purple butterfly spoke with Evil Eye's voice, and it sounded horribly bitter and angry. It flapped its wings and headed for the paper. Pang! Seeing that the purple butterfly had almost reached the paper, Hansen used super spank from his hand. The blow turned the butterfly into dust. Xenogenic deified being hunted, purple-eye butterfly. Obtained purple-eye butterfly beast soul. Hansen hadn't expected to get a kill announcement when the butterfly was destroyed, since what he had killed was the final, fleeting bit of purple-eye butterfly's willpower. It made sense that he hadn't gotten a xenogenic gene, though, since purple-eye butterfly's decision to combine with Lone Bamboo's body had probably negated the gene's existence. But Hansen was more than surprised that he had managed to obtain a deified beast soul. Purple-eye butterfly had become deified many times, despite having only reached the level of a Marquise during this cycle. Hansen thought he'd get a Marquise beast soul if he got one at all, and he never dreamed of snagging a deified item. But Hansen had missed one crucial fact: whenever purple-eye butterfly took a new host, it brought a seed of power with it. Using his deified will and a seed of power, Evil Eye would strengthen his host as much as he could, eventually becoming deified. Once he became deified, power would feed back into his will and his seed, strengthening them even more to prepare for the next cycle. Evil Eye Butterfly was reborn again and again, and each time, he sought to make his seed stronger. He did this over and over to achieve the final step of ascension. But so far, he had not managed to reach the final step. He had only gone far enough to become deified. Lone Bamboo's flower armor was now all dead, and the color of his eye turned a permanent shade of red. And then a white and purple armor began to clothe Lone Bamboo. Purple butterfly wings also began to spread from his back. This looked quite different from his old Geno armor, and it must have been the result of him combining with purple-eye butterfly. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Lone Bamboo said calmly as he looked up at Dollar. The paper for Evil Eye disappeared, and in its stead, a new one manifested. It read, "Sky, Lone Bamboo. *T. Sacred's General Purple-Eye Butterfly has been killed. It is a shame a deified elite is now gone for good. No one told him to become deified. It was not difficult to kill him. Purple-Eye Butterfly was murdered. Those two Marquises killed him. Huh. He should have died a long time ago, anyway." Dollar behaved honorably, though. He didn't sneak in a quick victory. He could have Lone Bamboo and Evil Eye at the same time, but he didn't. It looks like this fight is set to continue. Dollar looks strong, but Lone Bamboo is certainly stronger. He broke Purple-Eye Butterfly's will, so he must have a deified will himself. I wonder who will win now. Hansen looked at the restored Lone Bamboo and felt a jolt of happiness run through him. But he kept his calm and said, "That's okay. I can wait a while longer, if that's what you need. You can start. I don't need to rest." Lone Bamboo shook his head. The fight hadn't even started yet. It was like everything had been reset. Lone Bamboo flapped his butterfly wings and said, "It seems I have combined with Purple-Eye Butterfly, and in addition to the wings, I have his purple godlight. That's okay. Feel free to use it," Hansen said. "Okay." Lone Bamboo nodded. Then, the symbols of eyes began to light up across the wings. The light spread until it burst out and flew toward Hansen. Lone Bamboo is very strong, and now he has Purple-Eye Butterfly's godlight. I am afraid Dollar won't stand a chance. He is too arrogant. He deserves what's coming to him. You don't know anything. That was a fine display of chivalry. Only winning can make someone an elite. Losers are pigs and nothing more. But Lone Bamboo's being an asterisk shoal. Dollar just let him go instead of killing him. It's not very nice that he now wants to fight him. Winning is all that matters. Dollar is stupid for not finishing him off, so you can't really fault Lone Bamboo for behaving this way. No matter what, if Dollar is unable to break the Purple-Eye godlight, he will lose. Dollar is a really strong individual. I don't think he is stupid enough to make a mistake like this. Someone as strong as he is should not make such a stupid move. He must have a way in which to deal with the Purple-Eye godlight. Otherwise, why would he not strike when he had the chance? If he could defend himself against it, why would he have stayed under Evil Eye's control for so long earlier? He's taken this bluff too far. I bet he thought that after their tussle, Lone Bamboo or Evil Eye would be extremely injured when they emerged. But nope. Lone Bamboo wasn't injured, and on top of that, he has walked away with the benefits of Purple Eye Butterfly. Hansen felt the purple eye light wrap around him. He was restricted, and just like before, he was unable to move a muscle. Since Lone Bamboo was using the godlight as a marquise, Hansen doubted that he would be able to last very long. But if Lone Bamboo could keep it up for even just a second, that would be enough time for him to defeat Hansen with a single attack. Hansen tried to struggle out of the light's grasp or break it, but all his attempts failed. I need to research the purple-eyed butterfly sealing light. I can't depend on Super God Body to bail me out all the time. Hansen thought about Purple-Eye Butterfly, and then his mind raced back to the beast soul he had received. He decided to give it a look. Deified beast soul, Purple-Eye Butterfly, spectacles type. Spectacles? Is this some kind of lenses? Like an ordinary pair of glasses that you can wear when you go out? Hansen thought, as he prepared to summon the beast soul. It was the only deified beast soul that he had. If he used it as dollar, and other people saw it, he'd be unable to use it as his real self. Senator, if he didn't absolutely have to use it, Hansen did not want to expose it to the public now and risk identifying himself. Purple-eyed butterfly's godlight is rather strong. I can't maintain it very long as a marquise. Lone Bamboo looked at Hansen, but he did not make a move. Then don't waste time, Hansen responded suddenly. A gold light enveloped Hansen and turned his gold armor translucent, and he stepped through the purple godlight like it wasn't even there. The purple-eye godlight didn't work? The audience gaped. Purple-eye Butterfly was one of Sacred's 10 generals. His power placed him among the greatest elites, and that was especially true of his purple-eye godlight. It might have been the best sealing power in the entire universe. If the deified elites did not have a way of blocking or avoiding that light, they'd be restricted from making a single move. Carrot rendered helpless. Lone Bamboo was only marquise, though, so the purple-eye godlight wasn't very strong. But against someone of the same level, there shouldn't have been a problem at all. But Hansen had easily broken the purple-eye godlight. Witnessing something like that was incredibly scary. That is the power. That is dollar. Isha, seeing Hansen make use of Super God Spirit, became infuriated. When Hansen entered Super God Spirit mode, his body exuded a most terrifying presence. Beneath the purple-eye godlight, Hansen pointed at Lone Bamboo with his finger. A power gathered upon his fingertip. It looked as if they were both partners in a dance, as Lone Bamboo opened his sky eye at the same moment. Then, blood washed over his body like an ocean wave. It painted his entire form, drenching him. It also combined with his purple armor and wings. His entire body was purple and red now, as if he was standing in a bloodlight. Lone Bamboo lifted his finger as well, pointing it at Hansen like a sword. His body was red and purple, but the sword air was devoid of color. It was invisible. If his sword air hadn't been under the red and purple light, the crystal-looking sword would have been completely invisible to people, as well. Endless Sky Path from Textless Book. The Sky Palace leader noticed the sword air amassing on Lone Bamboo's finger and gasped. With eyes wide open, he stared at his fingers. No way. How long has he been practicing? He has learned Endless Sky Path? Are you sure? The woman with a black mask looked at the leader with an expression of utter disbelief. The Sky Palace leader laughed. It sounded like nonsense, but he said, haha. Of course I'm sure. He is my student. He's been studying the core of Endless Sky Path from the Textless Book ever since becoming a marquise. He is a good student, and I'm telling you, there is no one stronger than him in this universe. He learned Endless Sky Path at this age. Sky Palace is that fortunate, mumbled Burning Lamp Alpha. He was not looking good at all. Sky Palace has a bullish *T amount of luck. Many of the older people that watched, when seeing this, became seething mad with jealousy. Textless book was difficult to learn. By only learning 20% of its contents, a student could rule the world. But learning the core of Endless Sky Path was even more difficult. Not many of the Sky had learned the textless book, and even fewer knew much about Endless Sky Path. The handful of people who had learned it were king class. The Sky Palace leader learned Endless Sky Path when he was a duke, and people believed he was the most impressive genius in existence for having done so. But now that Lone Bamboo had Endless Sky Path as a marquise, it was a bit of an understatement to say that people were shocked. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were both building power. The red and white powers were like two gods, burning with rage for one another. Even looking at them was terrifying. Both of their powers peaked, and then they moved. Han Sen looked like a god with his finger raised. It wasn't a beautiful technique to witness being performed, but it was incredibly fast. It was as simple as it was violent. Lone Bamboo thrust his finger forward, too. The sword air headed towards Han Sen with all the power of a runaway locomotive. Catcha! The powers both went right by each other, and when they did, the audience heard a sound like an egg cracking. Lone Bamboo's armor of red light shattered into dust, but Dollar was totally fine. I lost. Thanks. Lone Bamboo nodded to Han Sen seriously, then tore up his paper. He vanished from the stage of the Geno being scroll. Impossible. How could Endless Sky Path lose? That was the essence of Sky Path. You can time travel with it. How could anyone lose with it? The Sky Path leader stared at the Geno being scroll, at a complete loss. He could not believe what he had just witnessed. He knew precisely how powerful Endless Sky Path was, and that was why he was so shocked. Endless Sky Path lost. Many of the old elites were shocked by this, too. They looked upon the gold body inside the Geno being scroll with trepidation. Human. Dollar. Countless eyes stared at those two words, transfixed. The audience was a huge wash of emotion, including everything from jealousy to admiration to fear. Boom. The Geno being scroll's river broke. And then, Dollar disappeared from sight. After that, a video played across the bronze scroll. The video replayed Dollar's fights. Every elite stared at Dollar's Geno being fights intently, as each one was being replayed consecutively, until the final one where he reached first place. No one had thought the final victor of the Marquise tier would be a human named Dollar. Every noble looked at the final result, unsure how they should respond. Dollar's fights were in full display across the breadth of the bronze scroll, and the sight of his gold body now elicited a very different reaction than it had before. He had reached the first place of the Marquise tier, proving himself to be the strongest in existence. The video stopped at the precise moment Dollar and Lone Bamboo moved to engage each other with their fingers. And then, before the eyes of all, the video shattered. The view zoomed closer on the gold body until his image was the only thing seen across the entire bronze scroll. It shone so brightly, anyone from any corner of the universe could see it clearly. 10 minutes later, the gold body was removed from sight, and Dollar's name appeared atop the Geno being scroll's scoreboard. First place Marquise, human, Dollar. Out of all the tiers, that had been the longest fight. Other tiers had already crowned their first places. The being to claim first place in the Viscount tier was Han Littleflower. This was the first time that Han Sen had gotten to lay a carrot on Han Littleflower. Lone Bamboo sat beside a rolling stream. The little girl gazed at Lone Bamboo with a conflicted look in her evil eyes. Who are you? Lone Bamboo asked the little girl. I am the flower, the little girl answered. What flower? Lone Bamboo asked. Butterflies can't live without flowers. If they tried to, they'd die. I am that flower, the little girl answered. Lone Bamboo nodded, and he seemed to understand her. He looked at the little girl briefly, before rising to take his leave. Why don't you just kill me? Shouldn't you hate me? The little girl asked Lone Bamboo's shrinking shadow. Ever since a little girl left me, I have vowed to never take the blood of another young girl, Lone Bamboo said coldly. Without looking back, he kept walking away. If you do not kill me, then I will surely be the one to kill you. The little girl's body flashed. Her hands turned red, and she came soaring over to Lone Bamboo's back. Pang! When her hands came into contact with Lone Bamboo's back, her fists left behind 2 red marks. But even so, Lone Bamboo seemed as if he had barely noticed her. The little girl's shock gave way to rage, and she screamed at Lone Bamboo's back. You are stupid not to kill me, you know that? I will avenge Evil Eye's death one of these days. You will come to regret this. The only regrets I have are the times when I was stupidly not myself. Lone Bamboo waved his hand at her, as if he was saying goodbye. If killing me in revenge is what you seek, then I earnestly advise you to get stronger. For as long as I live, the opportunity for you to claim the vengeance you desire will be available to you. The little girl stared at Lone Bamboo's back until he faded from view completely. The Geno being scroll fights came to an end, at long last. Hansen took a detour and arrived at Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader was happy to have Hansen return in good health, and during their meeting, Hansen took the opportunity to ask about Sacred. Leader, I have heard that the purple-eyed butterfly hails from Sacred. Can you tell me a little about what Sacred is like? Hansen did his best to make it sound like he asked the question out of simple curiosity. He didn't want to risk the leader looking into his mind and reading his true thoughts. The Sky Palace leader retreated into thought for a moment, and then went on to say, Sacred was once a grand, powerful faction. They held the very top spot in the Geno Hall, but they fell into disarray and collapse a long time ago. Many races don't know a thing about the ancient Sacred, and I must confess that not even I suspected one of their generals was still alive. Were the 10 generals of Sacred deified? Hansen pretended as if this surprised him. They were, indeed. And there were more than merely 10 of them. The 10 generals were simply the strongest of their ranks, the Sky Palace leader said. Hansen was quite surprised by this, and so he said, to have such power, and yet they still fell. Who could have done that to them? Nobody knows. The answer to that question is something many of the elders have sought to learn. And scour the universe as they might, nothing has been explained. If they had learned the truth, perhaps there wouldn't be such a barren system. The Sky Palace leader let out a long sigh. Sacred is in the barrens? Hansen was shocked. He forced himself to stop thinking. All of the barrens is territory that once belonged to Sacred, the Sky Palace leader said with a nod. That Viscount in first place could be a genuine heir of Sacred. If you ever encounter him, be careful. He may not yet be a marquise, but we do not know if they have any more such people in the ranks of Sacred. We are all going to have to be careful. Hansen took his leave and started mulling things over. The barrens used to belong to Sacred? That means Little Flower must be there. The entrance to the sanctuaries is there, as well. 9 Life Cat is associated with Sacred, and on top of that, he can enter the sanctuaries. Does Sacred have something to do with the existence of the sanctuaries? Hansen spent a lot of time thinking those questions over, but he couldn't discern much. He couldn't confirm any of the guesses he managed to come up with. The only lead he had at the moment was the location. But getting through the barrens might very well be impossible if you weren't deified. The entrance to the sanctuaries was in the barrens someplace, and so Hansen collected as much information about the region as he could. All the races said the same thing, though. If he wasn't a deified elite, then it was best not to even think about venturing there. Even king-class elites might meet a swift death by traversing such a place. If the place hadn't been so terrifying, then the crystallizers would have made it back into the gene universe ago. They wouldn't have died as soon as they made the journey. Hansen gave up on thinking about forging a path to the sanctuaries, but he hadn't expected Sacred and Little Flower to be in such a dangerous area. F***ck. So what if it's in the barren systems? No one should be able to stop me from searching for my own son. Hansen growled angrily as he went to the White Jade Jing. He needed to be king class before he could even think about going to the barrens. If he didn't at least reach that height, death would surely find him there. So, his priority for the time being was to get better. Coming into the White Jade Jing, he entered the second White Jade building. When he reached the 7th floor, he saw Lone Bamboo. He smiled and said, "It's a shame that you fell short of first place." Lone Bamboo responded resolutely, "It is. But what happened is simply driving me to become even stronger for the next time." "You are boring. Can you not make a more exciting promise, like saying you'll beat Dollar?" Hansen smiled. "I think beating you first might be useful. After the White Jade Jing shuts down, how about you and I go spar?" Lone Bamboo looked at Hansen. I have important things to do. Perhaps next time?" Hansen was not interested in fighting Lone Bamboo. This was especially true since the man now possessed the purple eye godlights. Without making use of super god spirit, it was unlikely Hansen would actually be able to defeat Lone Bamboo. Hansen finished absorbing the jade spirits, and the White Jade Jing closed. So, Hansen quickly abandoned the White Jade building and went to Dream Island to pick up Bauer. Before Hansen went to Holy Heaven, he sent Bauer to Dream Island. Under the ardent protection of the Dream Beast, no one would even think about bothering her. "Dad." Upon seeing Hansen, Bauer leaped into his arms. After thanking Dream Beast for keeping her safe, Hansen took Bauer to Jade Island. "Isha used to say Sky Palace would help me reach Marquise. But it is so difficult to get the story of genes to Marquise tier. After I do become Marquise, how am I supposed to find the necessary resources to reach Duke, and then King?" The story of genes was really starting to give Hansen a headache these days. It took far too much work and resources to keep upgrading the story of genes, and on top of that, he had yet to see what power it actually provided. Hansen was in the midst of plotting out his future course when he heard someone shouting his name from just beyond the borders of his little island. The Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Crane had come to see him. Hansen welcomed them over to a table that was sitting next to an old tree. There, he told them all to sit down. "I was going to visit you guys, as a matter of fact. But look. You guys came to see me, instead," Hansen said, as he started to serve each of them some tea. Yun Sui smiled and said, "We didn't come here of our own volition. We are here delivering word from my father. You do not have much time left." "Not much time left with what?" Hansen was surprised to hear this. "It is time that you have to teach in the training ground," Yun Susheng smiled. "I see. I would have forgotten if you did not come to tell me. I will go first thing in the morning." Hansen now remembered that he had intended to teach a while ago, but events beyond his control had taken him away from Sky Palace. He had put this off for an entire year, and he still owed the 10 days of teaching. "Brother Han, what are you going to teach?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. "I was thinking about Suppress Evil," Hansen said. If he was able to teach Suppress Evil, that would probably be the best option. "You are going to talk about Suppress Evil?" Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked to hear this. "Is that a bad idea? Am I not allowed to talk about it or something?" Hansen asked, with a visible look of confusion. "Of course you are allowed to talk about it, but," Thousand Feather Crane did not continue. It seemed as if he wanted to avoid saying something hurtful. Instead, Yun Sui continued on his behalf, saying, "But Suppress Evil is very difficult to teach. And there is already a teacher that speaks about Suppress Evil. On top of that, he is very good with it, as well." "Is he a king class elite?" Hansen asked. "No. He is a duke from Rue Beast. His talent lies in Suppress Evil powers, so his Suppress Evil is, quite naturally, greater than that of others." There aren't many people that are as good as him when it comes to that skill. As a result, the elders generally allow him to lead discussions on suppress evil, Thousand Feather Crane said. In that case, I will talk about something else. Hansen was troubled now. He did not have an alternative he could think of teaching. Hansen had many Geno arts, but they were all secret. He shouldn't really be teaching those to others, and without them, he hadn't a clue of what he should lecture on. Brother Han, we will attend your lessons tomorrow. Before Thousand Feather Crane and the others left, they made plans to meet up with Hansen at the training grounds the next day. Hansen still didn't know what he should teach, though. He was planning to ask the Sky Palace people what they wished to hear about. When the students of Sky Palace heard that Hansen was finally going to fulfill his teaching requirement, many people who weren't planning on going changed their minds. Even the feathers such as Angia came to listen. They wanted to see what Hansen could teach them. Hansen brought Bauer onto the stage alongside him. He saw many students down in front. There was quite the audience, and there weren't enough seats to house them all. Many people were relegated to standing. Hansen and Lone Bamboo were referred to as the knife and sword masters, and the residents of Sky Palace were very interested in Hansen's Geno arts. It wasn't just the lower-level sorts that had come to listen to Hansen that day either, as many marquises attended as well. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters had managed to claim some front-row seats for themselves. Hansen nodded at them as if he was saying hello. Since he was a teacher on stage, and it was a little inappropriate for him to greet others in such a fashion. Brother Han, what are you teaching? Eugene shouted boisterously from the front row. What would you like to hear about? If there is anything in particular, I will consider your requests, Hansen asked. He hoped someone in the audience would have a good idea. Sword skills. We want to hear about sword skills. Why sword skills? Knife skills for sure. Brother Han has been taught by two legends. Why don't you teach us both, since you are called the knife and sword master? Many of the students started to fight amongst themselves. There were too many differing opinions, which wasn't helping Hansen make a decision at all. I have a suggestion. If it is possible, do you think you could teach us suppress evil? Eugene's voice was so loud, his call managed to drown out all the others. What is the point of listening to that? We have heard about it too many times, and it is simply way too hard to practice. Many more students fought to have their say once again. Many students wished to practice suppress evil, but the technique really was notoriously difficult to become proficient with. It was a Geno art that took a very long time to learn. Studying it was almost too difficult. Suppress evil is a nice suggestion. As everyone was in the middle of arguing with each other, a cold voice resonated through the air. It wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. And to top it off, it was familiar. Everyone looked toward the voice, and the speaker was revealed to be none other than Lone Bamboo. He was standing at the edge of the hall. Eugene had looked rather embarrassed when everyone shouted down his suggestion, but now he was very excited and he said, "Look. Even Brother Lone Bamboo wants to hear about suppress evil. I would like to let Brother Han teach us about suppress evil, too." Yep. Suppress evil sounds good. I have heard many lectures concerning suppress evil. If it is coming from Brother Han, however, it must be unique. Let us all now listen to suppress evil. Even Brother Lone Bamboo wishes to hear about Hansen's suppress evil. It must be very different. Let's do it. The students that were all arguing now suddenly agreed with each other. They wished to hear about Hansen's suppress evil. After the nightmares, Lone Bamboo never came to the training grounds to listen to the lectures. Now that Lone Bamboo was there to listen to Hansen's suppress evil, everyone thought that Hansen's suppress evil had to be something special. They really wanted to hear about it now. Seeing everyone clamoring to hear about suppress evil, Hansen found himself quietly saying, "Okay, I will teach suppress evil. But my proficiency with it is nothing special. Just listen and do not take it too seriously." What I'm about to say is just some advice. Suppress evil? This is both the best and worst Geno art to consider teaching. Skypath Garden's leader squinted his eyes and looked over the training ground. Leader, why do you say that? White Reel asked. The leader smiled and said, suppress evil is difficult. There are many meanings to glean from the 30 million words contained in its text. It could easily take an entire year to explain a single paragraph. Many people that have practiced it can teach it, but it's hard because of the sheer breadth of the technique. Talking about one paragraph hardly helps anyone, so the students aren't likely to learn much. After pausing, he went on to say, the same is true with Four-Season Duke from Rue Beast. He teaches suppress evil, and he has been learning it for centuries. And even with all that talent, he has only managed to reach its 8th tier. The Sky Palace leader has managed to fulfill all 11 tiers, but he is the only one that has. Only he has been able to do that? There has never been another? White Reel asked. Others have done it, but they are few. Aside from the leader, there is one other who occupied the first elder seat. He has been gone for a long time, though. No one knows whether or not he still lives, the leader said. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters, upon hearing that Han Sen had been forced to teach suppress evil, looked worried. They had just reminded Han Sen not to do this, since Four-Season Duke usually taught it. He lectured on suppress evil every month, and according to his timetable, he would be there teaching again the next day. If Han Sen's speech on suppress evil was terrible, then the next day, when Four-Season Duke taught it, people were going to openly proclaim the Duke to be superior. It wouldn't do much damage to Han Sen's reputation in the long run, but it'd still look bad. But if Han Sen did well enough to embarrass Four-Season Duke, that wouldn't be great either. It was bad to offend a duke. So, it did not matter if he taught suppress evil with a high proficiency or a low proficiency. He was doomed either way. That was why they had explicitly told Han Sen to avoid teaching suppress evil. Now that Yu Jing and Lone Bamboo had come forward to request it in particular, Han Sen had no choice but to comply, though. Han Sen didn't bother worrying about it. He didn't know what else he could teach, and he had at least prepared a little with suppress evil. So, lackadaisically, he was just going to go forward with that. The suppress evil Han Sen had learned was different from the teachings the average student received with it, however. Ordinary students were required to reach King class before being given access to Hidden Path Cave and observing the 72 gene kill spells. Before that, their teachings were relegated to the pages of books. But Han Sen had already observed the 72 gene skill spells, and by following those, he learned it with a great deal of proficiency. So, Han Sen had already established the basics and continued on. Because his audience had studied the skill in such a radically different way, their opinions on the teachings could be wildly different. Han Sen wasn't planning on teaching in a conventional method, however. He had another way to go about this. If everyone wishes to hear about suppress evil, I will discuss it and recount my own experiences. Today, I will talk to you all about the Gold Star Punch, one of the 72 suppress evil punches, Han Sen said. Brother Han, what is a suppress evil punch? We haven't encountered anything like that in our learnings of suppress evil, Yu Jing asked. Han Sen's first sentence made many people very curious. Suppress evil was a very complex Geno art, and its power was very unique. The power that fueled it came from within, but it did not correlate with the physical capabilities of your actual body. Basically, suppress evil was similar in some ways to the Purple Eye Godlights. It was a special power that was used independently, rather than being combined with some sort of physical strike. But because Han Sen had studied the original gene kill spells, he knew a lot about how the skill could actually be used. Rather than spending forever talking about the individual elements of the skill, Han Sen was going to start with the finished product, in this case, a punch. Then, the students could reverse engineer their understanding of the skill from the feelings that the finished product gave them. Other teachers could take the time to teach about the nitty-gritty details, Hansen figured. He wasn't going to do that. He was going to talk about a basic punch that stemmed from the original gene kill spells. And through that punch, the students would learn about the technique at large. Normal people wouldn't understand this, but if they practiced the skill and could get to grips with the sensation of the punch, they would understand the meaning of the original gene kill spells. Practice makes perfect, do something over and over, and you're bound to get better. Hansen was well acquainted with this basic method. But being basic didn't mean that it was a bad method. Ordinary students weren't like 4-season Duke, who had all the time in the world to learn about suppress evil. If they wanted to learn it properly, 4-season Duke's method might take their entire lifetime. So, Hansen's basic method was for the students that did not have as much time to learn suppress evil. If the students wished to learn suppress evil, learning a suppress evil punch would be good. None of them had seen an original gene kill spell before, but if they practiced and researched it like this, then the entire process was sure to be faster. The only bad thing about a suppress evil punch was the limit that Hansen himself imposed. Even if the students learned the skills as well as Hansen, they could only be as good as Hansenator, they couldn't go any further. But for most ordinary people, that was enough. Hansen's suppress evil was at tier 8. If they mastered the punch, they would be equal to the 8th tier of suppress evil, as well. 4-season Duke had practiced suppress evil for centuries, and he hadn't gone any farther than 8 tiers either. A suppress evil punch is a fist technique that I learned from suppress evil. Suppress evil is too big to teach in its entirety, so I will teach you all about a specific technique. I hope this can help everyone further their practices with suppress evil, Hansen said as an introduction. Everyone was interested. They had never heard suppress evil being spoken of in such a way. It was like they were having a chemistry lesson, and the topic of the day was punches. The two things didn't really make much sense when combined. There didn't seem to be a relation between the two, but it still sparked much curiosity. If there are no questions, I will teach you all the first technique. It is named Gold Star Punch, and it stems from the 72 suppress evil punches. Hansen taught them his fist skill. This skill was not particularly difficult. It was just like any fist skill. It took the shape of the original gene kill spells, and that was that. However, it had a great deal of depth. In order to master it, a student would have to understand the original gene kill spells inside and out. Hansen wanted to teach sword skills, but so many Sky Palace students used swords that there was already a flood of sword skills. He settled on punches instead. 4-season Duke went to the training ground as he usually did. And there, he prepared to start teaching suppress evil. But after waiting a while to begin, he noticed there were only a few people in attendance. This made him frown. Although the training ground wasn't usually packed, the seats in his lectures were usually around 90% filled. After all, quite a few students had learned suppress evil in Sky Palace. And when they had trouble improving their proficiency with it, many would come to hear what 4-season Duke had to say. This was the first time the place had ever been so empty. Luan, why have only a few of you come? Where is Chu Hao? 4-season Duke asked, as he looked over the handful of students. Luan and Chu Hao focused on suppress evil more than any others. They always appeared in the lessons given by 4-season Duke. There, attending another teacher's lesson, Luan spoke with nervousness and guilty reluctance. Please visit on our novel full. I see. And which teacher are they studying under? 4-season Duke focused on suppress evil. He didn't care about anything else, so he didn't pay much attention to the other instructors. They have gone to listen to Hansen, Luan answered. Hansen? What does he teach? 4-season Duke asked with much curiosity. Even he had heard Hansen's name before. He teaches. Luan was struggling to spit out the words. What's wrong with your mouth? Why do you keep stumbling? What does he teach? 4-season Duke frowned. He is teaching suppress evil, Luan finally stated. Suppress evil? For seasoned Duke's frown was a deep one. But after a moment, his expression relaxed again. Hansen hadn't been in Sky Palace for very long. Even if he had started learning suppress evil the day he arrived, there was no way he could have achieved much with it. If the students were listening to Hansen, for seasoned Duke concluded that it was just because of Hansen's celebrity status. He was the freshest kid on the block. After the students heard a lecture or two from Hansen, they would quickly recognize which of the two teachers were better at suppress evil, and they'd be eager to return. Alright, let's start. Today, we are going to talk about the theory of suppress evil. For seasoned Duke started his lesson. For seasoned Duke thought that, after a couple of days, that freshness would wear off and his old students would start flocking back to him. But a few more days after that, the students hadn't come back. Even more had chosen to abandon him, as a matter of fact. Aside from a few students that he had personally trained, all the others were gone. Now for seasoned Duke started to feel upset. There were only a few students in front of the stage now, and so he couldn't help but frown and say, I am not teaching today. Let's go listen to Hansen and see what is attracting everyone to his lectures. For seasoned Duke left the stage and headed toward Hansen's lecture. Luan and the others followed. Not long after, for seasoned Duke arrived at Hansen's training ground. When he walked inside, for seasoned Duke turned to ask Luan, is he really talking about suppress evil? It was not surprising that for seasoned Duke had to ask this. In the training grounds, everyone had their sleeves rolled up. They appeared to be practicing punches. To for seasoned Duke, it looked like Hansen was teaching a simple punching skill. He found it hard to believe what was being taught was actually suppress evil. He is teaching suppress evil. Hansen said that this is a suppress evil punch. You will learn the skill if you learn the punch, Luan explained. What a load of nonsense. What does a firm punch have to do with suppress evil? For seasoned Duke frowned. He wasn't a rash person, though, so he didn't do anything. He planned to listen to Hansen and figure out a smarter way in which he could fight back. For seasoned Duke had researched and studied suppress evil for a number of centuries. He was a very patient man, so he wouldn't do anything impulsive or stupid. He found a place to sit down, and he waited there to listen to Hansen. The students that practiced suppress evil all knew who for seasoned Duke was. Seeing him there, sitting and listening quietly, they all knew things were about to get interesting. For seasoned Duke is here. Oh, Hansen is in trouble now. Will something happen? Perhaps not. They might bicker, but that's about it. To be honest, for seasoned Duke is a very high-level person. But if I am going to learn, following Hansen would be the easier route. Yeah. Hansen's method of teaching is such a breath of fresh air. It is easy to learn and use. You are right. After learning suppress evil punch from him, I can see things clearly that I used to have no hope of understanding. The students spoke quietly amongst themselves, but with the power for seasoned Duke possessed, he could hear them as clear as a bell. He frowned even harder than he had been, and he wondered to himself, can the practice of a punch really connect with suppress evil? A few minutes later, Hansen arrived and started his lesson. Hansen was not aware that for seasoned Duke was there. He had grown comfortable with the lessons and with the crowds that attended, so he didn't keep an eye on each and every person who came to listen. He did allow them to ask questions once the lesson was over, however. Today, we talk about the Xiong Star Punch from the 72 suppress evil punches. Hansen started the lesson by talking rather than demonstrating. That wasn't because it was a secret, though, it was just pointless to demonstrate this early. The students had to work out the execution for themselves. Hansen would show them only if they ran into trouble. That was how it worked. Showing people a fist skill, when they had never learned it before, was pointless. It would be like they were watching a show. For seasoned Duke wanted to argue with Hansen as soon as he began lecturing, but after the Duke listened for a while, his jaw went slack. Hansen's fist skill was simple, but it had the meaning of suppress evil within it. It all sounded as if it made perfect sense. For seasoned Duke was not reckless. Before he figured out anything more, he decided to just listen. Over the next few days, For seasoned Duke attended each of Hansen's lessons. When the lecture ended, For seasoned Duke left without saying anything. That was, until the last day of Hansen's lessons. All Hansen did was walk on stage, and before he could do anything, For seasoned Duke stood up. All the students were surprised, knowing something was finally about to go down. Over the course of the past few days, in which For seasoned Duke attended the lectures given by Hansen, he had selected a seat closer and closer to the stage each time. And on this day, he had snagged himself a front row seat. When he stood up, everyone turned to look at him. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters were profusely worried, hoping nothing awful was going to happen. Hansen had noticed For seasoned Duke's presence 2 days prior to this confrontation, but he hadn't paid the man a second's heed. Now that For seasoned Duke was standing up, though, Hansen gave the man his full attention. "Teacher Han, I have listened to your lessons on suppress evil punches over the past few days. And I must confess, I have learned a lot. That being said, I have questions concerning your techniques. Perhaps you can perform a punch for me, and then answer a few questions I have?" For seasoned Duke spoke with a guise of complete sincerity. After that, many students seemed to freeze in place. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters stared at For seasoned Duke as if they had just seen a ghost. For seasoned Duke wasn't mocking him, though. Based on the way he referred to Hansen as Teacher Han, he wasn't pretending to be in awe of Han Senator, he was speaking as a teacher to a peer. Because of For seasoned Duke's rank, the fact that he referred to Hansen as a teacher was a seal of his approval. It was to show that he actually had some respect for Han Senator, since he was a duke while Hansen was still a marquise. He could have just referred to Hansen by his full name and not by the title. Many of the Sky Palace students, seeing For seasoned Duke ask so sincerely, thought they were dreaming. With For seasoned Duke's rank and fame, it was impressive for him to make a request of Hansen. After For seasoned Duke left Hansen's lectures every day, he had started practicing when he went home. He was a professional with suppress evil, and he knew more about the skill than ordinary people. Because of that, he could see deeper into the essence of the suppress evil punches. After a few days of avid research, For seasoned Duke learned many things he had not noticed before. And that had brought him to actually admire Hansen. Since this was the final day of Hansen's lessons, he couldn't stop himself from requesting that Hansen perform the punch himself. He wanted to know the feelings that could be elicited from Hansen's performance of a suppress evil punch. People couldn't blame him for wanting to know this, of course. He was a duke. He could not go to the Hidden Path cave himself to look at the 72 original gene kill spells. If he was able to understand the feelings of the kill spells from a suppress evil punch, it'd be great for his own practice and further advancement. "Ah, you are too polite. If you are interested in my lame talents, then I will perform them for you. If I can improve, please advise me on what I could do to better myself." Hansen had planned to show off the punch on the last day, anyway. This way, he could do For seasoned Duke a favor as well. For seasoned Duke was happy to hear this, and so he said, "No. I only want to learn from you. I have no ulterior motive." Hansen said no more. He simply nodded. He went on stage and said, "In 10 days, I have taught 6 punches. Today, I will demonstrate them for you. Please observe. Perhaps they can be of assistance to you." After that, Hansen began casting Ghost Star Punch. Then, he performed the skills one after another. Hansen had learned 72 suppress evil punches following the 72 original gene kill spells. Every punch carried the meaning of a kill spell. As Hansen performed the 6 that he had promised, it felt as if the kill spell had come alive. The kill air gave people a frightful chill. That feeling disturbed their minds, even. Whenever Hansen launched a punch, he was like a beast breaking a river. One skill had one meaning. Hansen showed 6 punching skills to them. It was like 6 scary beasts trying to suppress the earth itself. In people's eyes, Hansen was no longer a human. He was 6 wild beasts. The Sky Palace students were jittery with excitement by the time he finished. For season Duke looked as if he was drunk, for when Hansen finished his performance, the Duke was totally frozen in place. It was like he had been drowned in the feelings of the fist techniques. So that was Teacher Han's 6 fist technique. That must have saved me 60 years of practice. I am lucky. For season Duke bowed before Hansen. For season Duke, you are too kind. Hansen bowed back. After that, the Suppress Evil Punch became famous across all of Sky Palace. It was taken to the Sky Path Garden, and it was modified. It swiftly became one of the must-have skills of Sky Palace. Hansen's reputation was glowing even brighter than before. And because he had created the Suppress Evil Punch, he was handsomely rewarded. After that, for season Duke regularly visited Jade Island to practice Suppress Evil alongside Han. Senator Hansen taught him the 72 Suppress Evil Punches, and Hansen was able to learn much about Suppress Evil from 4 season Duke, as well. Hansen's Suppress Evil Punch was a very efficient method. It allowed students to learn Suppress Evil fast, but if someone wanted to master the skill, they would need the experience someone like 4 season Duke had. Hansen learned a great deal from 4 season Duke, and he grew to really admire the man. This was a teacher that did true research the hard way. He was genuinely worthy of all that respect. 4 season Duke admired Hansen's Suppress Evil Punch, too. Whenever he taught Suppress Evil, he began using Suppress Evil Punches to allow his students to understand things easier. Does Hansen ever do things that are boring or mundane? He's a wonder with everything he does. When the Sky Palace leader said this, he smiled. Only kings can go into Hidden Path Cave. When visiting the 72 original gene kill spells, they can become half-deified. No one is interested in it after this, and if they fail, they cannot perform the 72 punching skills as well as Hansen either. Only Hansen can do what he does. He made Suppress Evil easier to learn, though. The students don't need to spend as much time studying it. While it may be considered as corner-cutting, it's undeniably a good method. The black-masked woman went on to say, and I heard that when Lone Bamboo saw Hansen's Suppress Evil Punch, he requested his own visit to Hidden Path Cave? That is surprising. Sky Palace leader nodded, and he said, Lone Bamboo has been there for half a month. He won't be back for another year, I suspect. But there is trouble on Metal World. The masked woman had a wry smile. If we knew that we were on the cusp of discovering Metal World, we wouldn't have allowed Lone Bamboo to enter just yet. Now that he is focusing on the cave, it is not suitable to disrupt him and send him to Metal World. I can't think of a marquise aside from Lone Bamboo that can do this task for us, Sky Palace leader said. The masked woman laughed and said, if Hansen is the reason Lone Bamboo went into the Hidden Path Cave, then Hansen should be the one to do what Lone Bamboo was supposed to. We should have him go to Metal World. That's not a good idea. He isn't a marquise yet, the Sky Palace leader said with a shake of his head. And yet he even killed Dragon 9? You can use him as a marquise. And he needs the resources. This is a perfectly viable opportunity. The masked woman laughed again. Hansen thought he would have a few days free to himself, but soon after he finished his lectures, he was summoned by the elders. There, he was tasked with leading a team to a newly discovered xenogeneic space. He was instructed to explore the space, and if possible, return with resources and materials. Because the xenogeneic space only allowed marquises to enter, Lone Bamboo had been intended to lead the task force there. But right now, he was training inside Hidden Path Cave. As a result, the elders saw fit to pass the job on to Han. Senator Hansen was given a basic description of the xenogeneic space, which was called Metal World. This was, however, only a temporary name for the location. He did learn that more than one faction had already discovered it, though. Other teams were already there, researching the place. Sky Palace was a step behind. Based on what he was told, there were groups from the dragon, demon, destroyed, and even the Buddha there. They were all in the metal world, and now that Sky Palace had joined the exploration, the situation was sure to become quite complex. Hansen did not have much time to prepare before being shipped off, as he was led by a Sky Palace elder. He was accompanied by 100 Sky Palace Marquis students, as well. The trip to Metal World had been organized by the elders. The Marquises had been instructed to follow Hansen's commands after they entered Metal World, so their lives were pretty much in his hands. Although Hansen was just an earl, Sky Palace's authority was well respected among its members. And Hansen's own reputation was mighty. No one objected to Hansen's position as their leader. Before entering Metal World, the elder provided Hansen with a bounty of information about the Marquis students he was set to lead. A few of them had been marked, as they had unique powers that would be crucial for the trip ahead. Hansen led the 100 Sky Palace Marquises to Metal World. That xenogenic space was a planet, and a strange power radiated from it. That power forbade the entry of any creature or being that was above the Marquis level. The scariest thing about all this was that the planet had a very special magnetic property. Metal objects would be sucked into the planet, so tools made of metal were unusable in the planet's vicinity. Due to this, airships could not come close to the planet. When the planet was viewed from the exterior, it seemed to be entirely shrouded in wild magnetic storms. The whole planet was cloaked in a swirl of thunderclouds. When Hansen and the others pierced through the clouds, a most colorful planet came into sight. When they got close enough to see it all, however, they swiftly understood why the place had been given the title of Metal World. The mountains and plains there were all metal. Seeing topographical features made of metal was a little odd, but the really strange thing was the metallic nature of all the animals and plants. Everything on the planet's surface was metal, and it was a very surreal thing to lay eyes on. "Brother Yuya, where are we to begin our search?" Hansen asked politely, looking at the Marquis student. Yuya was a highly regarded Marquis of Sky Palace. Second only to Lone Bamboo, he was certainly the strongest of Hansen's companions. He was always at the forefront of exploring new xenogenic spaces for Sky Palace, as well. He had a lot of experience with these sorts of endeavors. Yuya looked over the planet's surface, then spoke to Han Sr. "We don't know where the other races have set up operations, but they are sure to have seen us as we came in. So, exploring the planet is not our primary objective. Finding those other races or finding a safe zone to establish a place of respite should be our first priority." "Brother Yuya, you are correct. I was being reckless. Where should we camp? What do you think would be the safest place for us?" Hansen asked. Seeing that Hansen was really interested in the opinions of others, Yuya pointed out a marquise to Han Sr. "You might want to ask Brother Uni. He is good at this sort of thing. Brother Uni, please." Hansen knew these matters should be handled by the professionals. Sky Palace might have sent him there to lead, but leading meant using his forces effectively, not doing everything himself like some kind of hero. It was his job to learn his team's strengths and put them to good use. There were so many unknown factors about Metal World. He'd be able to escape if he ran into trouble, but he couldn't go back with 100 Marquises dead. And the other factions would be dangerous. They could have certainly established traps and ambushes. The enemy had been there for a while, and they had been given the opportunity to learn about the xenogenic space. They might use their head start to trick Hansen's party. As Hansen's team set to work, he quickly learned that there were many geniuses in Sky Palace. They were so good at everything, and they were quick to establish a camp on Metal World and start exploring the surrounding area. They also built an alarm system and emergency contingencies for all sorts of situations. But what surprised Hansen the most was his team's dedication. They researched and cataloged everything within 100 miles. Aside from a few metal animals and plants, however, there was no sign of xenogenics. They didn't see any of the marquises sent by the other races either. There was no day and night cycle on the planet, and the environment wasn't very friendly to life. But the Sky Palace team were all marquises, so a poor environment would not bring them down. The magnetic storms in the sky continued to rage. Blue lightning flashed through the sky continuously, lighting up the planet's surface better than a normal sun. Hansen, Yuya, and the other marquises were talking about expanding their exploration when the magnetic storm suddenly changed color. The blue magnetic storm turned a beautiful shade of pink. Dong. 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 Suddenly, a loud noise began to ring in their ears. The metal forest nearby began to shake like it was suffering an earthquake. Not long after, a 10-meter-tall metal rhino appeared out of the metal forest, and it was not alone. Many more followed after, and before long, 1,000 of them had come storming out of the trees. They were headed to a nearby river that looked like Mercury. Hansen was happy he had listened to Uni and avoided setting up camp near the river. If they had, the rhinos could have stampeded right over them. Those metal rhinos looked powerful. The team couldn't determine how strong the creatures were, but in that unknown land, fighting them did not seem like a bright idea. Uni was looking at the metal rhinos when he said, "They are like living hunks of metal. Judging by their life force, I can estimate that they are at least marquis in strength. I don't know if they are xenogeneics, but they don't seem to be too smart. Weird. We didn't catch sight of them in any of our explorations. Where did they come from?" White Real, who had also come on the trip, frowned in confusion. The host of metal rhinos moved down to the riverbank. They eventually walked into the stream and began playing in the water that looked a lot like Mercury. They had great, hulking metal bodies. They looked like they were made from rough, dull steel, and their bodies were a stark contrast to the glimmering silver river. Hansen didn't know what the silver liquid in the river was, but it was most certainly not water. The metal rhinos drank the silver liquid freely, though, so there was a small chance that the liquid was harmless. While the rhinos drank and played, a rumbling noise began to come from the forest. Many more metal creatures came down from the mountains and emerged from the forests. They all went straight for the river, and when they reached it, they began to drink from it. There were metal snakes that had to have been at least 100 meters long. There were silver-colored lions and centipedes with a seemingly infinite number of legs. There was a great variety of metallic creatures, all headed for the river with an insatiable thirst. The metal creatures looked very scary. At first glance, they appeared to be Duke or even King-class monsters. For some reason, though, there didn't seem to be any hostility between the various creatures. Many low-level metal creatures came forward to drink the silver liquid alongside the more powerful ones. "The metal creatures sure seem very friendly," White Real said with curiosity. "Perhaps not." Yuya summoned a pigeon-like xenogeneic. It came out of his sleeve and flew towards the river. The bird xenogeneic obviously wasn't a creature that was native to Metal World. A bronze body suddenly soared through the sky. The creature was shaped something like a dragonfly, but it was made completely of bronze. Its body was at least 5 meters long, and its bulging eyes and mandibles made it look monstrous. The bronze body flew past the river, and it snapped up the bird xenogeneic that Yuya had released. It gobbled up the bird with just a few seconds of chewing, feathers and all. Everyone was frozen, and Yuya felt compelled to say, "It looks like they are only friendly to other creatures that are native to Metal World. Outsiders don't receive the same treatment." Hansen nodded. Now, he really admired Uni. The creatures had crossed over mountains and traversed forests to get there from all around, but the minor place Uni had selected for camp was absent of creatures. Even if creatures did come close to their safe zone, they could fall back into their cave and remain hidden. No one would be able to find them there. It was a solid spot to establish camp. Because there were too many powerful metal creatures nearby, Hansen set up a rota of shifts for the men to keep an eye on those creatures. For now, no one was to travel. 10 hours later, some of the metal creatures were still occupying the river. The beasts kept coming and going. It seemed as if it might have been the only river on the planet, and as a result, everyone would eventually swing by to drink from it. "Captain Han, come and take a look at this." Han-sen was resting when Yuya suddenly called him. Han-sen got up and followed Yuya to the mouth of the cave and peered cautiously outside. The metal creatures that were near the river were starting to look nervous. They began staying out of the liquid, visibly fearful of something. Han-sen waited and watched a while until eventually a white metal beast approached the river. Whenever the other creatures saw it draw near, they avoided it. None were keen to step in its way. Han-sen observed the white metal beast. It did not look very big, probably about 2 meters long. But it was white and looked like a mammoth. That metal mammoth went right into the river and began sucking up the silvery liquid with its snout. The other metal creatures made sure to stay far away from the mammoth, all of them keeping a vigilant eye on the beast. It looked as if they didn't dare drink the liquid while the mammoth did. They waited until the mammoth was satisfied and left the area. When it was gone, the average metal creatures returned to the river and resumed drinking. Seeing that mammoth walk back into the metal forest, Han-sen and Yuya looked at each other and sighed. When the mammoth appeared, they did not dare to even breathe. The last thing they wanted was for that thing to find them. The mammoth was very powerful. A marquise wouldn't be able to deal with such a fiend. "It looks like our situation is not very favorable. Only marquises can enter this place, and yet some of the creatures here are king class? One mistake could leave all of us dead," Yuya said. Yuni nodded and said, "Those of the other races might be in hiding, as well. We can wait for now, but it does seem as if the metal creatures only emerge when the sky turns pink. Perhaps when the magnetic storm returns to blue, the creatures will all disappear again." Han-sen and the others thought that made perfect sense. There was no need to rush their operation, either. They had to take their time and figure things out, first and foremost. They set up a series of shifts for watching the river. Over the course of time, many different types of metal creatures came to drink from the river. There were other scary things like the mammoth, as well, which was quite worrying for Han-sen's team. After 80 hours, the stream of metal creatures visiting the river began to slow. And before long, the pink magnetic storm began to change. An hour later, the lightning flashing across the sky returned to blue. Things looked normal again. Finally, the marquises concluded that there were no more metal creatures coming to the river. Han-sen sent out a few trackers to explore the area. The results were as expected, but it surprised them all the same. The metal creatures that had appeared near the river were now all gone. It was as if they had just vanished. Oh no! Have they turned invisible? Or are they just hiding away someplace underground? White Real asked with a strange look. Yuya did not speak. They were all deep in thought. The metal world was strange, and they couldn't come to much of a conclusion until they learned a lot more. While Han-sen and the others were thinking, someone approached them from the direction of the mountain. When he reached the perimeter they had established, he called out to them. "I am Khan of the Demon. Is your group from Sky Palace?" Han-sen looked around carefully, but the only person he could see was Khan. He went forward to speak to the felon, taking Yuya with him. "Khan? What are you doing here? You are the leader of this team, Han-sen? Great! Since we're already friends, we can cooperate." Khan laughed. "I don't recall us ever having much in the way of cooperation," Han-sen responded coldly. "To be honest, I don't recall being chummy with you, either. But right now, the dragon, Buddha, and Destroyed are all working together. If we don't form some sort of alliance, they might come after us in this dangerous place." As he spoke, Khan's shoulders slumped. "Why should I believe you?" Han-sen did not move. "We arrived here long before you did. I think you'll be interested in the information I possess." Khan smiled. Han-sen let Khan into the camp so they could continue their discussion. Khan spoke without preamble. You might not believe me when I tell you this, but we are all trapped on this world. What do you mean? Hansen asked with a frown. Well, since you've entered Metal World, have you tried contacting anyone outside it? Khan said. Hansen and Yuya looked at each other. Then, they looked back at Khan without responding. Khan sighed and said, "It is good that you haven't. I advise that you don't try it." 2 demon marquises tried to leave, but they died doing so. The same thing happened to some of the Buddha, dragon, and destroyed. No one can leave this planet. If you do not believe me, you can go ahead and try to leave. But don't blame me for not warning you. How are those that leave killed? Uni asked. They fell to their deaths, Khan said, his voice clipped. Fell to their deaths? Hansen and the others frowned. Have you ever played with a rubber band? The further you pull, the harder it hits when released. When you enter this planet, your body becomes bound by the rules of it. If you fly above the surface, you will feel a power trying to drag you back down. The higher you fly, though, the stronger it gets. Eventually, even the strongest are thrown back to their doom, Khan said. Isn't what you're describing just gravity? Why must you make it sound so complicated? White Real said. Khan shook his head. It is not gravity. Gravity gets weaker the farther you get from a planet, but this force grows stronger with distance. And when the planet finally overcomes your resistance and drags you back, you end up hitting the ground at mind-blowing velocities. No Marquis body can withstand it. How high can you fly before this power appears? Hansen asked. 10,000 meters, Khan answered quickly. Ade. Yuya looked over to a strong beast Marquis. That lion-like Marquis answered by leaping with its powerful legs and taking off into the sky. He reached a height of 10,000 meters in a short amount of time. When it passed 10,000 meters, the lion Marquis slowed to a crawl. It continued flying higher, but its pace was excruciatingly slow. It struggled for some time, and when it reached a height of 13,000 meters, it stopped completely. Ade, come back! Yuya shouted. Ade started to follow the command, but before he could turn around, a scary power launched him back down to the ground. Pang! Ade's body was like a meteor, descending. He struck the metal surface at a frightening speed, and a massive crater was formed upon the crash. Hansen and the others immediately ran over to him. Ade's body was completely broken, like a mashed cake. Ade roared. A holy light covered his body, and then he was back to normal. Now we can talk about this properly, right? Khan smiled. They returned to camp and began discussing the terms of cooperation. They struck a deal. In the meantime, Khan explained more of how the planet had been found. The demon and the Buddha were the first ones to discover Metal World. A battle had drawn them into that rarely traveled region of space, and as they fought, they stumbled across the hidden planet. The 2 races sent people to explore Metal World, but somehow, news of the planet was leaked to the airwaves. The Dragon, the Destroyed, and Sky Palace received word of their discovery. It was only after the Marquises landed on the planet that they realized how dangerous the place was. And it was also then that they discovered they were unable to leave. The Dragon, the Destroyed, and the Buddha quickly formed an alliance. They killed almost all of the demons that Khan had brought to the planet, so when Khan caught sight of the Sky Palace people arriving, he came to them in the hope of receiving their help. Yuya looked at Khan and coldly said, "The news about this place was released because you found out something was wrong, right? You lured other races here. That is why the Dragon and the Destroyed grouped up with the Buddha to fight you, wasn't it?" Khan sighed and said, "I have been here this entire time, haven't I? I haven't been able to contact the outside world. I don't know if it was a demon that leaked the news." After that, Khan laughed and said, "Even if we were the ones who leaked the news, it shouldn't have any impact on our cooperation. Why would we join you, anyway?" "The dragon would be a much better choice," Hansen asked calmly. Khan seemed ready for Hansen to say this, and so he smiled. When they formed their alliance, it gave them an advantage. But they won't share anything with you. They'll want to keep the benefits for themselves. What benefits? Hansen asked, zeroing in on the key point of what Khan had said. If the other races were trapped, their best choice should have been to coordinate their efforts to search for an exit. But instead, they had attacked the demon. It seems as if there was something more going on that Khan wasn't quite willing to reveal. The first two teams to arrive found some old ruins on the planet. The ruins might have been left by a deified elite. Now, those three races are guarding it. If we work together, we might be able to beat them and nab the loot for ourselves. Sky Palace is strong, but you cannot fight all three by yourselves, Khan said with certainty. Khan provided them with more intel on the location and disposition of the ruins, and Hansen sent someone to verify Khan's story. Khan wasn't willing to give out too much information, though. He smiled and said, "We demon and the Buddha discovered the ruin at the same time. We know as much as they do. There is no harm in us forming an alliance with you, is there?" Hansen and Yuya held a brief discussion. They both agreed that an alliance was a good idea, so Hansen left the details of the operation to Uni and Yuya. They were better than Hansen at that sort of thing. "We have to move while the blue storm is raging and the metal creatures are hidden. Once we are in the ruins, we will be safe. We won't get attacked by the creatures," Khan explained, clearly wanting them to move quickly. And on the way, they'd meet up with the rest of the demon. Khan had many secrets he could not reveal, but most of his information was legit and it saved Hansen a whole bunch of time. And if the dragon attacked them while they were in the ruins, teaming up with the demon could save their lives. They confirmed the blue storm's duration and the ruins' location, and then they set out. They met up with the other demons and continued on. The demons were in terrible shape. They were wearier than Hansen had imagined. Aside from Khan, there were only 20 marquises remaining, and all of them were injured. A giant city was nestled into the slopes of a metal mountain. The city was made of the same black metal as the mountain, and it looked like it had been carved from the mountain rather than built. When viewed from afar, the city and mountain blended together until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Two metal peaks that were 1,000 meters tall formed the gateposts of that massive city. The two enormous doors made those that passed between them feel like ants. From far away, Hansen could see that the title on the gate read, "Metal Giant God City." It was written in a language Hansen had seen in the Geno universe before, but the words themselves looked so powerful that it was easy to imagine them leaping to life and sundering the skies of the world. Seeing that giant city, crouching on the mountain like a beast, Hansen frowned and said, "This city is so big. Not even the largest races I have seen would require the sort of space this place provides." Khan spoke in a hushed tone. Long ago, the giants were one of the 10 higher races. They were part of a group called the Breakskies. The Breakskies had difficulty breeding, and their population gradually decreased until they became extinct, aside from a few who interbred with other races. We believe that this city is a deified location that once belonged to the Breakskies. After a pause, Khan resumed his dialogue. After entering the city, we unearthed some text that made mention of the Breakskies. The carvings revealed that this place was a Breaksky city, but at some point, there was a battle that brought the city to ruin. Oddly, while we were in the city, we discovered no remains or corpses. Since the main gate was shut and no one had been able to open it, Khan led them to the left side of the city where there was a broken wall. Without that broken wall, it seemed unlikely that anyone would have made it inside. Entering from above would doubtlessly have its own challenges. The creatures that had built this city would have safeguarded against that. When they crossed over the wall, Hansen noticed a few camps on the other side. The camps looked as if they belonged to other races, and indeed they did. Quite obviously, they belonged to the Buddha, dragon, and destroyed. It was odd that the other races hadn't placed any guards at the city's broken wall. There was no sign of anyone being around, actually. That's weird. It looks like they're not here anymore. Or is this some kind of trap? White Real looked at the camp with concern. Odds and ends were strewn about the camp. It didn't seem like there had been a fight, but it looked as if people had made a quick getaway. This is not a trap. There really is no one here, Yuya said. Hansen took his team into the camp to have a look around. When they determined that the other teams really were gone, they began gathering up the numerous supplies and resources that the others had left behind. The unhappy campers had left quite the store of Geno fluid in their camp. It looks like they really did leave in a rush. They did not take the Geno fluid with them. Hansen looked at Khan. Khan understood Hansen, and he quietly said, "When the demon first came here under the blue storm, we saw the dragon. They had vanished by the time the red storm ended, though. Perhaps they found something big, and they were too excited to pack up and head for the deeper recesses of the ruins. I wonder what could have made them break camp so quickly. Perhaps it wasn't that they discovered something. Perhaps something went awry, and whatever happened forced them to flee," Yuya said. "It is possible. But we haven't seen signs of fighting," Khan mumbled, deep in thought. Then, he suddenly stopped. It wasn't just Khan, either. Everyone in the group grew pale as they looked back outside the city. A multitude of red eyes hovered in the skies outside the city. The eyes grew closer as they watched, revealing the bronze, dragonfly-like bodies of the creatures soaring through the air. They were 5 meters long, and a buzzing sound accompanied their flight that set Hansen's teeth on edge. There were so many of them that the swarm seemed endless. And they were now headed for the broken wall. What is going on? This is the time of the blue storms. Why would metal xenogeneic creatures appear at a time like this? Yuya looked at Khan. I don't know. We have never seen metal xenogeneics under a blue storm before. And even during a red storm, they never approached the city. This isn't good. Let's run. Khan cried. Then, he led the demon further into the ruins. Hansen and Yuya looked at each other. They took the Sky Palace people into the ruins, as well. Those dragonflies were as strong as marquises, and their numbers were legion. They could be fought off, possibly, but not without a price being paid. It'd get dirty. Sky Palace and the demon marquises headed for the shelter of the ruins together. Khan was leading, and he shouted as he ran, "There is a palace up ahead. We can hide there." Hansen had already seen the building he was referring to. The palace was like a mountain itself. It was so large that Hansen figured even the blind could probably see it. But the palace's gates were shut, and he didn't know if they could open them. "I have been here before. There is a gap in the palace wall. We can slide through, get inside, and barricade the entrance. A bottleneck like that will be much easier to defend," Khan said, and then ran for the other side of the palace. Hansen was emotionless throughout all this, but he led the Sky Palace students after Khan. Up ahead, he saw a giant cave. It was shaped like a fist, and it seemed that it had been punched into the metal wall. The metal xenogeneics were coming fast, though. The teams had no time to hesitate as they slid through the wall. Hansen and Yuya jerked the last of their people into the palace just as the dragonfly metal xenogeneics buzzed toward them. The marquises that guarded the cave entrance released their godlights, killing the 2 nearest metal xenogeneics. Then a demon marquise summoned a giant shield to barricade the entrance. The metal xenogeneics slammed into the shield repeatedly, but try as they might, it wasn't going to let them through. Hansen quickly looked around the palace they had stumbled into. It appeared to be some sort of side room, but before he could examine it further, his attention was drawn to the bodies lying on the floor. The corpses were both dragons and Buddhas, and it looked as if they had died gruesome deaths. Their scales and skin had been stripped from their bodies, but strangely, their flesh was left whole. There was blood everywhere, though. The sight washed over the teams in a horrible chill. Even Hansen, who saw blood often, felt sick. "Do you recognize these people of the Buddha and dragon?" Hansen asked Khan. The two had instructed their teams to stay away from the bodies. Khan examined the corpses, and after a while, he said, "I think this Buddha is Marquis Grass. He's always had a pronounced limp, because his left leg is a little shorter than his right leg. Look, that has to be him. As for this dragon fellow, I believe he must be Dragon 123. His wings aren't as broad as the wings of the average dragon. These two were fine the last time I saw them, so whatever happened to them must have been rather recent." Hansen looked at Yuya. Yuya was also looking at the bodies, and he said, "Aside from their skin and their scales being stripped, there doesn't appear to be any other forms of injuries. Their muscles and skeletons are all intact, so it doesn't appear as if they were hit." At the same time, Yuya tapped his chin and thought. These guys were too strong to have been killed by being skinned. They must have taken internal injuries or something. Are you saying this was caused by some sort of power that can bypass the body's protection and deal damage within? I know Yin Punch and Pierce Body can do what you have described, but from the way these bodies look, I don't think they were slain by either of those powers. Their bones would have incurred much damage and their muscles would have torn and bled if they were victims of those techniques, White Real said, stepping carefully around the bodies. Yuya considered that. If it was not a geno art such as Pierce Body, it had to be something else that is just as invasive. Perhaps a small bug of some kind. That could very well be it, yes. White Real nodded. In that case, we'll have to take a look inside their bodies and see. Khan signaled for one of his demon marquises to approach. His subordinate drew a knife and approached a Buddha corpse. Yuya stopped the demon marquis firmly, though. I think it would be unwise for us to meddle with their bodies. What if there is something in there? We might fall into the same predicament that these two did. Khan said. If something is inside them, then it doesn't seem to be dangerous as long as it remains inside the corpses. If we cut a body open and let it loose, things could go badly for us. I think we should just seal the bodies and ignore them, Yuya said. That's a bad idea. Khan shook his head. What do you think, Hansen? Do as Yuya has instructed, Hansen said. Fine. If that is your decision, then we will do things your way. But my people are not good at using sealing powers, Khan said, while opening his arms. Hansen nodded. Yuya found a marquise that was good with sealing powers and had him create a bysema to encircle it. They very carefully avoided moving the body as the sphere of protection went up around it. Hansen kept eyeing the plain room that they had entered. There was a door on one wall that opened into a hallway, but no one knew where it led. Uni, can you determine anything about the layout of the palace? Hansen looked at Uni. I can try, but all I have is a hall to go on. It isn't very much. I need to get a better look at the place before I map it out, Uni said. Yuya, you and some of the others should guard this place. I will go have a look around with Uni, Hansen told Yuya. That is far too dangerous. I should be the one to go, with a few others, Yuya said. Hansen refused to let Yuya come, but he did allow a few marquises that were decent at scouting to accompany them and map the trail. Hansen was confident in his demon bug bysema. Even if they encountered a king-class foe, they'd be fine. I will come along with you guys, Khan said. Sure. Hansen gave him a nod. But before they could enter the hallway, the demon marquises that were barricading the room's entrance started to shout. There are xenogeniacs higher than marquises attacking our shields. I cannot hold them off. Head for the hallway and block off the door of this room instead, Khan ordered quickly. They now had no choice but to move forward. Hansen, Uni, and Yuya were up front. They moved towards the hallway alongside the rest of their Sky Palace teammates. Once everyone had entered the hallway, they slammed the door shut. It wasn't very well fortified, so they used sealing powers to reinforce the door and bolster its strength. As they did, a strange hissing sound came from within the room. It was fortunate that they had reinforced the door in time. The hallway led outside, where several paths wandered deeper into the city. Each path led to a palace. They took the right path, which seemed to head to the closest palace. The giant palace was very clean, and there was a giant metal statue standing in front of it. It seemed to depict an actual giant, but it somehow looked a bit different. When they reached the interior of the construct, they found the corpses of a vast number of dragons and Buddhas. This is weird. I thought there was an alliance between the three races here. Why have we only seen the corpses of the dragon and the Buddha? Where might the bodies of the destroyed be? Surely, they could not have all escaped successfully, Uni said with visible confusion. It is strange. Khan nodded in agreement. He walked around the building before coming to a stop near a statue. Hansen looked at the statue and felt a sense of foreboding. Catcha! As Hansen observed the statue, he heard a crunching noise. The mouth of the statue suddenly opened, and when it did, red lantern eyes shone from deep within it. Formation! Hansen commanded. Yuya released his powers, and light swords flew out of his body. Each blade flew to hover over a Sky Palace member's head. Everyone stood motionlessly, allowing the light swords to touch their heads. Markings appeared on their foreheads, allowing Yuya's thoughts to be channeled into everyone through the sword marks. When they had just established their formation at Yuya's direction, the thing inside the statue decided to emerge. It was a metal spider. Its colors were black and white, and its eyes were like chunks of copper. The metal spider did not wait around, it immediately charged at the assembly. Behind it, an endless stream of spiders continued to skitter out of the statue. The whole hall was thrown into disarray. Khan commanded his demons to fight, but without Yuya's flawless coordination, they had no hope of being as effective as the Sky Palace team. Both sides were intently focused on protecting their own, as well. Hansen and the others listened to Yuya's commands. They maintained a tight formation as they fought the spiders, and before long, they were killing the spiders in droves. When Hansen saw Yuya's power in action, he thought about Ningyu. Ningyu was an exceptional commander, and his will had always been strong. With someone like that among Hansen's forces, the entire team would be far more powerful. Xenogenic Marquis Guardian Spider hunted. Xenogenic gene found. After Hansen killed one of the metal spiders, a scream erupted from inside the statue. A red spider began scrambling out of the statue's mouth. The guardian spiders did not look as if they could spin silk, but the claws on the ends of their legs were sharper than any knife. Not even the armor of a Marquis fighter could withstand blows from those. When the red spider emerged from the statue's mouth, it flew towards the battlers in an instant. 6 of its blade-like appendages came swiping down towards the intruders. Yuya commanded the fighters to split up and scatter a little, and once clear of the spider's attack, they closed back in to surround the arachnid. They lifted their swords and struck the spider in perfect sync. But it was to no avail, as their swords simply bounced off with a loud clanging noise. They couldn't even scratch its body. That big guy has to be a duke. Uni shouted. Yuya nodded in agreement, then drew his own sword. Uni then ordered all of the Sky Palace students to strike a single spot on the spider. All their powers came against the creature like a rapid river. The target they had selected was its mouth. They managed to break its jaw, and when that occurred, the spider fell to the ground. After a few more attacks, Hansen and the others managed to bring an end to the wicked fiend. Because of their formation, however, Hansen was unable to get in the last hit. After the red spider died, no more guardian spiders emerged to attack them. They quickly mopped up the last of the guardian spiders on the field. No one from Sky Palace was injured, but a few more of the demon had gotten torn up. Furthermore, it was Sky Palace that took care of the red spider. It looks like I need to hurry up and bring Ningyu here. I hope that he can develop here, Hansen thought to himself. Weird. With the power of the 3 races working together to kill the spiders, this should not have been that hard. Why are there loads of dead Buddhas and dragons here? and why wasn't there a single dead spider amongst them upon our entry? Uni looked over one of the spider bodies and frowned. It's because we didn't touch the spiders. A voice resonated across the path from someplace at the back of the palace. Dragon 8 appeared with a few of the dragon and Buddha in tow. There was no sign of the destroyed, however. Things suddenly became very tense. The Sky Palace students readied themselves for a fight, but the Buddha and the dragons all seemed injured. There had been some serious fighting, from the looks of things. Do not worry. We are not your enemies now, Dragon 9 said from behind Dragon 8. Dragon 8, what do you mean? Khan couldn't see Dragon 9, and so he asked Dragon 8. Dragon 8 CDMLY said, the destroyed tricked us. They were familiar with this place already, and they knew some of its secrets. They lured us to dangerous parts of the city and got many of us killed. The destroyed then went deeper into the palace, and we have no idea what they are trying to accomplish. Bah. And whatever it is they are planning, it doesn't look good to us. The destroyed don't seem to want us to get out of here alive and let others know what transpired here, a Buddha Marquis said. Are you saying the giant city is in some way related to the destroyed? I thought the Break Skies were the original inhabitants, Khan said skeptically. When we reached the back of the palace, we came across a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was the exact depiction of the destroyed. If our assumptions are correct, the destroyed might once have been part of the Break Skies, Dragon 8 said. If that's true, then we're in serious trouble. We cannot leave the planet, and the destroyed will try to kill us all in order to keep their secrets. They aren't going to let us leave, Uni said. Suddenly, a strange voice boomed through the hall. You guys are right. Don't even think about getting out alive. Since you're here, why not die here? The voice startled everyone. They looked around for a minute before they realized that it was actually the statue that was talking. As the metal statue spoke, its body began to move. The statue was previously in a sitting position, but when it stood up, its head broke through the ceiling. It swung a fist and cleared away half of the roof. Seeing the giant fist continuing down towards them, everyone moved to evade it. But the fist wasn't the real threat. When the roof above them was broken open, the dragonfly-looking xenogeniacs swarmed down through the opening. The entire place fell into chaos. The metal statue punched a few more times, and the palace was almost entirely demolished. Han Sen and the others tried slashing the metal statue, but the attacks barely scratched it. They decided to fall back from the palace through the cracks that had formed. But there were many dragonfly xenogeniacs buzzing through the air now, and that made their escape more difficult. While they were sprinting away, more explosions came from the ruins. Many giant metal statues rose out of the destruction and turned in their direction. Hansen noticed that one of the metal statues was at least 1,000 meters tall. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it looked exactly like a destroyed. The 4 races were all in extreme danger. The metal xenogeniacs hounded them relentlessly. The metal statues were scary, too, as their strength was equivalent to a king. The metal statue that chased Hansen opened its mouth wide and spat out fire like a geyser of hell's flames. Not too far away, there was an extra evil-looking blue giant. A godlight shone from its chest, casting a 50-meter-long beam that destroyed everything that it touched. The other giants released their own powers. Their eyes were shining red, and they were all headed for Hansen and the others. The teens all started to feel their hope dwindle. Although there were many strong marquises around them, at the end of the day, they were just marquises. They could not fight the giant metal statues. Plus, there were metal dragonfly xenogeniacs all about. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Come over here. Hansen realized that fighting would be useless, so he quickly gathered all the Sky Palace people to him. Yuya echoed Hansen's command to all the members through the sword mark, in case they did not hear Hansen's voice amidst the chaos. Many of the Sky Palace students came to Han Senator. When Khan saw this, he brought his few remaining demons over as well. Dragon 8 and the Buddha followed, too. They tightened their formation and annihilated the nearby dragonfly Xenogeneics, but that hellfire-like power was on its way, and many other powers were coming for them, too. Escaping seemed impossible. Boom! The metal statue's fire engulfed them, but it did not incinerate them. Instead, a blue Bysema suddenly appeared. Han Sen and his people were inside it, shielded from the scary fires. When the fire touched the blue Bysema, the fire shattered. And then, the power of the other statues hit the Bysema. They exerted all their strength, but it was for naught. They could not break the Bysema. A dozen scary metal statues surrounded them. They loomed over the Bysema like hungry demons, staring at Han Sen and the other marquises inside. Han Sen, I have heard your name before, but I certainly did not expect to see you here. The three-headed, six-armed statue stepped in front of the Bysema. The bird head in its center peered directly at Han Senator. It looked how a demon might, when staring at a defenseless baby in an abandoned stroller. To Han Sen and the others, the strength of the metal statues was awe-inspiring. They were completely surrounded. And of course, the dragonfly-like Xenogeneics were still flying about. There were too many of the insects to count, which made the situation of Han Sen's team completely depressing. Who are you? Han Sen asked, looking up at the giant three-headed, six-armed statue. My name is Klinsmann of the Destroyed, the statue replied. As it spoke, the other statues stopped trying to attack. They merely stood where they were. I did not expect the Destroyed to be part of the Breakskies, Han Sen said coldly. Klinsmann laughed and said, you are incorrect. The Destroyed are not a part of the Breakskies, as you suggest. We are the royalty of the Breakskies. Those stupid giants were just slaves with a few drops of our blood in their systems. We are the real Breakskies. So, this is the home of a deified Breaksky? Han Sen asked, curiously. Klinsmann laughed. I know you are merely stalling for time, but that is fine. The Destroyed control everything here. You cannot hope to run. After a brief pause, Klinsmann continued on to say, this is the house of a deified Breaksky, and yes, it has been abandoned. The deified elite it once belonged to has long been missing. But the Breaksky dolls he left behind are enough for us to claim the entire metal world for ourselves. Those who are above the rank of marquises are not permitted entry, so our grip as rulers of this place is not challenged. This place will become the primary Xenogeneic space of the Destroyed. And as for your place here. Klinsmann turned his metal bird head to stare at each of them. If you people are willing to concede, the Destroyed will welcome you as members of Metal World society. Klinsmann, I'm afraid I don't quite share your optimism, Han Sen said thoughtfully. What do you mean? The woman's face, the face to the right of the bird head, turned toward him. Han Sen looked around and said, I have heard that before you came to this city, this place was already the site of a battle. So what? Of course there was once a fight. Otherwise, why would it be a ruin, the woman said. Han Sen laughed and said, Metal World's power is strong enough that outsiders cannot break through, and only marquises can be sent in to do research. That means the powers from the outside are unable to affect this place. But if that is so, why was there a fight dangerous enough to force a deified elite to abandon this place? Klinsmann frowned. The man's face of the statue then spoke instead. Perhaps the attacker broke through the power of Metal World and forced himself in? The same power that prohibited 5 of our elites from breaking through? If that deified elite did force his way through, do you really think the Breakskies could have escaped a being like that? And even if they ran, why would that elite take over Metal World and not lay a lasting claim on the place? Han Sen went on to say. What do you mean? The woman asked again. If my assumptions are correct, the Breakskies didn't abandon this place because of enemies from beyond. Their greatest threat must have come from the planet itself. What are you trying to say? The statue next to Klinsmann looked annoyed. Han Sen laughed and said, the power that threatened the Breakskies, if it came from the planet, focused only on you. I doubt that it threatened anyone other than the Breakskies. If I were you, I wouldn't be so cocky. I might be thinking about running as far away as possible, actually. There is a high chance that you'll be killed well before us. Nonsense. If there was a power like that, it would be long gone. If it exists, then why hasn't it shown up? Han-sen, I admire your intelligence. I do not want to kill you. I am throwing you one last lifeline here. Concede, and I will stay my cruelty. The bird head smiled grimly. Han-sen did not speak again. He merely focused on how he might get out of the situation they were in. The things he was telling Klinsmann weren't all a bluff. If the power that wiped out of the break skies truly did come from the planet, it wouldn't be extinguished so easily. After all the years that had passed, that power might still exist somewhere. If you truly seek death, then I will grant your wish. Klinsmann commanded a dozen breaksky statues to attack the Bicerna. The breaksky dolls launched a variety of terrifying powers which converged on the demon bug Bicema. The blue Bicema trembled, and it looked ready to buckle and break. Han-sen thought things were pretty dire. Each breaksky doll had king-class power. If Han-sen shrank the demon bug Bicema to shield just himself, its strength would be concentrated enough to withstand the force of his aggressors. Even if 10 kings attacked him, they'd be unable to penetrate its defense. But now, Han-sen had his demon bug Bicema stretched to shield 100 Sky Palace students, and the demon, Buddha, and dragon as well. The defense was stretched thin, and thus, it was weakened. It couldn't protect them from a constant stream of attacks from a dozen dolls. Seeing the Bicema quiver, they all knew it was going to break soon. And Han-sen also knew they'd have to run. They couldn't stay where they were. Even if he kicked out the demon, Buddha, and dragon, the demon bug Bicema likely wouldn't be enough to keep the 100 marquises safe either. Han-sen, let us out. Perhaps some can survive that way, Dragon 8 shouted, knowing that the Bicema was about to break. Ba. We have to fight, a Buddha Marquis said. Khan frowned. His face kept flickering through a cycle of different emotions. He knew their situation was dire. Han-sen wished to say something, but just as he was about to speak, the earth began to shake like a huge earthquake was underway. And then, an enormous sinkhole opened in the city. The metal surface caved in, falling into the seemingly bottomless hole. The sound of explosions echoed up out of the hole, signaling that something big was coming. All of the breaksky dolls stopped attacking Han-sen and turned their attention to the bottomless pit. The dragonfly xenogeneics all buzzed away. They flew straight out of the city, jostling each other in their panic. If there was a power that was able to force the deified breaksky to abandon the planet, it would probably kill anything in its path. No way. I was right? Han-sen smiled wryly. The breaksky dolls that were commanded by Klinsmann all took a step back. They peered at the giant hole.